Chapter 1, A Perfect Girlfriend Every 2 Weeks, Who Can Resist This? Outside a hotel in Shanghai. Tongzi, you've completed your mission of dating a new girlfriend with a score of 85 or above every 2 weeks for the past 10 years. It's time for a reward, right? Li Yuan supported himself against the wall with one hand and supported his waist with the other. Walk to a deserted corner and talk to yourself. 10 years, a full 10 years. Do you know how I spent these 10 years? After saying that, Li Yuan grimaced and felt his kidneys ache again. If I hadn't experienced it myself. You never know how proactive a woman can be. Congratulations, host. You have completed the first stage of the mission. Next is the second stage. Wait, what are you talking about? What is the first stage, the second stage? Li Yuan just felt his head buzzing. The host only needs to find his ex-girlfriends, and when their sensitivity towards the host reaches 95 again, there will be additional rewards, and the merit system will be activated. Only need it? And you're talking about sensitivity? Holy shit, you idiot, do you want to listen to what you're saying? Is that something a human can say? Li Yuan's face twitched after hearing this. But my mind unconsciously recalled the scenes of breaking up with my ex. I'm sorry, you're too young. We're not suitable. Let's break up. I'm a Libra and you're a Pisces. We're not suitable for each other. Your last name is Su and mine is Li. We have different last names, so how can we be together? You are a woman, I am a man, we are of different genders, there is no way we can be in love. Bastard. Let's break up. I dreamed you were cheating on me last night. Thinking about it. Li Yuan shuddered all over. Joke. If he really encounters any of them again, I'm afraid she will tear me to pieces on the spot. I'm sorry, host. I'm not human. System, are you fucking kidding me? This kind of mission is impossible to complete. What if they get married and have kids? Li Yuan couldn't help but shout angrily. He is a man of principles. After precise calculations by the system, considering the host's appearance, this is the most suitable mission for the host. You. Li Yuan was so angry that he laughed. He had just turned 18 when he traveled here. I accepted this system task. Until now. In addition to the continuous romantic luck arranged by the system. Then I was busy dating and breaking up, and the cycle continued. I didn't do anything else serious. Even to get system rewards. Didn't he even go to college? Otherwise with his grades. Even if I can't get into Tsinghua. The last Lanxian was also a sure thing. 10 years of life and death are so uncertain, if you don't think about it, your kidneys will not be able to bear it. He is now. He's just a piece of trash with no skills at all. I can't even take out $10 from my pocket. He touched his rumbling stomach. Li Yuan regretted it. I regret not asking my ex-girlfriend, who just broke up with me, to order me even a Shaxian snack. Tongzi, you've wasted 10 years of my time, and my health is ruined. Is $1 million or 800,000 in compensation not too much? Li Yuan gritted his teeth and held his waist, his face full of tragedy. 5 years ago, the host requested compensation. At that time, the host chose chaos kidney fluid. The host's kidneys are now 2 perpetual motion machines that never tire, let alone feel pain. Li Yuan wanted to pretend to be pitiful and get some benefits. I had to put down my hand that was supporting my waist awkwardly. However, to prevent the host from starving to death, the host is rewarded with mastery of desert island survival skills. Surviving on a deserted island? Big brother, can you open your eyes and see where this is? Li Yuan was so angry that he laughed again. Is it okay to be a savage? But there are no big green caterpillars here to make him burst with juice. After an hour of negotiation, the system finally agreed to give some city survival skills. The host can choose one of the following: 1. Proficient in lactation. 2. Proficient in postpartum care. 3. Proficient in setting up stalls. 5. Proficient in sewer repair. 6. Proficient in rag picking. Li Yuan looked at the skills on the panel. My brain froze for a second. I choose to set up a street stall. I'm impressed when I meet such a guy. You'll regret it after you choose. If you choose to pick up junk. Wouldn't that just save us 40 years of detour? He is in his 60s and still picks up rags. He started picking up rags when he was in his 20s. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of street stall props. As the system's voice fell, Li Yuan immediately saw some more items in the system space. These are the tables, chairs, benches, and other tools needed to set up a street stall. Li Yuan was just about to praise the system for being adequately prepared. But as his eyes swept over the 2 boxes of items, Li Yuan's face suddenly turned the color of liver. You don't want me to set up a stall selling these sexy lingerie, do you? Li Yuan's face was filled with extreme shock. He is a tall and strong man, standing between heaven and earth. How could they do such a perverted thing? But Li Yuan can call whatever he wants. The system no longer responds. Li Yuan took out the only 2 coins in his pocket. A look of despair on his face. Thinking that he not only had no food to eat today. I'm afraid I'll have to sleep in the miserable state of a bridge hole at night. Then think about being with my ex-girlfriends. I have never worried about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. I met a rich woman who picked me up in a luxury car every day. 5-star meals every day. I can't help but feel emotional. Life has its ups and downs, and the baby feels miserable. But it is impossible for him to continue to live off her. It took a lot of effort to complete the first phase of the task. As the saying goes, a real man is born between heaven and earth. I would rather starve to death than surrender. How could he live off others for 10 years and 1 day? 8 o'clock in the evening. Li Yuan had been hungry for a whole day. He quietly set up a stall in a street in the night market. Look into the box behind you. Each piece of sexy lingerie is full of temptation. I touched my stomach again, which had been hungry for a day. Fuck that 7-foot man. As the saying goes, a real man should be able to bend and stretch. Li Yuan gritted his teeth and moved a box of sexy lingerie to the front. Driven by the professional instinct of being proficient in setting up stalls. Took out a few items from inside. It was skillfully put on a mannequin for display. The female stall owner, who was also selling clothes nearby, opened her mouth wide, looking at him in shock. Selling sexy lingerie. Come and have a look if you're passing by. Our sexy lingerie is beautiful, inexpensive, and of good quality. Online shopping is unsafe, but offline shopping is safe. After sorting the goods, Li Yuan's professional instinct began to uncontrollably break out again. After this shout, the return rate is 100%. The attention of everyone around was drawn to it. I thought it was some social bully who was playing tricks again. Joke. How could someone sell something like sexy lingerie at a night market? Isn't that a complete social death? As a result, when they looked back, half of the night market fell silent in an instant. Oh shit. What I saw. My eyes. Look at the neatly arranged row of black lace suspenders with crotchless design. Even the mannequin is under mood lighting. It's full of temptation. There really are people setting up stalls to sell sexy lingerie. This is just too explosive. And facing dozens or hundreds of gazes. There was no trace of embarrassment on Li Yuan's face. He is now an expert in street vendor business. What matters when setting up a street stall is just having a thick skin. Little sister, would you like one? This one is perfect for you. Li Yuan took out one and handed it to the girl closest to him. He looked just like a weird uncle who was trying to trick little girls. Li Yuan himself felt so ashamed. Chapter 2, it was a big hit in the stall world. A very seductive suspender hollow tool see-through bra. It just confused everyone around. After the girl reacted, looking at the tight clothes in front of me that barely cover my 3 points, I was immediately filled with shame and anger. I'm just a college student, pervert. Fuck, no, brother, I thought you were doing performance art on the livestream, but it turns out you have the goods and you really dare to sell them. The big brother selling fruits nearby stared with his eyes wide open. I want to stay away from you. The young lady selling clothes nearby looked at Li Yuan with a look of fear on her face. Moved the entire stall to the side, looking at the female college student who covered her face and ran away. And the strange looks from people around me. Li Yuan felt helpless. I'm really not a pervert. The system is the 6th one. He can even sell cucumbers. What is the meaning of giving sexy lingerie? And the girl next door just moved a little to the side. Seeing Li Yuan suddenly look sad. And his stomach was already empty from hunger. Just at this moment, a cooing sound was heard. Then look at his tall figure and pitiful appearance. Thinking of the unfriendly look I just gave him. Suddenly, I inexplicably felt a sense of guilt towards him. How could such a handsome guy be a pervert? He must have his reasons. Based on Li Yuan's 10 years of experience of living off his wife, I immediately felt the change in the young lady's gaze. Acting pitiful to gain sympathy from girls is a surefire way to get a gigolo, and it always works. What else do we buy clothes for besides covering our bodies? Seeing this, Li Yuan immediately struck while the iron was hot. I pulled over the pretty young lady selling clothes and asked, For beauty." The confused young lady replied in a bewildered manner. "That's right." Li Yuan nodded in agreement. He handed the clothes in his hand to her and spread them out in a somewhat exaggerated manner. "So do you think this dress is beautiful? Tell the truth and don't be bound by worldly opinions." "Pretty, beautiful." The young lady was stunned for a second. He answered weakly, "If it's just an ordinary piece of underwear with nothing to do with sex, and you wear it at home for no other reason than to please yourself and appreciate your own beauty, would you buy it?" After Li Yuan finished speaking, he looked straight at the young lady. "I will, I think so." The confused young lady answered subconsciously. But before she could come to her senses, Li Yuan had already put the palm-sized sexy underwear in her hand. Then he took out the payment code. "It's just a regular piece of underwear to you. 38, thank you." "No. You're welcome." The confused young lady paid the money without thinking. Then I stared blankly at the crotchless sexy underwear in my hand. Even more confused. "Don't I sell clothes?" Li Yuan looked at the payment notification. I was immediately moved to tears. I'll finally have food to eat tomorrow. There was the first customer who tried the crab. Li Yuan's stall suddenly didn't seem so strange anymore. Plus, he took a different approach. They keep saying that they are just a type of underwear. The shame level was reduced immediately. Many people couldn't help but gather around out of curiosity. Everyone has a love for beauty, and everyone has the right to pursue beauty. As long as you feel beautiful, don't let worldly views constrain your love for beauty. Don't hesitate, big sister. Once you put this on, I guarantee your man will be fucked all night long. With the blessing of professional proficiency, Li Yuan went all out. I fooled people into buying, and sold several pieces. Watching the balance grow, Li Yuan's face was full of smiles. If this continues, I may not have to sleep under the bridge tonight. "Brother, you're awesome. Would you like to accept me as your disciple?" The man selling fruit nearby saw him talking incessantly. It makes people confused and stunned. He immediately gave Li Yuan a thumbs up. Li Yuan chuckled, but his eyelids suddenly twitched inexplicably. The left eye twitches for wealth, what does the right eye twitch for? No matter what, money is jumping around. Xiao, it's been 2.5 years. You've worked so hard, going back and forth between the bureau and home. You should have forgotten about that scumbag named Zhou, right? Not far away, two girls walked slowly into a street in the night market. "Oh, Xiao, could you please stop asking me about it every now and then? I forgot about him, I've completely forgotten about him." Han Xiao glared at Yang Shui beside her. "Then if you meet that scumbag again, you won't make the same mistake again, right?" Yang Shui's eyes lit up instantly when she heard that. But still asked uncertainly. "No, if I see him again I will tear him apart." "Okay, I'll help you tear it apart then." Yang Shui cheered immediately. "How about I introduce my brother to you? You're so beautiful, it's best not to let others take away your wealth." The two girls were talking while walking into the night market. Han Xiao wore a white tank top and denim shorts, which showed off her curvy figure to the fullest. Super good looks and hot body. It instantly attracted a lot of attention. TSK, these breasts, this waist, they are truly the best in the world. The moment a group of LSPS saw it, their eyes widened. My mouth is watering. Let's go back. I don't like places with too many people. Notice the aggressive gazes around you. Han Xiao just felt uncomfortable all over. After looking at Yang Shui, he was about to go back. "Wait a minute, you finally didn't stay home and were willing to go out for a walk today." How can you go back so soon? Besides, my brother will be here soon, I can't stand him up, so just wait a little longer. Yang Shui directly took Han Xiaoxiao's hand. Don't let her go back. Look, there are so many people over there. Go over and take a look. Yang Shui suddenly saw the crowd gathered in front. As he said that, he pulled the reluctant Han Xiaoxiao and ran towards Li Yuan's stall. Xiaoxue, I said I don't want to go shopping anymore. I want to go back. After being dragged forward for a while, Han Xiaoxiao struggled to break free from Yang Shui's hand. But just as she was about to go back, a voice made her tremble all over. I was stunned on the spot. Sister, you can buy it, but please don't touch me. Although Li Yuan successfully sold several items, but the style of painting is becoming more and more outrageous. Hey big brother, you've almost rubbed the dummy's skin off, and it's drooling all over the floor. Hey, sister, don't touch me. This is becoming an increasingly chaotic situation and abusive behavior. There were also people live streaming with their mobile phones. Li Yuan felt a headache. But I looked at the balance. 190 yuan. It was just enough for him to stay in the hotel for one night. At least 2 more pieces have to be sold. It's only enough for tomorrow's meal and tonight's hotel. Alas, the sadness of the street vendors. Looking at the greasy ant in front of me who was as fierce as a wolf, Li Yuan suddenly thought of his gentle and beautiful ex-girlfriends. But although the ex-girlfriend is nice, you must never meet her now. Xiao, what's wrong with you? Yang Shui noticed that Han Xiaoxiao's mood suddenly became a little strange. Asked with some concern. No. It's okay. What are they selling over there? Han Xiaoxiao tried hard to control the emotions in her heart. I heard they seem to be selling underwear. Oh. Han Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. He sighed deeply again. It seems that I am hallucinating again. He is such a face-conscious person. How could he possibly set up a stall to sell underwear? Sister, please touch it gently. Hey, that's my arm, not a dummy's. Don't pinch it with your hands. Han Xiaoxiao was just about to walk back. Hearing this howl made her heart tremble again. This sound is so similar, so real. Chapter 3, An ex-girlfriend within a 10-mile radius? Xiaoxue, let's go inside and take a look. Han Xiaoxiao suddenly turned around and pointed at the group of people. Ah! Yang Shui was stunned for a moment. But there are so many people, can't the 2 of us squeeze in? I was just about to go back, but now I have to squeeze into the most crowded place. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at the crowd that was packed 3 layers deep. Then he looked into the distance again. Suddenly he shouted to the crowd, the urban management is here. This shout gave the surrounding stall owners a fright. Several shops selling gadgets ran away immediately. Most of the people here are legitimate and licensed. It's no use shouting like that. Yang Shui was speechless. This girl hasn't been out for a long time. Ah, is that so? Han Xiaoxiao felt helpless. Forget it, it can't be him anyway. That's not right. I have a certificate, why would I run away? The big brother who was selling fruit next door to Li Yuan was about to run after him. After realizing what was happening, he muttered something. I continued eating bananas and watching Li Yuan's performance. What? Big brother, do I need a permit to set up a stall here? Yeah, didn't you? No one told me what would happen if I got caught. Confiscate the tools used in the crime and the illegal gains. Fuck. Li Yuan was shocked. Fuck, you really don't have a license? The big brother selling fruit was shocked again. You really know how to surprise me, kid. You set up such a big stall and sell underwear without a license? Let me out. Li Yuan hurriedly separated the people on both sides. Brother, please help me take a look at my things. I'll be back later. The people around heard the urban management and understood the interests involved. He consciously made way for Li Yuan. But just as Li Yuan was about to walk out of the stall. But it happened to be at the end where the crowd dispersed. I saw a very beautiful and somewhat familiar face. That moment, Li Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank. My heart skipped a beat. To avoid running into my ex-girlfriend. He hasn't been back to Shanghai for more than 2 years. Isn't that a coincidence? I bump into someone right after I got back? But that face looks more and more familiar. What should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. Li Yuan was stunned for half a second, then pretended to be calm and walked out. It's been many years. Even if it's an ex-girlfriend. Maybe she doesn't recognize me anymore? Yes, it's been so long, maybe other people as children are already doing soy sauce. Xiao Xiao, why are your eyes red? Why are you crying? Yang Shui looked at Han Xiao, who suddenly seemed very abnormal. A little confused and a little anxious. It's okay, there's sand in my eyes. Han Xiao wiped away her tears. Then she stared at him blankly. The face that kept her awake for countless nights. Just as Li Yuan passed by Han Xiao. When he was about to pass by Han Xiao, he clearly felt a murderous aura. Jay Cho. Tears welled up in Han Xiao's eyes. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he yelled at Li Yuan. The resentment and hatred in it made Li Yuan a little scared. But she was calling Jay Cho. What does this have to do with me, Li Yuan? Just as Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. When you think you recognized the wrong person. But the next second, he suddenly remembered. There was a time when we were in love. He likes to use the stars he liked before traveling through time as pseudonyms. This parallel world has not yet produced a superstar singer like Jay Cho. So it's not inconsistent. Using a pseudonym to do bad things, those who understand will understand. People who often do bad things probably have had many names. He is that scumbag? Before Li Yuan could speak, Yang Shui screamed first. She called out. A group of onlookers immediately gathered around. It's really fun to see a scumbag being torn apart. When they heard there were big melons, some people even left their stalls. At this moment, Li Yuan wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. But the people around them had already surrounded them. Li Yuan could only look at Han Xiao and give her a seemingly sincere smile. Hi, long time no see, how are you? A smile on his face. I cursed the system's ancestors for 18 generations in my heart. Such a beastly task was issued. In the end, I didn't get any rewards. Fortunately, this girl looks quite quiet. It shouldn't lead to tearing itself apart. Oh, you left me all alone without saying a word, and now you ask me if I'm okay? Han Xiao took a deep breath. The body was still trembling slightly. For more than 2 years, she has been wanting to find him and ask for an explanation. I finally waited for it today. Wow, this is shocking news. How could this scumbag abandon such a beautiful woman? Han Xiao said this. The surrounding area suddenly exploded. They all looked at Han Xiao. A peeled egg usually has a flawless face. Exquisite facial features and impeccable figure. Unbelievable. Such a beautiful woman can also suffer heartbreak and be dumped? And look at her tightly furrowed brows. And big, moist, red eyes. Some people couldn't help but clench their fists. Of all things in the world, only beautiful women should not be let down, you beast. He deserves to die. The live broadcast room of the young internet celebrity who was broadcasting live also exploded. The number of viewers instantly jumped from a few hundred to several thousand. The comments were all on Han Xiao's side. Angrily called Li Yuan a scum. Li Yuan felt very sad. The evil I committed finally paid off. Well, you may not believe it, but I had my reasons. Li Yuan did not give up treatment. Still trying to explain. Such a lame excuse though. There is no way anyone would listen, let alone believe it. He is only good at running. I won't ask for forgiveness at all. What's your reason? You have a terminal illness and don't want to burden others, so you chose to leave, right? Such an old trick to trick children? Sure enough, there was a burst of booing all around. You say it, I believe it. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao nodded. Don't believe the sweet words of a scumbag. Yang Shui immediately pulled the corner of Han Xiao's clothes. The people around also sighed. Ah, look at what a nice girl she is, yet all the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Damn it, don't pull me, I must duel with him. Even Li Yuan himself was a little confused. But Han Xiao didn't hear anything. It's like being in her world. Only she and Li Yuan were left. She must have an answer today. even if it's just a sweet talk to trick yourself into giving the answer. It can also be considered as an explanation to myself. Just tell me, I'll believe whatever you say. Han Xiaoxiao was surprisingly calm. And just at this moment, Li Yuan discovered that the system suddenly came alive. And on top of Han Xiaoxiao's head, suddenly, a favorability number appeared and kept jumping. The number was fluctuating between 40 and 60. She seemed calm inside. Emotions are fluctuating violently. But Li Yuan was not ready for all this. Damn it, just go for it. Don't you say you believe everything? Li Yuan gritted his teeth. To escape from this trial, let us fight. Yes, I was really diagnosed with a terminal illness. Misdiagnosis has happened before. There is already a way out. Han Xiaoxiao's body trembled instantly when she heard this. This excuse is old-fashioned and no one dares to use it. So two negatives equal a positive. Even the people around him saw Li Yuan's determined look. Even began to waver. The number that symbolizes favorability fluctuates directly from 40 to 60. It was fixed at 60. It even seemed to be rising after a brief pause. 61, 62. Oh shit, there really is something going on. Actually, even though we've been apart for so long, I've never forgotten you. The moment I saw you, I knew I would never go to Disneyland again in my life, because my princess has escaped back to me. Li Yuan struck while the iron was hot. Everywhere I look is filled with affection. I've experienced so many wonderful things in my life, and I've met so many perfect girls, but I always felt like they were missing something. Now I realize it's not that they're missing something, but that they're not you. I believe he really has a terminal illness. That kind of affectionate look in his eyes is definitely not deceptive. A girl suddenly stood up with a moved look on her face. Han Xiaoxiao's favorability is also rising rapidly. 65, 68, 71, 72. Rongrong, when I was young and full of vigor, I thought we would be the most familiar passers-by, but I didn't expect that you would be the rest of my life. Unfortunately, I suddenly realized that my time is running out. Li Yuan looked around. I thought this should allow me to leave first. I was afraid that the urban management would show up and confiscate my meal money. And these words fell into the ears of others. He has a terminal illness and won't live long. Oh my god, a terminal illness plus an unexpected reunion before death. This isn't a movie, I'm seeing the same plot in the TV series in real life. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to cry my eyes out. Many girls were instantly moved to tears. Secretly wiped away tears. The live broadcast room of the young internet celebrity was filled with tears. Everyone sighed and lamented for this ill-fated couple. Oh my god, is it really impossible for lovers to finally get married? But is he talking about Rongrong? Chapter 4, the detective's ex-girlfriend is sent to work on a sewing machine. Who is Rongrong? When people around are crying. Yang Shui was confused. Rongrong? You call me Rongrong? Han Xiaoxiao was also stunned for half a second. His face suddenly turned cold. A faint murderous aura once again locked onto Li Yuan. Li Yuan was suddenly shocked. Oh no! It seems I called the wrong name. Damn, I spoke too quickly. I actually forgot to call you baby. Li Yuan looked at Han Xiaoxiao's cold face. The favorability is directly increased from there. It dropped to 50. Listen to my cunning explanation. It's finally back together. We have to face this Shura field again. Li Yuan really wanted to slap himself. Then the best strategy is to run away. But escaping is not a solution after all. Han Xiaoxiao ignored Li Yuan. Suddenly he reached out and touched his waist. Then he opened his bag as if looking for something. Yang Shui, who was standing by, saw her touching her waist. He was suddenly shocked. Xiaoxiao, you have to calm down. Don't do anything stupid. It's not worth it for a scumbag. Yang Shui pulled Han Xiaoxiao while shouting at Li Yuan. Run! Li Yuan was also immediately frightened by Yang Shui's horrified expression. Holy shit, is she really pulling out a weapon? Li Yuan was suddenly shocked. Damn it, I told you that ex-girlfriends are the kind of creatures you should never touch. People around me didn't understand what was happening. They were frightened and took a step back at the same time. Li Yuan came up with an idea in a hurry. Suddenly, he shouted at Han Xiaoxiao, "Wait a minute. Rongrong is actually our daughter's name." The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Han Xiaoxiao trembled all over. The action of rummaging through the bag also stopped. "When I first saw you, I swore that I would give birth to a daughter as beautiful as you. Rongrong is the name I thought of for our daughter." Li Yuan immediately added upon seeing this. "Holy crap, brother, you're so awesome, can this even be accomplished? Oh my god, why didn't I think of that? Last time I accidentally called my girlfriend's name by the wrong name and got beaten up on the spot. If I had reacted like this, my status in the family wouldn't be lower than a dog's." The people around applauded Li Yuan's answer. The man selling fruit gave him 2 thumbs up. But before Li Yuan could breathe a sigh of relief, Han Xiaoxiao suddenly narrowed her eyes and asked, "If the child has my surname, what should the child's full name be?" This. Zira. When Li Yuan was stunned, he suddenly felt a chill on his wrist. "Look down. My hands have been handcuffed with a pair of cold handcuffs. After all, the devil is always 1 foot taller than the Tao." Li Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a sword or some other weapon. But what the hell are these cold handcuffs? And what's with the skilled and professional technique? Luckily, thank goodness. You scared me to death. I thought you were going to pull out a gun. Yang Shui patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Draw a gun? Holy shit. Li Yuan was not the only one dumbfounded. The people around were also stunned. "Sister, no, Xiaoxiao, who are you? Are you a gangster?" Li Yuan stared at Han Xiaoxiao's khaki bag. "I was afraid that she would really pull out a gun from inside the next second. Don't get me wrong. She's a criminal police officer, so it's normal for her to carry a gun." Someone seemed to be about to call the police. Yang Shui hurried to explain. Now the people around were even more confused. Are detectives so beautiful and sexy? Li Yuan was also confused. He really didn't remember having a relationship with a detective. He wouldn't dare to do such a thing even if he had 10 times the courage. And the criminal police carry guns when they are off duty? Is this fucking normal? I remember now. She's Officer Han Xiaoxiao. I saw her photo and work commendations on the government work website. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted. Fuck, buddy, you're not kidding me, are you really a detective? Really? If you don't believe me, I'll show you. That's not right. If her name is Han Xiaoxiao, then who is Rongrong? At this time, the crowd who hadn't heard clearly Li Yuan's explanation were a little confused. Yes, who is Rongrong? Shit, could it be that he just called the wrong name? Fuck, no wonder the girl suddenly turned hostile, what a scumbag, I almost believed his deep affection just now. Ah. A group of girls had tears of emotion on their faces. I was completely confused. For a moment, I didn't know whether I should continue to shed tears. Fuck, this is an idol. What do you know? He can forget about such a scumbag ex-girlfriend so easily. This is a real Sigma man, a role model among men. Li Yuan immediately rolled his eyes. Han Xiaoxiao's eyes became even colder. Make way, make way. At this time, 2 uniformed urban management officers who were eating melons in the crowd stood up. The identity of the criminal police was revealed. The 2 of them could no longer hide and watch the show. If something does happen, then it happens. You are suspected of operating without a license. We will confiscate your tools and illegal gains. Please show me your ID. You can get your belongings back after you accept the penalty at the Urban Management Bureau tomorrow. The 2 urban management officers saluted Li Yuan. After seeing the handcuffs on his wrists, my eyes twitched involuntarily. This guy is such a scumbag that he even ended up in the criminal police team. What a punishment! 1 minute later, 2 urban management officers handed the penalty decision to Li Yuan. In front of him, all the stall tools and sexy lingerie were packed and loaded into the truck. Looking at those exciting pieces of clothing, Han Xiaoxiao thought of the reason Li Yuan gave her for breaking up. You dress too conservatively. I like something a little more sexy, so we're not suitable. Suddenly I felt a strong murderous aura beside me. Li Yuan immediately looked at Han Xiaoxiao. Han Xiaoxiao sneered. Li Yuan, right? Jay Chou. This sentence directly burned up the CPU of everyone around him. Who is Li Yuan? Isn't his name Jay Cho? Rong Rong, Han Xiaoxiao, Zhou Jieluan, Li Yuan, who the hell is who? Oh shit, I can't take it anymore. I think I need to grow a brain. How about you let me go first, and we can find a place where there's no one around and you can hit me or scold me as you like, how about that? Li Yuan knew he was in the wrong. The punishment is the punishment. But not in front of so many people. Besides, how come there are a few people taking the opportunity to broadcast live on the spot? You are suspected of obstructing traffic and interfering with public service. Once you are in the detention center, there will be people who will satisfy your desire to be beaten. Han Xiaoxiao said with a cold face, pulling the handcuffs and walking out. Hey, how did I obstruct public service? I just blocked traffic. There's no need to go to the detention center, right? Now Li Yuan was really anxious. Is the detention center a place where people stay? You're interfering with my duties. But Han Xiaoxiao glared at him fiercely. There was no intention of letting him go at all. After all, we knew each other and loved each other. Even if there's no new hatred, there are still old ones. Isn't it inappropriate for you to take revenge on your own? See? This is what happens when you're a scumbag. Watching Li Yuan's back gradually disappearing into the distance. Several fierce women used him as an example to educate their own men. What do you know? She's a beautiful policewoman. She's the dream of so many men. If I were her, I'd even have to work on a sewing machine. The men looked at each other with envy. What did you say? A fierce woman's tone instantly rose several octaves. No. Nothing. I just said that I also dreamed of becoming a police officer when I was a kid. Then what? And now my dream is half fulfilled. The man lights a cigarette. Look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Damn, brother, can't you tell? You're an auxiliary police officer, but you're setting up a stall instead of preparing for the exam? No, I'm your uncle. Where are you taking me? This doesn't look like the way to the police station, does it? Got into Han Xiaoxiao's red Mercedes-Benz. Yang Shui had been sent away by her. The more Li Yuan looked outside, the more he felt something was wrong. This girl is not going to kill herself and leave her body exposed in the wilderness, is she? I'll take you for a physical examination. If you're a promiscuous person like you and you have some illness, don't infect the other people in the detention center. Han Xiaoxiao always had a cold face. Ha? What do you mean? Li Yuan was shocked. Really? But isn't that something that only happens in prisons? Oh shit. So the detention center too? Mom, I want to go home. Get off. The car stopped at the hospital emergency building after a while. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I have always been sincere in every relationship I had. Believe me. Li Yuan stared with innocent eyes. He certainly didn't lie about this. In order to complete the task, he would rather break up and be chopped off. I've never been too timing. But Han Xiaoxiao's eyes became even colder. Chapter 5. Are you kidding me? How could he really have a terminal illness? Li Yuan walked in handcuffed. There aren't many people in the emergency room today. Han Xiaoxiao seemed to know the doctor on duty. The two talked, while looking at Li Yuan from time to time. After a while, Li Yuan was taken to the blood drawing room. No, do you need to draw so much blood for a physical examination? Looking at the 4 full tubes of blood, Li Yuan's eyes twitched. Make sure she is before sending herself in. First, take revenge and vent your anger. Didn't you say you had a terminal illness? I want to see if a scumbag like you really can't even trust punctuation marks. Han Xiaoxiao sat beside Li Yuan and waited quietly for the result. This caused the people around to glance at him involuntarily. Li Yuan's face suddenly fell. No, you really checked. What terminal illness? He just made that up in a hurry. You old fool, how old are you? You're so sick and still have the mind to look at women? A little old man passed by Li Yuan and his companions for the 28th time. Finally, he was caught red-handed by the ant. No need to wait, take me to the police station. Han Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable being stared at by people around her. Li Yuan suddenly spoke. It was he who let others down in order to complete the task. Now he accepts it no matter what. But Han Xiaoxiao did not respond to him. She guessed from the beginning that the terminal illness was also fake. Even the name is fake. What else is true? It's just that there is a little obsession in my heart that has not been completely eliminated. This is what is called never giving up until you see the Yellow River. Just prove that everything he said was fake. She can let herself go. From then on, the bridge between us is the bridge and the road is the road. Completely break with the past. As expected, a man will only behave himself if he's on the wall. Dressing conservatively is just an excuse. You left because you found a new love, right? Han Xiaoxiao looked at the little old man who was dragged away by his ears with a cold expression. You didn't even give me a chance to change, and you completely disappeared. That's called a man who kills a teenager. The little old man suddenly turned around and shouted. But his voice was immediately drowned out by a slap in the face. Because loving one person is too tiring, I choose to love 50, 6, 7, or 80 people. Li Yuanbo lowered his head and closed his eyes. He wanted to come clean and stop lying with his eyes open. Is she prettier or younger than me? 20? 19? 18? Han Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, her face ashen. 18. Li Yuan replied as if possessed by a strange force. Just when he was about to slap himself. Unexpectedly, Han Xiaoxiao was not angry. I was 22 when you broke up with me. Was that old in your eyes? Ha, so men only like 18-year-olds, right? Han Xiaoxiao suddenly turned around. The dark eyebrows and eyes stared at Li Yuan. Because it's against the law for those under 18. You, forget it. Wait until your test results come out and we'll never meet again. Han Xiaoxiao slowly retracted her violent gaze. Li Yuan, your test results are ready. Inside the window. The nurse called out outside. Han Xiaoxiao gave Li Yuan a last deep look. He stood up, picked up the test results and walked to the doctor's office on duty. That look of pain, disappointment and attachment. This made Li Yuan feel a little guilty. I really deserve to die. However, before he could feel guilty for a few seconds. But Han Xiaoxiao's scream came from inside. How so? A long time passed. Han Xiaoxiao felt limp all over. He walked out holding onto the doorframe. What's wrong with you? Seeing this, Li Yuan did not bother to continue reflecting on himself. He immediately stepped forward and supported her. But Han Xiaoxiao seemed to have been drained of all her strength just now. The moment I met Li Yuan. Suddenly she hugged him tightly with tears in her eyes. What's going on? Li Yuan was stunned. Shouldn't you beat me up normally? However, Han Xiaoxiao recovered quickly. You will stay here today and have a checkup tomorrow morning. Han Xiaoxiao's tone returned to its cold tone. Examine? Li Yuan was even more confused. Why do you need to check again when everything is fine? But before he could ask, Han Xiaoxiao had already left through the gate. Hey, take off my handcuffs. I'm broke and can't run away. Li Yuan just finished shouting. The doctor on duty suddenly appeared behind him and patted him on the shoulder. Come on, young man, don't give up hope. After saying this, the doctor on duty shook his head and sighed. Alas, he's still so young, even though he's a criminal, that's a shame. Li Yuan. About half an hour passed. Han Xiaoxiao has changed her clothes. Appeared in front of Li Yuan again. The two of them sat like that all night long. When Li Yuan opened his eyes, Han Xiaoxiao was already standing in front of him holding a stack of lists. Go get checked. Li Yuan was dragged through various full-body examinations in a daze. There were so many projects that Li Yuan almost thought he had a terminal illness. I'm really broke. Do you want to make me owe a lot of debt to get revenge on me? But Li Yuan had no choice but to do each of the inspections that seemed expensive. Han Xiaoxiao, who had no communication with her, had a cold face throughout the whole process. Until all inspections are completed. Doctor, tell me. He already knew his physical condition. I just want to know. Looking at the doctor's face, he looked constipated. Han Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. Alas, there might have been hope more than 2 years ago, but now, alas, surgery is no longer possible, and I have at most 3 months left. Bang! Han Xiaoxiao staggered. My knee hit the corner of the table. 2 years ago, wasn't that when they just broke up? Could it be that he really was? The more Han Xiaoxiao thought about it, the more she couldn't stand. What? Who are they talking about? Me? 3 months left? Li Yuan was dumbfounded. Oh shit. How is this possible? When I was a child, the fortune teller clearly told me that I could live to be 99. He firmly believes in this. The time travel happened. Living to 99 is a big deal? He jumped from the 8th floor on the day the calculation was completed. He is so tough, but he still needs to climb stairs? How do you feel now? The doctor put his hand on Li Yuan's stomach and pressed hard. I feel you touching my belly. Your cancer cells have spread to your brain. Please comfort your girlfriend. The doctor looked at Han Xiaoxiao, who looked heartbroken, and patted Li Yuan on the shoulder. Li Yuan? Is there no one to comfort me? Is there really no hope? If surgery isn't an option, we can try chemotherapy or medication, no matter how expensive it is. Han Xiaoxiao didn't give up. It's unnecessary. It's a miracle that he's not feeling any pain right now. Taking medication and chemotherapy will only ruin his precious quality of life. Tonzi, what's going on? Li Yuan didn't bother to listen and ran to the toilet in a panic. The host contracted a terminal illness 10 years ago. The system extended his life by 10 years through a mission. From now on, every time an ex-girlfriend's high sensitivity reaches 95%, he will gain merit points, which can be exchanged for life points. Li Yuan was numb. The images of my ex-girlfriend stabbing themselves with knives appeared in my mind again. 95 favorability. You might as well kill me now, beggar. Wait until he comes out of the bathroom. Han Xiaoxiao was already waiting outside. And the favorability level above her head unexpectedly became 75. And the moment he saw himself, it went up another 5 points. Damn it. There's hope. This moment. Li Yuan felt that he was fine again. Where do you live? I'll take you back. Han Xiaoxiao looked at Li Yuan with red eyes. I have no place to live. No place to stay? Then where did you plan to sleep last night? I'm going to live under a bridge after the money I earned from setting up my stall is confiscated. After hearing this, Han Xiaoxiao suddenly covered her mouth and turned away. Come home with me. Han Xiaoxiao said this in a trembling voice and walked outside. The favorability increased a little bit. So I don't have to use the sewing machine anymore? Li Yuan shook the handcuffs. Han Xiaoxiao paused. After hurriedly wiping away tears, he turned around and unlocked the handcuffs for Li Yuan. Along the way, I looked at myself and realized that I had done nothing. The favorability is slowly increasing. Li Yuan was in a good mood. And when the favorability reaches 85, the system prompt sounded. Chapter 6: What is professional lockpicking? The first ex-girlfriend's favorability reaches 85, and the host receives rewards: mastery of thief, mastery of cooking, mastery of traditional Chinese medicine, mastery of music theory, mastery of fortune-telling. Look at the dazzling professional skills proficiency. Li Yuan felt dizzy. Many skills and instincts that I didn't have before. It was as if it was engraved in my mind in an instant. So he went from being a useless guy who knew nothing, became Lanshan technicians who are proficient in multiple professional skills? As he digested the vast amount of information, the car has entered the community. Get out of the car. After parking the car, Han Xiaoxiao got out first. Li Yuan looked at the familiar neighborhood. The memories of those deaths suddenly attacked him again. I forgot my keys in the car. I'll go get them. Arrived at the door, Han Xiaoxiao rummaged through her bag as if she had lost her soul. Just prepare to go downstairs. Need not. Li Yuan grabbed her when he saw this. Got any paper clips? Give me 2. Looking at the locked door, Li Yuan suddenly felt an impulse in his heart. The thief's instinct kicked in. Have. Han Xiaoxiao took out 2 paper clips from her bag. Li Yuan skillfully swung the 2 paper clips left and right. Twisted into strange shapes. Then insert it into the keyhole. No need to use any brain at all during the whole process. It's all muscle memory. Click. The door opened effortlessly. Li Yuan's impulse was instantly satisfied. Damn, there won't be someone who is good at killing people in the future, right? Look at the open door. Han Xiaoxiao was confused. This is a skillful move. What's up with this professional approach? She has been a police officer for many years. We have caught at least 80 thieves. I've never seen anything so efficient. I caught a glimpse of Han Xiaoxiao looking at me with a strange look. Li Yuan instantly lost his composure. Damn, I almost forgot this woman is a criminal police officer. Well, I said I'm actually a locksmith, do you believe me? Han Xiaoxiao stared at him for 5 full seconds. Come in. Li Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Followed Han Xiaoxiao into the house. The furnishings in the 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment are very simple. All I remember are the memories of Li Yuan's death. Sit down for a while, I'll make you some food. Han Xiaoxiao took a bottle of drink and handed it to Li Yuan. Then he went back to his room. But Li Yuan waited for a long time, but she didn't go to the kitchen. Touched his hungry stomach. Li Yuan walked to her door. Just about to knock on the door. But I heard faint crying sounds coming from inside. Li Yuan's hand, which was raised in the air, slowly fell down. Then walked to the kitchen. But when I opened the refrigerator, there was nothing inside except a few eggs and some vegetables. The trash can was also full of instant noodle bags. Helplessly, he knocked on her bedroom door. It took a long time. Han Xiaoxiao opened the door with red eyes. His hair was disheveled and he looked depressed. It was a complete contrast to the previous cold and strong attitude. Her favorability level remained at 85. Li Yuan knew he had to do something. I only have $5 left. Can you lend me some money to buy groceries? Just got culinary mastery. Make a meal that is both visually appealing and flavorful. It should improve your favorability a lot. 2 years ago, you left with $5 in your pocket, and now you're back with $5 still. How have you been spending the past 2 years? Han Xiaoxiao glanced at the embarrassed Li Yuan with her red and swollen eyes. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment. Doesn't this mean I ate, drank, and lived for free for 2 years outside without spending any money? I ordered takeout and it's coming right up. Han Xiaoxiao covered her forehead and went straight back to her room. Li Yuan nodded helplessly. He had just returned to the living room and hadn't sat down yet. The takeaway was delivered. When I opened the door, I saw the delivery guy holding a large box half the size of a person. He shouted towards the bedroom. Li Yuan watched as he came out of the bedroom. Han Xiaoxiao is changed into home clothes. Her black hair was scattered randomly. White loose-fitting shirt. And equally baggy cartoon shorts. Exposing the delicate collarbone and shiny white long legs. Li Yuan's eyes were dazzled by what he saw. Have you seen enough? Didn't you think I was too old? Go look at your 18-year-old girl. Han Xiaoxiao sat opposite Li Yuan. Help unpack the takeout. A large box of takeout was filled with Shanghainese dishes that were famous in Shanghai. After changing the plates, the table was filled. Is this my last meal? Are you going to send me to the sewing machine again? Looking at the expensive dishes, Li Yuan couldn't help but say. Han Xiaoxiao glared at him. The doctor said you should try to eat nutritious food. Han Xiaoxiao's tone was filled with indescribable sadness. In comparison, Li Yuan, who had already started eating voraciously, seemed much more relaxed. Why do the elderly always live longer? Li Yuan stuffed food into his mouth. While sighing, Han Xiaoxiao looked at him and didn't look like he was about to die. I thought he had seen through life and death. I couldn't help but feel even sadder. What on earth has he been through in these 2 years? Only then can you have such an enlightened attitude. Can you tell me how you've been these past 2 years? The two of them wanted to lighten the dull atmosphere. But the question directly confused Li Yuan. My hands shook unconsciously. Don't talk about these 2 years. He spent the past 10 years picking up girls. If you say it out loud. Don't even mention improving your favorability. I guess I would have been handcuffed on the spot and sent to work on a sewing machine. The favorability level has reached 86. Li Yuan was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. Seeing that Li Yuan was hesitant and couldn't answer, Han Xiaoxiao thought again of his skillful lockpicking technique just now. and was reduced to setting up a stall selling women's underwear. She couldn't imagine a person with a terminal illness. How did you manage to get through this difficult time? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Han Xiaoxiao wiped the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, he very gently picked up a large piece of lobster meat for Li Yuan. The favorability increased by 2 points. The past is no longer important. It turns out that if you have a terminal illness, you can do whatever you want. Li Yuan sighed in his heart. Tongzai, I wronged you. The rice in the bowl became more fragrant. Clean up the dishes after dinner. Han Xiaoxiao's heavy mood improved a little. The favorability also increased a little, reaching 89. Only 6 points left to reach the goal of 95. Do you have any other wishes? Han Xiaoxiao lowered her head slightly. Sitting side by side with Li Yuan on the sofa. Li Yuan's heart moved when he smelled the fragrance of the woman beside him. The opportunity to improve your favorability has come. The offensive of sweet talk is ready. Xiaoxiao, my wish is to see you one last time. That would actually satisfy me. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xiaoxiao's favorability immediately increased a little. There are 3,000 diseases that can lead to death, but do you know what's more terrifying than a terminal illness? It's my longing for you that's causing me such a pain in my heart. The only thing in the world that can't be cured is longing for you. Li Yuan struck while the iron was hot. A bunch of corny sweet talk. But it cannot be said that there is no effect. It can only be said that it has no effect. Except for that little bit of goodwill at the beginning. No matter how corny the rest of the story is. There was no increase in favorability at all. It seems that Han Xiaoxiao doesn't buy into the same tricks that all women in the world buy into. I thought you said a few hours ago that you only liked 18-year-olds. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at Li Yuan. Really? That means I'm very loyal. I remember you once had a dream of becoming a star. Han Xiaoxiao saw Li Yuan stop. He suddenly turned around and said, various livestream variety shows have been very popular recently. Our bureau is planning to take advantage of this opportunity and co-host an anti-theft livestream variety show with a variety show. Are you interested in appearing on TV? Actually, my real wish is to gain something without working for it, to receive rewards without any merit, to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, to ascend to the sky overnight. You're trying to fleece me, a terminally ill person. One last wish, to reach the sky in one step. I can help you realize it right now. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at him. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Anti-theft variety shows are a great way for you to realize your dream while using your last moments to contribute to society. If you don't want to go, just stay home. You'll never be able to escape my control for the last 3 months of your life anyway. After Han Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she bent down and stood up. Moment. A big, white, breathtakingly beautiful landscape. Li Yuan immediately saw him through his loose white shirt. Oh my god, that's really good. Agreed? Then I'll recommend it to you tomorrow. Look. Chapter 7, The King of Locks and the King of Thieves gather together. Nothing happened overnight. Wake up the next day. Han Xiaoxiao has already prepared breakfast. Just the taste. It's a bit hard to put into words. The two hurriedly finished their breakfast and got into Han Xiaoxiao's red Mercedes. Are you sure you don't have any unfinished cases? Before starting, Han Xiaoxiao was still a little worried. I really haven't done anything harmful. Li Yuan looked hopeless. But his amazing lock-picking skills. It would be impossible to say that this is impossible without countless actual combat experiences. No one would believe it if they saw it. Came to the municipal bureau. Han Xiaoxiao holds Li Yuan's ID card. First, I checked his criminal records in various places in detail in the system. It turns out that he is not a bandit. There is no criminal record. A little surprised at the same time. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Han Xiaoxiao, wearing a dashing police uniform, came to the front of the car. Even Li Yuan was used to seeing all kinds of beauties. Still couldn't help but feel incredibly amazed. What's even stranger is that the favorability has actually increased a little bit. Breakthrough to 90. What are you looking at? Do I look like I'm 18 now? Han Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. Take Li Yuan to the propaganda department. Sure enough, there are some plots that only men can understand. after entering the door. This is a large office with 2 floors, inside and outside. There were 5 or 6 propaganda police officers sitting in front of computers outside. Han Xiaoxiao said hello. He took Li Yuan and walked straight inside. Deputy Section Chief Su, the person has been brought here. Deputy Director Yang is also here? Go into the office inside. Han Xiaoxiao directly pushed Li Yuan forward a step. Hey, Xiaoxiao, please sit down. Deputy Section Chief Su is about 40 years old and has a slicked back hair. There is a smile on his face that makes people naturally approachable. Is he the great thief, the master thief you mentioned last night? Deputy Section Chief Su looked at Li Yuan calmly. A great thief? A master thief? Director Yang on the side instantly fixed his sharp eyes on Li Yuan. What kind of thief? Director Yang is here. Deputy Section Chief Su, please don't joke around. He's my friend. He just has experience in this area and has never done anything that would harm society. Seeing this, Han Xiaoxiao hurried to explain for Li Yuan. Oh, I was just kidding. The policewoman is so nervous. It seems like you two have a special relationship? Have you finally gotten over the trauma of being hurt by that scumbag? Deputy Section Chief Su looked surprised. It was as if I smelled gossip. Li Yuan could see that Han Xiaoxiao held a high position in the bureau. But what about this scumbag? Alright, Deputy Section Chief Su, stop your nonsense. Can my friend even appear on the variety show about the anti-theft publicity? Han Xiaoxiao turned around and glanced at Li Yuan with a half-smile. Xiaoxiao, it's not that I don't believe you. This time, everyone is taking the anti-theft campaign very seriously. Your friend doesn't look like a thief. Are the people involved in this industry really as amazing as you said on the phone? Deputy Section Chief Su looked at Li Yuan again with suspicion. Unless you can appear on the show as a guest, I might consider it. After saying this, Deputy Section Chief Su looked at Han Xiaoxiao with a smile. If this policewoman could appear on the show. Attraction is fatal. But there is no need to worry about the ratings being too low. As for Li Yuan, just arrange a few shots casually. Deputy Section Chief Su, this time I'm talking about my friend. Han Xiaoxiao seemed to have known that Deputy Section Chief Su was planning to take advantage of her. I wasn't fooled. And at this time, the door was opened again. A man and a woman in formal attire walked into the office. Behind him were several big men carrying cameras. Obviously someone from the radio station. Deputy Section Chief Su, Director Yang. The two of them bowed their heads slightly and greeted each other. Well, are you ready? Deputy Section Chief Su stood up and asked. Alright, Deputy Section Chief Su, the 10 Lot Kings have all been found and are outside now. The short-haired woman said softly. Okay, let's get started right away. Don't waste time. Deputy Section Chief Su looked delighted upon hearing this. Then he shouted outside again. Xiao Wang, notify them that they can come over. Let's go. We can't do anything here. Let's go to the activity room. Everything has been set up. Deputy Section Chief Su greeted him. Xiao, you and your friends come too. The group walked out of the propaganda department's door. Director Yang, what are you doing? Hasn't the show started recording yet? Han Xiaoxiao pulled Deputy Director Yang. This episode is completed indoor recording, mainly to popularize anti-theft knowledge, by sending out heroic invitations to find various difficult locks among the people. When the official recording begins, one of the episodes will be a live broadcast of the outdoor lock-picking challenge. Deputy Director Yang smiled and looked proud. For this live variety show, the Bureau has put a lot of effort into it, even bringing in several retired thieves. They're just worried that some amateur thieves might come up with something embarrassing. After hearing this, Li Yuan's mouth twitched. Aren't there always lock-up championships? Why would they go to all that trouble instead of inviting a previous champion? A new police officer was puzzled after hearing this. Because the real masters in this field won't participate in competitions. Deputy Director Yang smiled mysteriously. And when they came to the activity room, what catches the eye are various anti-theft door locks. And weird props. What made Li Yuan's facial muscles twitch even more was he actually saw several criminals wearing shackles. He finally understood what Deputy Director Yang meant. The real masters are all in prison. Are you guys making such a big deal? Don't prisoners have to use sewing machines? And are they on variety shows too? Li Yuan couldn't help but complain to Han Xiaoxiao. The city attaches great importance to this program. As long as you have good skills and can use your technology to give back to society, you can make amends for your crime and strive for a reduced sentence. Deputy Director Yang explained with a smile. Okay, we can still play like this, right? For this seemingly outrageous operation. Li Yuan could only sigh and say about the importance of mastering a skill. These are the most common B-class anti-theft door locks on the market. Even if an experienced technician doesn't have tools like nail clippers or ear picks, he can open them with just a branch or a sock picked up on the street. Deputy Director Yang subtly introduced rows of door locks to Han Xiaoxiao. The camera is already pointed in this direction. Prepare to take pictures and play them as behind-the-scenes footage or opening credits. Han Xiaoxiao felt a little helpless. It seems that he is determined to set a trap for himself and get himself on the show. At this time, there were already many people gathered inside and outside. These are what are called C-level and super C-level anti-theft door locks on the market. A 20-year-old master would need professional tools and spend several minutes to open them. The last row is a specially made lock cylinder. They're relatively rare on the market, and most are used by the military. These locks don't use conventional springs, but rather several sets of superimposed metal springs. The keys are also completely three-dimensional and extremely complex, making them nearly impossible to copy. If you use this kind of lock and lose your key, you can only open the door by force. And that's an electronic lock over there. There are 4 grades of electronic locks on the market: electronic fingerprint locks, electronic smart locks, electronic anti-theft locks, security smart locks, and safes. Almost all the more common locks are already on site. Deputy Director Yang started by introducing locks and then popularized anti-theft knowledge. They talked for nearly half an hour. Finally, he suddenly handed a key to Han Xiaoxiao. Your friend should be opening the simplest A-level or B-level lock, right? Han Xiaoxiao looked at the key, which was similar in shape to her own, and nodded. After Deputy Director Yang's introduction, Han Xiaoxiao knew that she had underestimated the skill of lock picking. I thought all anti-theft locks were similar. The results are so different. It's not uncommon to be able to open this kind of B-level lock after learning for a while. Deputy Director Yang glanced at Li Yuan. It would be great if he could be a resident guest with Han Xiaoxiao. It should be pretty good. But Li Yuan didn't take these pediatric level locks seriously at all. What about Super C locks, military grade read locks, and fancy automatic alarms? At this moment, in his thief's expert eyes, they are all toys for children to play house. Chapter 8, The King of Locks is Too Cruel. Then Director Yang, shall we begin? Section Chief Su finished counting the number of people. After checking the timer and other equipment, he walked over. Okay, let's get started. Deputy Director Yang glanced at the personnel who were ready. There were more than 20 groups of people in total. Each set contains a dozen different types of locks and a timer. Conducted in a competitive manner. The most eye-catching one for the audience. Wait, my friend is participating too. Han Xiaoxiao suddenly called out to Deputy Section Chief Su. Then he pulled Li Yuan from the side to the front. Okay, let him try. Deputy Director Yang spoke. Deputy Section Chief Su had no choice but to agree. Then wait until they're done competing and the locks are restored before you go up. The supplies are prepared based on the number of people. The camera was pointed at one of the inmates. The prisoner took a deep breath. Speak slowly to the camera. My name is Kai Peng, and I'm a skilled thief. I once stole millions of yuan from over 100 households in a single night. The most I stole was over 800,000 yuan in cash. But if you earn money through illegal means, it will eventually become an instrument of torture. As he said this, he lifted one foot. He showed his shackles to the camera. Before I was caught, I never had a good night's sleep. I could easily steal huge amounts of wealth, but I couldn't steal a moment of peace of mind, let alone a happy life. I'm grateful to the Institute for giving me this opportunity to use my unconventional abilities to contribute to society. Finally, I want to advise those who have taken the same detour as me to stop as soon as possible. A better future awaits you. Accompanied by soothing music. The inmate's expression was moved. I expressed my feelings sincerely. Several inmates recounted their painful pasts. Han Xiaoxiao unconsciously looked at Li Yuan again. Li Yuan must have had a harder time than they did in the past 2 years. I was forced to learn how to pick locks. Wait until all prisoners have finished speaking. Next comes the official competition. Except for the last military reed lock. All locks must be opened within 1 minute. Because if the time to unlock the door exceeds 1 minute, the risk of on-site theft will increase significantly. And the lock cannot be opened by destroying the lock core or using electronic equipment. This is very easy to leave traces. Then he was tracked down by the police. And as long as the lock is not broken, and don't be too greedy. Many people don't even know that their homes have been robbed for a short period of time or even their entire lives. This greatly reduces the risk of getting caught. Anyone who violates these 2 rules will be eliminated on the spot. You will not be able to get rewards or sentence reductions. The referee blew the whistle. More than 20 groups of lock-picking masters worked quickly with all their strength. For the first few different B-type locks, most people only used 1 ear pick. Opens easily in under 5 seconds. It is much more difficult to use a C-type lock. But it was not a problem at all for their carefully selected locksmiths. There is only the Super C lock that is said to be impossible to open by technology. And specially modified locks. It cheered them up a little. As the tow hook moves in and out, it shakes up and down. Click. Less than 50 seconds. A so-called Super C lock was opened directly by a single hook. Next is the Smart Lock. The essence of a smart lock is actually a mechanical lock. Just use fingerprint and face unlocking instead of keys. In fact, fingerprint locks are not as good as ordinary mechanical locks in terms of anti-theft. Because there is more interference from electronic devices and the need to use a peephole to unlock the door. But for these master thieves, I totally disdain using those fancy methods. Same principle as mechanical lock. An ear spoon is enough. It's just that when you open the security smart lock with the highest security level, most of them accidentally set off the alarm. Only 4 or 5 people did not make any noise. It opened in under a minute. Deputy Director Yang had a bright smile on his face. They are indeed selected from prisons and locksmith companies across the country. The highest level of anti-theft lock currently on the market. It is said that even the most professional tools will take several hours to open. And now all are opened within a minute. The people around were stunned. Especially the B-level locks. After Deputy Director Yang introduced each lock, most people present were aware that they had Class B locks in their homes. But the B-level lock could not even last 5 seconds in the hands of anyone present. It's so fast that it opens in seconds. For a while, many people could not accept this fact. It seems this lock is useless, it can only protect against gentlemen. Maybe someone has already entered our house while we were at work and we didn't even know it. Fuck, that's really scary when you think about it. I have goosebumps. Although there is nothing valuable at home, I feel so unsafe as a girl at home. No, I'll ask the master to recommend a good lock later. The regular season is over. The old masters of thieves have become rusty and lazy in their work. They are not as brave as the young people who dare to think and work hard. Li Yuan watched as the final 4 prisoners plus a retired thief successfully passed the test. I couldn't help but whisper in Han Xiaoxiao's ear. The camera is filming, please be serious. Han Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. Their intimate behavior. It immediately attracted the attention of many male police officers around. Everyone began to speculate about Li Yuan's identity. After the official regular season game. Next are the 3 types of safes, ABC. Safes are mostly used in banks, institutions, and companies. Few people in China study how to unlock safes. After all, this is really too cruel. In addition, the security level of the safe itself is much higher than that of the door lock. All in all, the difficulty level is more than dozens of times greater. Even abroad. The best way to steal a safe is to simply remove the entire thing. Even a top locksmith wants to open the lock. Technical unlocking would take at least several hours. But your master is still your master. Less than 5 minutes had passed. Class A and Class B safes were opened on the spot. But the C-class safe stumped everyone. Because the specified opening time for the safe is half an hour. 3 people chose to give up on the spot. Only 2 people were left and they were not in a hurry to take action. Instead, slowly adjust your mindset. After adjusting your state of mind to the best state. Only then did it slowly begin to crack. The key locks opened easily. 20 minutes later. One of them started sweating on his forehead as he cracked the electronic lock. There's something wrong with my state of mind. I had no choice but to quit. The time hasn't come yet, and he's already opened the mechanical lock. Why did he give up? Han Xiaoxiao muttered. Because his mind was in turmoil, the knife was slow. Li Yuan responded in a low voice. In the end, Kai Ping was the only one left on the field, listening to the sound intently, while calculating in his mind how to crack the password. The onlookers watched with bated breath. I didn't dare to breathe. When the time came to 29 minutes, just when everyone thought the safe was finally invincible. When you feel sorry that the last person will fail. One more turn and it will open. Li Yuan suddenly whispered in Han Xiaoxiao's ear. Han Xiaoxiao was about to turn around. Kai Peng seemed to hear Li Yuan speaking. He quickly turned the code dial. Then, with a click, the safe door opened. At the same time, there was a burst of warm applause all around. Han Xiaoxiao turned around quickly. He looked at Li Yuan in shock. Chapter 9, Singing again without turning off the camera. This plot is really cliché. How did you know that? Han Xiaoxiao asked in disbelief. Li Yuan looked at her and smiled mysteriously. Of course, I know everything I know. Han Xiaoxiao. After opening the last safe, Kai Pan let out a long sigh. Carrying everyone's hope, he headed towards the military special lock. His figure became extremely tall at this moment. Can he open it? Han Xiaoxiao also looked back at Li Yuan with some concern. Li Yuan shook his head. That lock isn't strictly military grade, it's just the manufacturer's propaganda. However, the security level is decent. He can't open it. Xiaoxiao, your new boyfriend is quite arrogant. He's already pouring cold water on me before I even start. Not only is he questioning me, he's also questioning my lock. Li Yuan did not whisper in Han Xiaoxiao's ear. Deputy Director Yang looked a little dissatisfied after hearing this. If what they say is true, who knows if your lock is actually military grade? Han Xiaoxiao glanced at Deputy Director Yang. Xiaoxiao, you're turning your back on me so quickly. Don't be fooled by the sweet words of the men out there this time. There are so many young, handsome, and promising guys in our bureau, and their character is impeccable. Why don't you like any of them? Deputy Director Yang sighed and glanced at Li Yuan intentionally or unintentionally. The tone was deliberately louder. The young policemen around were stunned for a moment. Several of Han Xiaoxiao's suitors were so angry that they were trembling with anger. There was a hint of hostility in the look he gave Li Yuan. Deputy Director Yang, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll apply to be transferred to the procuratorate tomorrow. No, it's just a joke, it's just a joke. It's obvious that your new boyfriend is much more reliable than your ex. Li Yuan looked at the two of them helplessly. Why are you saying bad things about me in front of your boss? Li Yuan leaned over to Han Xiaoxiao's ear. No. Han Xiaoxiao looked innocent. Not yet. Deputy Director Yang complains about me every 3 times he says that. Oh, I said it in front of everyone. You're so cruel. Same here. He really can't seem to open it. More than half an hour later, Han Xiaoxiao turned around and said. The people around were also waiting anxiously and tiredly. I give up. Wait until the 40th minute. Kai Peng barely opened 2 reeds. It was obviously impossible to crack the remaining 8 sets of reeds within the remaining 20 minutes. The people around sighed secretly. Then the first place winner of this competition is born. Seeing this, Deputy Section Chief Su was about to step forward to announce the results of the competition. But he was stopped by Han Xiaoxiao. He hasn't competed yet. Han Xiaoxiao pointed at Li Yuan. Look at Han Xiaoxiao and say a word. The eyes of everyone around him were focused on him. The discussions gradually became louder. Almost all of them questioned Li Yuan. Li Yuan smiled politely, while whispering to Han Xiaoxiao. You want me to be on TV so badly, aren't you trying to embarrass me and get back at me? Do you need to go through so much trouble to get revenge? Believe it or not, if I tell them you're that scumbag ex-boyfriend, you'll be beaten into a pig's head right there. Well, it's past dinner time now and everyone is hungry. How about we continue after dinner? Deputy Section Chief Su looked at Deputy Director Yang somewhat awkwardly. How long will it take you? Deputy Director Yang looked at Li Yuan and asked. A few minutes. Li Yuan thought about it. Deputy Director Yang nodded as expected. It was confirmed that he was only capable of opening a few B-level locks. However, Deputy Director Yang agreed to continue after dinner. He also didn't want Li Yuan to embarrass himself in front of so many people. The footage shot by the camera can be cut out. With so many people watching, it would be embarrassing for him, the person in charge. Amidst boos, everyone dispersed. I'll bring the food over, you wait here for me. Han Xiaoxiao tugged at the corner of Li Yuan's clothes. Li Yuan nodded. It just so happened that he didn't want to have dinner with those policemen. After Han Xiaoxiao left, Li Yuan was the only one left in the entire activity room. He walked around in a circle out of boredom. Suddenly I saw a guitar hanging on the wall. Then, the instinct for music theory hidden in his body immediately took effect. Li Yuan stepped forward and took down the guitar. He couldn't even read musical notation before. Now all the classic music scores before the time travel are imprinted in my mind. I thought of the prisoners' stories about the past and their guidance for the future. Unconsciously, Li Yuan recalled a song he sang before traveling through time. He started playing and singing at the same time. The entertainment development and popular elements in this world are almost the same as those in the world before crossing over. It's just that the songs there are not here. Whenever I cannot find the meaning of existence, whenever I am lost in the darkness, please, the brightest star in the sky, illuminate my way forward. The melodious and sonorous singing filled the entire activity room. This song has helped countless people get through the darkest and most difficult moments in their lives, including Li Yuan himself. What he didn't know was that one of the cameras was forgotten to be turned off because the photographer had to pee urgently. When footsteps were heard in the distance, Li Yuan's singing stopped abruptly. He put the guitar away quickly like a thief. I saw Han Xiaoxiao walking in with 2 lunchboxes. Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Why did I seem to hear singing just now? Han Xiaoxiao looked at Li Yuan suspiciously. I don't know. I didn't hear it. If you want to hear a song, I can sing it for you. Li Yuan spread his hands. No, I don't even know how much you weigh. If you yell at me, I'll vomit all the food I ate last night. Han Xiaoxiao stuffed a lunchbox into Li Yuan's arms. I'm a really good singer. How about I sing a song just for you? All right, come eat. The doctor said you have to eat on time every day. Han Xiaoxiao reached out and took Li Yuan's lunchbox and opened it for him. He put some meat from his lunchbox in it and returned it to Li Yuan. Except for my parents, no one is as open-hearted to me as you are. Whoever marries you in the future will be blessed for 8 lifetimes. Li Yuan couldn't help but sigh after taking the lunchbox. Then go to Myanmar. There are many people there who are open-hearted and sincere to you. Han Xiaoxiao glared at him and ignored him. Do you have anything you like? Li Yuan looked at the high sensitivity of 90 above Han Xiaoxiao's head for a long time without moving. Lost in thought. I like Japanese mushrooms. Yun, do you want to give me some? The afternoon session won't start for another 20 minutes. You should take a break first. I still have some work to do. After dinner, Han Xiaoxiao took away the lunchbox. By the way, he also drove away the onlookers outside for Li Yuan. Li Yuan is bored. He took down his guitar while no one was around. He played and sang a song, Peach Blossom Promise, by himself. Until it's almost time. People came in one after another. But what Deputy Director Yang didn't expect was, I thought there would be fewer people in the afternoon. But who knows how long it takes to eat a meal. The news that the policewoman had a boyfriend spread everywhere. This directly led to people from outside coming to see Li Yuan under the banner of supporting the Bureau's propaganda work. There are more people than in the morning. Deputy Director Young twitched his lips. He looked at Han Xiaoxiao reluctantly. You promised to let him go. You can't go back on your word as a director, right? Chapter 10. Please call him Lord Locking God. Deputy Director Zhang couldn't go back on his word. The only thing we can do is have the lock restored. Li Yuan walked forward calmly. He came to the middle of the 2 prisoners. Uncle, you performed well just now. Li Yuan greeted him casually. Unexpectedly, the man immediately glared at Li Yuan. Brother, I was born in the 2000s and I'm 23 this year. Fuck, you're from the 2000s? Li Yuan was shocked. Look at his sparse hair and sexy mustache. It's all thanks to Guankuan. How did you manage to look so old at such a young age? Brother, I stayed up all night. The man scratched the top of his smooth head. As expected, the night will not treat those who sleep late unfairly. It will put you more than 10 years ahead of others. Okay, let's get started. What are you whispering about? Deputy Section Chief Su shouted to Li Yuan. Then he coughed lightly and winked. Deputy Director Yang allows you to use other means to open the lock, such as slightly damaging the lock cylinder. Brother, Deputy Section Chief Su was afraid that you would be embarrassed, so he asked me to give this to you when I walked in just now. Xia Guankuan secretly took out a universal tool key and handed it to Li Yuan. Such tools are effective but can damage the lock cylinder. So it is no longer considered technical unlocking. Just give me 2 paper clips. Li Yuan crossed his hand. He took out 2 paper clips from the toolbox in front of him and held them in his hand. Deputy Director Yang was so angry that his beard hurt when he saw this. This is a deliberate slap in his face. Look at that pretty boy, he's obviously a gigolo. I don't know where he got the courage from. Not only did he embarrass our policewoman, he also embarrassed Deputy Director Yang. A young police officer in his early 20s couldn't help but complain. The people around nodded in agreement. Judging from Deputy Director Yang's expression, the people at the TV station also did not think highly of Li Yuan. Just think of him as an incompetent person who still wants to show off. The cameramen were just chatting lazily and didn't really record at all. It's going to be edited out anyway. Xiao Xiao, your boyfriend is such a badass. He embarrassed me in front of so many people. Deputy Director Yang looked at Li Yuan's playful smile. The fire in my heart was rising up. As the whistle sounded, Li Yuankai slowly twisted the 2 paper clips into hook and knife shapes. Then reach into the lock cylinder. Click. The paper clip hasn't reached the bottom yet. Most people haven't reacted yet. The lock has been opened directly. It's still quite powerful. Deputy Director Yang's expression improved a little when he saw this. And as the sounds of click, click rang out one after another, the eyes of the people around him suddenly widened. For some people, it only takes a blink of an eye. All the B-level locks in front of Li Yuan have been opened. What the hell? I just turned my head and all the B-level locks are open. Don't make a fuss, he's going to open a C-level lock. I don't believe he can open a C-level lock in such a short time. Click, click, click. Open. In the eyes of outsiders, the 2 thin iron wires in Li Yuan's hands seemed to be enchanted. The lock opened automatically almost as soon as I pushed it in. They had never seen such an outrageous lock-picking. Even the group of thieves were dumbfounded. Deputy Director Yang and Deputy Section Chief Su opened their mouths wide. Holy crap, how can you open a lock like that? Is he doing this or is this a magic trick? I thought the 10 lock kings, the 5 thieves, and the prison masters were invincible, but I didn't expect there was someone even more formidable than them all combined. You, don't open it, I'm scared. It was shocking to think that a lock cylinder that was a grade higher than the lock on my own door could be opened so easily. Many lesbians living alone have begun to feel deeply afraid for their personal safety. Are those locks still not restored? Or did he cheat? How could someone be so strong? After Li Yuan opened the C-level lock with that incredible method, some people began to raise questions. Deputy Section Chief Su also thought it was impossible. So he temporarily stopped Li Yuan. Then someone checked the lock cylinder carefully. The lock was fine, the tool was fine, it was just an ordinary paperclip, and the lock cylinder that had been opened showed no signs of being tampered with. Several thieves carefully checked each of the lock cores and the wire in Li Yuan's hand. Then let's start over. After confirming that there was no problem, Deputy Section Chief Su shouted at Li Yuan. I bet it won't be that easy to open a Super C lock. If the previous lock is not restored, it's not certain whether the Super C lock can be used to clock in, let alone so quickly. However, the whispered discussions were not over yet. Click, click, click. Li Yuan put away the lock and opened it. Exactly the same as before. A row of super C locks were all opened without any resistance. This. Everyone was stunned. See, they haven't had time to blink yet. Click, click, click. The ABC level smart lock on the other side didn't even respond to the alarm. They were all immediately driven away by Li Yuan. Fuck. Is this guy even a human? How many locks must be opened, and how many years of imprisonment must have been spent to develop such a terrifying technique? Everyone was stunned. Even Han Xiaoxiao is no exception. She only knew that Li Yuan was good at unlocking locks. But I didn't know it was so powerful. Who said he was just here to make up the numbers? Who said he was a gigolo? Deputy Director Yang, is this the hidden boss you found? The people at the TV station looked surprised as if they had discovered a new world. You didn't even give a close-up of the shot just now? The two TV station leaders excitedly ran over to check the filming content. When preparing to edit Li Yuan's shots in all directions, his face suddenly turned dark. Hush! Quiet, everyone! Deputy Section Chief Su suddenly lowered his voice and shouted. Everyone saw that Li Yuan did not waste any time. After changing to two longer wires, he walked straight to a row of safes. Shut up immediately. They all witnessed how difficult it was to open the safe just now. A little bit of noise will affect the mood of the lockpicker. So they held their breath, while preparing to see how many minutes it would take Li Yuan to open the safe. But Li Yuan didn't squat down completely. There was only a clang sound. The combination lock of the first safe opened with a click. Then the second and third. It's numb. Everyone was completely numb. But it's not over yet. Li Yuan ignored the expressions of the crowd, coming to the military-grade lock that no one can open. Without saying a word, the wire in his hand poked directly in. The others were frightened by what they saw. He wouldn't just try to open the lock that no one else can open, would he? Even the most powerful thief just now changed several tools. However, the words had not yet fallen. Click, click. The sound of two slight reeds popping immediately made everyone look at each other in surprise. The 10 lock kings and 5 thieves who followed were completely impressed. Could this be the ultimate secret hidden in the dark world? Please call him the Great Locking God. This is completely incomprehensible and makes your scalp tingle. Even the middle school youth couldn't help but suffer from the middle school syndrome. Xiao, which prison did you kidnap such a perverted boyfriend from? Have you completed your sentence yet? Chapter 11, having just become the great god of locks, he is now about to transform into a master of traditional Chinese medicine? Director Yang, what nonsense are you talking about? He has never committed any crime and is a law-abiding citizen. Han Xiaoxiao blared at Deputy Director Yang fiercely. Yeah, it's really hard to catch someone like him. 2 minutes later, Li Yuan has successfully opened all 10 sets of reeds. Then he turned around and went back to the starting point, bent the paper clip again and put it into the toolbox. The eyes of the group of thieves and kings looked as if they had seen the long-lost leader of the Ming cult. Brother, when I get out of prison, I will take you as my master, and we will work together to do something big. Xia Guangquan was full of admiration for Li Yuan. Li Yuan glanced at him. If I do a good job, call me Brother Li. If I don't do a good job, call me Li? Just kidding, brother, but when I get out, you must accept me as your apprentice. I have decided that you will be my master. Let's talk when you come out. By the way, what's your name? Brother, everyone calls me Guangquan, so you can call me that too. Xiao, what's the name of your new boyfriend? Deputy Director Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Yuan, who was chatting and laughing with the prisoners. Li Yuan. Oh, this name sounds quite familiar. Deputy Director Yang muttered. But then he immediately widened his eyes and looked at Han Xiaoxiao. What? Li Yuan? Isn't that the scumbag ex-boyfriend of yours whose name was fake that my daughter Yang Shui mentioned last night? Director Yang, please keep your voice down. Han Xiaoxiao quickly gestured to keep quiet. Xiao, you're so confused. Have you forgotten how crazy you were because of him? Falling down once in one place isn't enough. Do you want to fall down a second time? Deputy Director Yang was immediately furious and fumed. No, I strongly oppose this marriage. His scenes must be deleted. I am a principled person. How can such a person appear on TV? I have zero tolerance for scumbags. Director Yang, please don't say anything nonsense. He had his reasons for leaving, and he doesn't have much time left. I just want to accompany him through the last part of his life. Han Xiaoxiao looked at Li Yuan, who was talking and laughing. Suddenly, a wave of sadness came over me again. Is he ill? Deputy Director Yang saw that Han Xiaoxiao was in a bad mood. The tone was extremely cautious. Han Xiaoxiao nodded. It's in the late stage. The doctor said I have at most 3 months left. Are you sure? He looks like a sick person to you. Deputy Director Yang looked surprised. I also hope it's a mistake. I checked with the doctor many times. I might have wrongly accused him 2 years ago. There was still hope for his condition back then. Ah, no wonder he suddenly disappeared when your relationship was at its best. It's really fate. Don't tell anyone about Director Yang's condition. He's very open-minded about his illness now. I hope he can live his last 3 months like a normal person. Okay, don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. Deputy Director Yang turned his head and wiped his eyes as he spoke. By the way, he took out his phone and sent a message to Yang Shui. My daughter, Li Yuan, is terminally ill and has only 3 months left. Li Yuan, come here for a moment. After sending the message, Deputy Director Yang waved to Li Yuan cordially. Li Yuan looked at Deputy Director Yang as if he were his own son. I felt a little awkward. Director Yang. The first place winner of this competition will receive a special reward. You'll be able to serve as our bureau's special anti-theft consultant. While there's no salary, it will make it easier for you to enter and exit the office. Deputy Director Yang said this and looked at Han Xiaoxiao again. Come over more often and visit Xiaoxiao when you have nothing to do. Okay, Director Yang. Li Yuan was a little confused. I got a consultant out of nowhere. Director Yang, Deputy Section Chief Su, time is tight, so let's go back and start editing the material. 2 directors from the TV station came over to say hello. After looking at Li Yuan deeply, he left. Okay, pack up your things and get back to work. Deputy Director Yang shouted. Brother Li, I'm going home first. You must remember me as your disciple. When passing by Li Yuan, Xia Guangquan suddenly shouted at him. Li Yuan was stunned. Have you completed your sentence? No, I'm going back to prison first. See you when I get out. How does that sentence go? For some people, returning to prison at a young age feels as welcome as going home. Xiaoxiao, you found such a great consultant for the bureau. I'll give you half a day off this afternoon. Deputy Director Yang glanced back and forth between the two of them. Li Yuan was completely confused. Han Xiaoxiao nodded and thanked him. Then he took Li Yuan's hand. Let's go home. We still have to buy you a lot of daily necessities. Dad, how could you let that scumbag appear on TV? And you even gave Xiaoxiao a holiday so that he and that scumbag could spend time together. Don't you know that the sudden breakup with that guy almost ruined Xiaoxiao? After Li Yuan and Han Xiaoxiao left, Yang Shui suddenly rushed into Deputy Director Yang's office. Dad, I was trying to bring Xiaoxiao and my brother together, but why are you always causing trouble for me and my brother? Who said Daddy is causing trouble for your brother? I'm helping your brother, okay? Deputy Director Yang calmly lit a cigarette. You created opportunities for them both, so why are you helping your brother? Yang Shui was so angry that she banged the pen holder on the table. Xiaoxue, you don't understand this. My move is called retreat in order to advance. Deputy Director Yang smiled and looked confident. What do you mean by retreating to advance? What does that mean? Yang Shui was stunned. It's been more than 2 years, and Xiaoxiao still hasn't gotten over that person's shadow. Do you think there's much hope for your brother? Even if it's not big, there's still a chance. It's better than pushing Xiaoxiao into someone else's arms, right? What if Li Yuan has a terminal illness and won't live for more than 3 months? Is he really terminally ill? Yang Shui immediately sat down on the sofa. Hopefully, but unattainable, it's always the most unforgettable. If Li Yuan just disappeared and died, it would be a bad thing. Xiaoxiao might never let him go and be obsessed with him for the rest of her life. But now that he's back, it's better to let them take their own course than to stop them. Break down all their previous obsessions, talk things through, and slowly accept Li Yuan's departure. Then she'll be able to let go of the past and embrace a new life. Deputy Director Yang expressed his thoughts. Wouldn't it be much easier for Xiao Xiao to accept your brother then? Is this really okay? Yang Shui thought about it for a long time but still felt a little worried. When I was young, your father also had an unforgettable first love. I'll tell my mom. Dad, Xiao Xiao's health is really bad now. She catches colds, has fevers, and has headaches all the time. Breaking up once took half of her life away. I'm worried that if it happens again, she really won't be able to bear it. The Phoenix Nirvana process is painful. If she and your brother can succeed and we become a family, then have your mother make her some tonic every day to nourish her. Oh well. Yang Shui left the office absent-mindedly. Let me do it. Li Yuan looked at the full trunk. He took a large bag of daily necessities from Han Xiaoxiao. When his hand just touched her wrist, the professional instinct of a master of traditional Chinese medicine immediately took over. He then took Han Xiaoxiao's pulse directly. What are you doing? Looking at Li Yuan half gripping his wrist tightly, Han Xiaoxiao looked at him doubtfully. Stick out your tongue. After taking her pulse, Li Yuan flipped over her nails. Someone is watching, what are you going to do? Han Xiaoxiao blushed. But seeing that he was not going to give up, she still stuck out her tongue obediently. Do you often suffer from insomnia and hair loss, have nervous headaches when you wake up in the morning, and your period is not on time every month, and every time you have your period, the pain is worse than death? After the inspection, Li Yuan had a serious expression. Chapter 12, Are you done yet? A follow-up to the Chinese medicine master is a culinary master? How did you know that? Han Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then her face was full of surprise. She had never even told her best friend Yang Shui about these symptoms. I told you I met an old man in the mountains one day. He saw that I had extraordinary bones and taught me medicine. Do you believe me? I don't believe it. Forget it then. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. It's actually even more outrageous than this. Give me the key and I'll move the things upstairs. Li Yuan shook his head. Do you still need the key? Han Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and went upstairs with the bag in her hands. Entered the house. The two were busy all afternoon. The originally simple and deserted house was rearranged into a warm home. You take a rest, I'll go make you some food. After cleaning up, Han Xiaoxiao carried the vegetables into the kitchen. She has found time to watch a lot of cooking instructional videos. She was determined not to let Li Yuan, a seriously ill man, eat takeout with her anymore. Yes, or I can do it. Li Yuan looked at her back with some worry. I can still vividly remember the porridge that tasted like goo and had a burnt smell in the morning. You go and rest, I can handle it. As Han Xiaoxiao was speaking, a series of clanging sounds came from the kitchen. Li Yuan cleaned up the house again. Just like that, amidst all kinds of strange noises. Master Han has been busy for 2 hours. Looking at the pitch black and strange smelling thing in the pot, I silently took out my phone and ordered a takeaway. It's a good thing you worked so hard for 2 hours in vain. Li Yuan looked at the messy kitchen and felt a little scared. Fortunately, this woman had the self-awareness to give up. Otherwise, I would have to be a brave man and test the poison on myself today. Let me do it. Li Yuan took off Han Xiaoxiao's apron and put it on himself. Aren't you tired? My back hurts so much. I ordered takeout. Don't cook noodles. The doctor said you need to eat nutritious food. Han Xiaoxiao felt a little guilty. He was surprised to see Li Yuan, who had been doing physical work all afternoon but was still full of energy. Does this make sense? Is this what it looks like to have a terminal illness? You are too weak. I will make some Chinese medicine for you later. As Li Yuan spoke, he was already busy in the kitchen. He's a man with a system. Since I started drinking Hundun Hui Yuan Shen Bao, my waist and legs no longer feel sore, and I can climb to 6 floors in one breath without any effort. However, Han Xiaoxiao always felt something was wrong after hearing it. Isn't physically weak used to describe men? Take the medicine after dinner, then go for a half-hour run in an hour. No, are you serious? Have you been studying at Lanxiang for the past 2 years? Lockpicking, Chinese medicine, cooking, what other skills do you have? Han Xiao looked at the table full of delicious food. My mind is a little confused. I originally thought that he would just cook instant noodles like before and that would be great. Stop talking so much nonsense, just eat. Li Yuan served the meal and handed it to Han Xiaoxiao. After taking the first bite, Han Xiaoxiao was so moved that tears were about to come out. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had eaten a home-cooked meal. And the food is really delicious. It was better than any other restaurant she had ever eaten at. Eat slowly and remember to take your medicine after eating. You've been eating takeout all day, eating irregularly, and staying up late. If you weren't young, your body would have collapsed long ago. Li Yuan looked at Han Xiaoxiao, who looked like a starving ghost. Pour out a bowl of boiled Chinese medicine for her. An hour after taking the medicine, go for a run to sweat and eliminate toxins. Do this for more than a month, and your headaches, menstrual cramps, and night sweats will be almost gone. Listening to Li Yuan's gentle voice, Han Xiaoxiao suddenly felt dazed. Shouldn't I be the one taking care of you? Why is it the other way around now? Seeing that Han Xiaoxiao's favorability increased by 2 points to 92 points, Li Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Just 3 more hours before he can avoid dying. I remember you never running before. 1 hour after meals, Han Xiaoxiao and Li Yuan changed into sportswear, jogging side by side along the riverbank. That was in the past. Experts said that if you keep running, you can live to be 100. To live to be 100, go for it. Li Yuan quickened his pace as he spoke. You know Chinese medicine, and you believe what the experts say. How can you live to be 100 if you run? Han Xiaoxiao also sped up a bit. Why not? If you start running now and keep doing it for 30,000 days, you can live to be 100 years old. Han Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. After finishing the mental calculation, he suddenly smiled and gave Li Yuan a blank look. Nothing serious. If there's a chance for the variety show live broadcast later, will you go? Han Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. Is there any money to take? I think so. It seems the TV station will give money, and the bureau will also provide subsidies. Han Xiaoxiao thought about it. If there is, I'll go. Li Yuan said seriously. You used to despise money, but now you've become a money grubber. Han Xiaoxiao smiled even more brightly. Before, in the past, I would break up with a girlfriend and get a new one every 2 weeks in order to complete the task. Even meal times have to be taken into account. Even time management masters would feel inferior to him. I don't have the mind to make money. Now that the mission has finally been completed, not only do I have to make money, but I also have to stay alive. Fucking system. If it weren't for this system, the host would have died 10 years ago. Then your system is pretty good. After running, the two walked back side by side. Beads of sweat hung on Han Xiaoxiao's forehead. Compared to the sickly pale complexion before, her face looked much healthier and more rosy. The clothes soaked with sweat highlighted the curves of her graceful figure. Her waist is as slender as a willow swaying in the wind and can be held in one hand. His round and upright chest rose and fell with his breathing. Li Yuan took a few quick steps forward quietly. He blocked her with his body. I'm going to take a shower first. I'm all sweaty and uncomfortable. As soon as she entered the door, Han Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to change her shoes and ran to the bathroom. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, Li Yuan did not go to the bureau with Han Xiaoxiao. But after lunch at noon, Han Xiaoxiao called and said the TV station was looking for him. He was called to the police station again. But it's not because of the live variety show. Confused, Li Yuan rushed to the activity room of the propaganda department again. Deputy Director Yang, Deputy Section Chief Su and others were inside. There were more people coming from the TV station. There were several people whom I hadn't seen yesterday. See Li Yuan come in. The eyes of the two radio directors who had been there yesterday immediately lit up. He bowed and asked Li Yuan to sit down almost like he was inviting a god. Director Hu, what's going on that requires such a big fuss? We have to keep it a secret until Li Yuan arrives. Deputy Director Yang looked at the female director of the radio station in confusion. I'm sorry, Director Yang, because we don't have the copyright, we didn't dare to play it before Teacher Li came. Teacher Li? Li Yuan was a little confused. When did I become a teacher? Deputy Director Yang and Deputy Section Chief Su were also a little confused. With Li Yuan's lock-picking skills, he should be called a master. However, it is understandable that some people just thought it was a mistake because they were from different circles. What do you want from me? Li Yuan looked at the female director named Hu. Teacher Li, do you remember the two songs you sang in this activity room yesterday? Sing? Li Yuan was shocked. How did they know? Teacher Li, this is what happened. Yesterday at lunchtime, one of our cameras was left on and happened to record you playing the guitar. Director Hu saw Li Yuan's puzzled expression and hurried to explain. Would it be convenient for us to play those two songs? We would also like to discuss the use and copyright of these two songs with you. Chapter 13, Using the Laws of That World to Manage the Affairs of This World? Li Yuan glanced at the puzzled and expectant eyes around him. Shrugging, he said, "It's okay, just let it go." Okay. Hu Lingyu cheered. Then immediately take out the computer. I couldn't wait to click the play button on the screen. The brightest star in the night sky. As Li Yuan's figure appeared in the computer, a deep and clear voice sounded. Everyone in the bureau looked at Li Yuan in surprise. No wonder Xiao Xiao is so devoted to this kid. He's also quite good at singing. I guess I should let my precious son practice playing the guitar and singing when I get home. Deputy Director Yang complained in his heart. But as the song progresses, Li Yuan's voice became clearer and stronger. Emotions also gradually burst out with powerful penetrating power. I would rather keep all the pain in my heart. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, the brightest star in the night sky, please guide me forward. Passionate melodies, lyrics that touch the heart, and a voice that is not too technical but has endless appeal. Everyone present was deeply shocked, including the TV stations and others who have heard it countless times. Everyone seems to see their own lost shadow in this song. And when the star guiding the way ahead flashes in the night sky, all the loneliness, sadness, and darkness suddenly had the courage to dispel it directly from the heart. After one song, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was still immersed in the singing for a long time. This song reminds me of the days when I worked day and night at the border. Deputy Director Yang raised his head and wiped his eyes. Then he smiled sheepishly. When I get older, my emotions are always richer than you young people. Director Yang, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I listened to this song all night long last night and even changed my pillowcase several times. Hu Lingyu shook her head. Teacher Li's song is so touching and has a special power. If my father had been accompanied by a song like this all night long when he passed away, perhaps the time would not have been so difficult. Hu Lingyu's voice choked up as she spoke. Is this song written by Li Yuan? After calming down, Deputy Director Zhang was a little bit unbelievable. Yes, there's no other similar song that can be confirmed to be Teacher Li's original work. The station wants to use this song as the theme song for this anti-theft program, and we came here today specifically to seek Teacher Li's opinion. The male director looked at Li Yuan with sharp eyes. Looking at those pairs of burning eyes, Li Yuan spoke slowly. Give me money? Ah. Hu Lingyu covered her mouth and exclaimed in disbelief. Instantly pulled himself out of the emotions he had just been immersed in. I thought Li Yuan would write good works like most singers. Brag about your tragic and bizarre experiences and inspiring dreams. After all, this is already a consensus routine. She has already thought about it. No matter how Li Yuan brags, he is just calling a deer a horse. She would believe it without reservation. After all, this song made her cry all night long. How could such a soul-stirring song be written without any bizarre experiences? In addition, Li Yuan defeated a group of lock-picking kings and thieves with his lock-picking skills. A tragic yet inspiring life story had already appeared before her eyes. But who knew that Li Yuan did not follow the routine at all? Just one sentence dispelled her brewing emotions. Hu Lingyu took a deep breath and silently put away the tissue. Teacher Li, well, we will definitely give you the money. It depends on whether you're willing to sell the copyright or the right to use the song. The difference in the price between the two is huge. Hu Lingyu looked at Li Yuan with hope. Li Yuan shook his head after hearing this. Copyright is not for sale. Copyright must be in your own hands. Hu Lingyu couldn't help but look disappointed when she heard this. I'll give you 200,000 yuan for the 3-year license. Is that okay with you? Ding, reselling other people's copyrights without authorization is an act of theft. I hope the host will abide by the bottom line and be an upright person, and not become a slave to money. Just when Li Yuan was about to agree with joy, the system's voice was like a bucket of cold water poured down on the spot. Well, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Li Yuan stood up hurriedly. Seeing that Li Yuan's face looked a little ugly, Hu Lingyu thought her price was too low. After he left the door, he quickly took out his phone and called the leader of the station. Prepare to ask for more. She must at least have the right to use this song. Integrity? Holy crap! Thanks to you, I've dated and dumped 240 girlfriends in the past 10 years, and now you're telling me to be honest? In the toilet, Li Yuan cursed very harshly. The host can transcend morality, but cannot break the law, even if this is another world. What if I insist on selling? The system will not be able to issue rewards to the host. This is a rule set by the system and cannot be changed. You scumbag! Li Yuan gritted his teeth. But then a light bulb went off in his head. I asked tentatively, if I can't sell it, can I sing it myself and then give it to others for free? Yes, as long as it's not a direct sale. I searched SNI, and found out you were such a leader. The system's answer made Li Yuan feel instantly refreshed. Dead ghost system, why didn't you tell me earlier? As long as it doesn't fall on your hands, you can give it to others. As for money and stuff, he. Sometimes free is the most expensive. Or eating soft rice in disguise is also quite delicious. So are there any celebrity singers among your ex-girlfriends? Tonzi, I just misunderstood you. You are indeed an upright Tonzi, and I admire you very much. 3 minutes later, Li Yuan returned to the activity room refreshed. Teacher Li, I just spoke with my boss on the phone. We can still negotiate the fees. It's 2 years and 300,000 yuan. If you renew it after the expiration date, there will be no restrictions on publishing on other platforms. Is that okay with you? There was a pleading look in Hu Lingyu's eyes. This was the highest condition she had strived for. Better than many top singers. Deputy Director Yang and others were surprised. This guy just sings a song casually. Just sold out several years' worth of their wages? Is there still justice in the world? We are truly here with full sincerity. Could you please reconsider this? We can wait for you. Hu Lingyu pleaded again. Li Yuan saw that she was almost crying. Chuckled. I'm giving this song to you for free. I don't want any money. After saying this, Li Yuan slowly sat down. Ah. Hu Lingyu's face was horrified for a moment, as if she was frightened. Or maybe Li Yuan's words directly burned out her CPU. In short, she stared at Li Yuan for more than half a minute. My brain, which had been shut down, slowly restarted. Teacher Li, you said you wanted to give us this song? Hu Lingyu covered her proud chest, which was rising and falling with excitement. A low-necked shirt can't cover everything. This rubbing directly exposed half of it. Well, you can use it as long as you want. I won't charge you a dime. Li Yuan nodded in confirmation. Now everyone looked at each other in confusion. Even Han Xiaoxiao was surprised. That's 300,000. No exclusive signing. He can also continue selling on other platforms. And wasn't it he who asked for the money? How come you treat money like dirt just because you went to the toilet? Teacher Li, I don't know what to say. If this song could be heard by more people, it would definitely bring a little light to those who are in darkness. Hu Lingyu's face was flushed with excitement. Li Yuan's eyes were shining. This song has inspired me, so now I want to give some strength to society in my own small way. Li Yuan had a calm expression and looked into the distance. It seemed as if thousands of mountains and rivers were roaring through his deep eyes. At this moment, his figure became extremely tall. Joke. This is an opportunity to show off that was bought with $300,000. Of course, you have to pretend well. Pretend hard. For a moment, all kinds of admiring eyes fell on Li Yuan. Deputy Director Zhang also looked at Li Yuan with a look of awe for the young man. But Han Xiaoxiao's face suddenly turned pale. He ran out holding his stomach. Chapter 14 Free Copyright, Brush Up Favorability. Li Yuan, you are now the special consultant of our bureau. Deputy Director Yang suddenly spoke with a serious face. Just when Li Yuan and Hu Lingyu were wondering what he was going to say, Deputy Director Yang's expression changed instantly. You gave this song to the TV station for free, so it should be okay to use it as our prison song, right? It might also cheer up those bad boys who have gone astray. Of course, no problem. I'm now a member of the Bureau, so naturally I have to do my part to help the Bureau and contribute to society. Li Yuan agreed immediately. This is the opportunity he has been longing for. This is the Municipal Public Security Bureau, as long as we establish good relationships with them. From now on, I will tell everyone that I have someone in the Bureau, and I will have to bow and scrape when I see him, right? Good, 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 Dongju's last light will shine brighter than the sun and the moon. Today's young people have much to look forward to. Deputy Director Yang praised repeatedly. The way he looked at Li Yuan was like that of his own son. Teacher Li, the trailer will be edited today and will air on Friday. The anti-theft variety show will start live this weekend. Are you interested? Hu Lingyu stared at Li Yuan with admiration and asked. Give me money? Li Yuan asked without hesitation. Just lost 300,000. This time you can't go without paying. In order to get rid of being a gigolo. He would rather go out and perform to earn money to supplement the family income. After all, he has many skills now. After hearing this, Hu Lingyu's brain froze again. Yes, yes. All the guests participating this time will receive an appearance fee. Although it's lower than the celebrity guests, I will try my best to get you a higher fee. Although I don't understand why Li Yuan wants money sometimes, doesn't he want it sometimes, and then wants it again, I don't know whether he wants it or not. But Hu Lingyu's professional instincts quickly reacted. After listening to this, Li Yuan nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the 300,000 yuan was not lost in vain. It also greatly improved my popularity. Teacher Li, there's another song you wrote for your girlfriend, so we won't covet it. We made a music video for it and give it to you. Hu Lingyu took out a USB drive and plugged it into the computer. And now, Han Xiaoxiao just came back. In Li Yuan's confused eyes. The computer screen gradually played the scene of him and Han Xiaoxiao having dinner yesterday. As the accompaniment ends, the scene of the two people talking and laughing turned into Li Yuan singing and playing the guitar. The first sight was full of affection. Forget the road ahead, forget the old road. Ban Ban, stay on the road of loving you. A sincere wish for the afterlife. Following Li Yuan singing, a heart-wrenching yet tragic love story comes to mind. Han Xiaoxiao stood there blankly. Tears have blurred my vision. But Li Yuan seemed a little embarrassed. This is a piece he played and sang casually. I didn't think that much at all. But when the song ended, Han Xiaoxiao's favorability level directly rose to 94 points. 1 point, just 1 point away from 95. Li Yuan was excited. I almost couldn't keep my balance. I didn't expect that you, kid, are not only invincible in lot picking, but also good at singing. No wonder girls like you so much. Deputy Director Yang reached out and patted Li Yuan on the shoulder. The approval in his eyes could not be hidden at all. He smiled as if he had picked up a great treasure. But when he suddenly saw Han Xiaoxiao's affectionate eyes, suddenly my mind was awakened. The smile froze instantly. Oh shit. Xiaoxiao looks like she's fallen into it again. But what should I do with my precious son? Deputy Director Yang had an expression that looked like he was half laughing and half crying. It's over, they were talking about retreating to advance, but they just retreated straight back to the spring and watched their home being demolished right before their eyes. Director Yang, what's wrong with you? Hu Lingyu saw that he was so proud just a second ago. The next second, he looked like he was beating his chest and stamping his feet. I can't help but feel a little worried. No, it's okay. My chest hurts, it's an old problem. I'll go back and drink some water. You guys continue. Watching Deputy Director Yang leave, pounding his chest, Hu Lingyu handed the USB drive to Li Yuan. After adding the contact information, he left. The rest of the people also dispersed. Should I take you home or should you wait until I get off work? Han Xiaoxiao glanced at the time. His complexion has returned to normal. Wait until you get off work, and walk around and get familiar with the place. After all, I am one of you now. Li Yuan grinned. Okay, then you can take a look. But be careful not to break into the criminal science and technology room. Han Xiaoxiao smiled mysteriously. Criminal science and technology laboratory? Sounds cool. What is that place? Body storage and autopsy room. That's actually pretty cool. After Han Xiaoxiao also left, Li Yuan took the money he got from Han Xiaoxiao and left the municipal bureau directly. I went to buy some Chinese medicine and a box of silver needles. There are also some useful gadgets. These are all supplies for making a living when performing in the future. Wait until he finishes shopping and returns to the bureau. Han Xiaoxiao has already finished get off work. As soon as I saw that the favorability was almost there, I succeeded in conquering him and extended my life. After walking for an afternoon, Li Yuan instantly felt refreshed. Can you drive? Han Xiaoxiao shook the key in her hand. Won't. Li Yuan shook his head. Well, the old man you met in the mountains taught you all kinds of martial arts, but how come he forgot to teach you how to drive? Han Xiaoxiao looked at him with disdain. Be the first to get into the red Mercedes. Li Yuan followed closely and sat in the passenger seat. I've always known how to drive, so why would I need to be taught? As he spoke, Li Yuan's eyes fixed on Han Xiaoxiao's round chest. What kind of hooliganism are you doing in broad daylight? Back home. Han Xiaoxiao covered her stomach and went into the bathroom. After a long time, he came out again. There was no trace of blood left in his face, and it turned pale. Seeing this, Li Yuan immediately helped her, who was already unable to stand, into the bedroom to lean on. I'm fine. I have to go through this every month. Looking at Han Xiaoxiao, she was gritting her teeth and curling up her body. She was in extreme pain, but her mouth was still firm. Li Yuan shook his head and took out a few silver needles. Dozens of stitches. A wave of warmth suddenly appeared in my lower abdomen. Han Xiaoxiao's mask of pain was gradually taken off. I'm going to make medicine and cook. Li Yuan said this and walked out of the room. Han Xiaoxiao was left looking at her belly, which had been pierced like a hedgehog, without her noticing. Lost in thought. Is this guy seeking revenge? Thinking of my contempt for him during the day. And all kinds of dream-like scenes. The warm and comfortable feeling coming from her lower abdomen made her fall asleep quickly. The next day, after Han Xiaoxiao went to work, Li Yuan, who had a rare moment of free time, went to visit the Urban Management Bureau. He was preparing to get back his confiscated stall equipment. I ran around to complete a bunch of procedures and paid a fine. It took up most of the day. Li Yuan was already a little impatient. Before finally getting the stuff back, the two office team members looked superior. He also wanted to educate Li Yuan in front of several leaders. What damages the city's image and destroys civilized society? There are a lot of big principles. It is no longer allowed to set up stalls to sell items that are indecent. Li Yuan frowned immediately. These guys still think he is that poor kid who is easy to bully. When a man is away for 2 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. He is now a special consultant to the municipal bureau. We have someone above us. Li Yuan took out his cell phone directly and domineeringly. I found a number and dialed it. Hey Uncle Yang, I'm in some trouble with the Urban Management Brigade. Chapter 15. I told you I have someone above me. That's right, I paid the fine but they still refuse to pay it back. Hey, I'm just responding to the country's call and doing my part to develop the street vendor economy. And that song from yesterday, I'll polish it up for you sometime. Listening to Li Yuan talking on the phone as if no one was around. Who makes him have someone above him? Isn't it just to use connections? Several team members in the office looked at each other. I don't know what the hell this guy is up to. Hey, hang up your phone for a minute. This is the boss's office. If you need to make a call, come back after you're done. An urban management officer stepped forward and pulled Li Yuan's hand while he was making a phone call. But Li Yuan dodged and stared at him and asked, "Who is your leader?" Several people were stunned. It's Deputy Director Yang of the Municipal Public Security Bureau calling your leader. Li Yuan added. Now they were even more confused. The two middle-aged men sitting by the window heard the words Municipal Public Security Bureau. He immediately turned his head. Young man, be careful what you say and do. Don't get upset just because you've been criticized. Impersonating a police officer can land you in jail. A pot-bellied leader took a sip of tea leisurely. Then he slowly and kindly educated Li Yuan. He is a little pervert who sells sexy lingerie at a stall. Do you know the high-ranking deputy director of the municipal bureau? Are you kidding me? If you know the deputy director of the municipal bureau, I'm his father. A member of the urban management team saw the leader speaking. Li Yuan must be pushed out immediately. Hey, Uncle Yang, no, your face is not very good. People still want to be treated as their elder. Li Yuan turned on the speakerphone and spoke loudly into the phone. Deputy Director Yang on the other side suddenly became angry. He yelled into the phone, "Let Song Jie answer the phone." This sentence immediately gave everyone a startle. Puff. The leader who was drinking tea over there suddenly gushed out a mouthful of 1982 aged tea. He quickly ran to Li Yuan. He looked at the phone in his hand with a serious expression. Then the next second, her expression changed and she gently took the phone from Li Yuan with a flattering smile. He is worthy of being a leader. Who is Song Jie? That's their director. Anyone who can shout out these 3 words can't be an ordinary person. Ordinary people don't even know the director's last name. He spoke a few words very carefully into the phone. After saying this, he was already certain that the other party was indeed from the municipal bureau. And the status is extremely high. For a moment, everyone's faces turned pale with fright. Especially the guy who just said he wanted to be his elder and become the deputy director. At this time, my legs were shaking with fear. Another team member who had just severely criticized Li Yuan hurriedly took out a Furongwang cigarette and handed it to Li Yuan with both hands. He kept apologizing and saying, "We are one of us." So he not only returned the things he had detained with both hands. A car was even sent to take Li Yuan back home. Alas, you don't feel the benefit of power until you encounter something bad. Once something happens, it really works. A group of urban management team members watched Li Yuan walk away before they breathed a sigh of relief. You almost cried when you called me Director Dad right in front of others, didn't you? Who would have known that this guy selling sexy lingerie at a stall is actually a relative of a leader? Be careful what you say and what you do. The 2 leaders shook their heads and returned to the office. But he kept muttering to himself. That shouldn't be the case. Is the economic situation that bad? Why are relatives of high-ranking officials in the municipal bureau setting up stalls? When Li Yuan returned home, I happened to meet Han Xiaoxiao, who had just got home from get off work. I saw Li Yuan carrying several boxes of sexy lingerie home. His expression suddenly became strange. You pervert, why did you bring all this stuff back? Are you going to set up a stall selling pornographic products again? Han Xiaoxiao looked at the extremely revealing clothes in the living room with disgust. No, it was confiscated by the Urban Management Bureau before, and I happened to have some free time today to get it back. Li Yuan took a sip of water. I glanced at Han Xiaoxiao and found that her favorability was still 94. Whether you want to wear them or not, I'll give you a few pieces. You can choose whatever you want. Roll. Can't you vulgar people look at beautiful things with pure eyes? Li Yuan hid the box while muttering. Han Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and went to the bathroom, covering her stomach. After dinner. For the first time, Han Xiaoxiao turned on the TV, which she hadn't watched for several years. I watched her curled up on the sofa, holding her stomach and covering herself with a blanket. Li Yuan wanted to give her a few more injections. But it was rejected immediately. I couldn't help wanting to sleep after you got the injection. Today is the time when the last show started. Han Xiaoxiao stared at the TV while wearing a mask of pain. Li Yuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. With the golden time coming, Han Xiaoxiao opened a certain audio app on her mobile phone again. The variety show channel's programs are broadcast simultaneously on several platforms. As more and more people flocked into the live broadcast room, the show officially begins. Aren't you going to come and see? Han Xiaoxiao looked up at Li Yuan. With the opening remarks over, the screen showed Deputy Director Zhang introducing the locks. The first thing the audience looked at was Han Xiaoxiao beside him. Holy crap, guys, look at that policewoman next to him, she's so pretty. Brother, we saw it a long time ago. Do we need you to remind us? Hey, it turns out everyone has the same focus. I can't stand watching this kind of legal program in the first place, but they actually used a beautiful policewoman to lure me in. It's really disgusting. As an LSP, I love watching the temptation of uniforms. But she's really pretty. I don't think even celebrities are as pretty as her. There's such a pretty police officer in the city police station. What do you guys think? What the hell, you want to break into the city police station and attack the police? No need to barge in. Come and beat up the naughty kid next door. Then you can get a silver bracelet and maybe even meet a policewoman. Good idea, but there's only one kid who won't stand up to a beating. Let's get together and have a fight so we can all get the silver bracelet. Hey, all you lawless lunatics, please calm down. This is a law and order program. As comments about Han Xiaoxiao filled the screen like crazy. The popularity and number of people in the live broadcast room are increasing. When Deputy Director Zhang finished speaking, it is the prisoneress' turn to have an inner monologue. When the first prisoner spoke, the familiar melodies slowly sounded. But only the accompaniment. And when the last person finished speaking, Li Yuan's deep and powerful voice instantly exploded in everyone's heart. The brightest star in the night sky. The heart-piercing song accompanied the incredibly real story just told. In an instant, many people got goosebumps. The barrage began to decrease instantly. The last live broadcast room with hundreds of thousands of people. There was even a few seconds of blank commentary. Everyone was deeply attracted by this song that touched the heart. Some people suddenly burst into tears while listening. Some people closed their eyes and listened attentively to the hope and strength conveyed in the song. What song is this? The first chorus ends. The barrage of comments began to flood the screen several times more crazily than before. The only difference is that before, all the discussion was about Han Xiaoxiao. This time, all of them were asking about the information of this song. Even the LSPS completely forgot about Han Xiaoxiao. I'm numb, I'm really numb, it's so shocking, this song gave me goosebumps all over my body. This song reminds me of the time I went to study abroad 10 years ago. I was alone at the airport with no cell phone signal and I couldn't even pronounce the English word for my luggage. That was the most helpless day of my life. Wow, I'm thinking of my long-distance girlfriend. She's getting married tomorrow, and the groom isn't me. I thought of my mother who passed away unexpectedly. Perhaps she is the brightest star in the sky right now, watching over me and showing me the way forward. I'm in the late stages of cancer and was ready to give up treatment, but just now when I heard this song, I felt a glimmer of motivation suddenly appear in my dark life. Tomorrow I promised my parents to continue chemotherapy. I won't give up my life easily. Come on, girl. Everything will be fine. I'm also in the late stages of the disease, and I've already managed to survive for 5 years. You can do it too. Come on. To all those who are experiencing darkness or are at their lowest point, keep going. You will definitely meet the brightest star that illuminates your life. You may not believe this, but I'm a professional thief. I'm here to learn lockpicking. Fuck, the werewolf blew himself up? Chapter 16, he was being snapped up by the company, so why was he the one singing? Don't get me wrong, after seeing so many skilled seniors using sewing machines, I've come to understand the meaning of if you try, you'll be caught, and I'm ready to retire. But no one knows? Who sang this song? Who wrote it? Yeah, doesn't anyone know? Is it the new song from that superstar? Stop arguing and watch the show first. The main part has started. There should be a list of performers at the end of the show. Then we'll know who sang it. Seeing those seemingly extremely safe anti-theft locks couldn't even last 5 seconds under the hands of those masters in prison. The barrage exploded again. No, is it really necessary to install this door? Oh shit. Luckily I live under the surveillance of the Sky Eye, otherwise I would have been robbed without even having any underwear left. My underwear and stockings are often stolen. A safe is still safer. Even the most powerful locksmith is powerless against a safe. It seems I need to buy a big safe and keep it at home. But wait for Li Yuan to appear. After opening all the locks with ease, the barrage fell silent again. Director, the number of people watching the live broadcast has exceeded 300,000. And it's still rising. Director, the ratings just broke 5%. Inside the TV station, a group of people clenched their fists and looked at the data on the big screen with excitement. You know, this is a legal program. Although it has taken a different approach by collaborating with variety shows, it is essentially a serious science program. The audience groups of these shows are completely different from those of pure variety shows. But now, both the ratings and the number of people in the live broadcast room are almost catching up with the top variety shows. Moreover, the popularity of Barrage far exceeds that of ordinary variety shows. It really exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only the TV station, but also the leaders of the municipal bureau were very satisfied with the publicity effect. Before the show ended, Deputy Director Zhang couldn't help but call Li Yuan to express his gratitude. As the person in charge, Deputy Director Zhang is naturally the one who benefits the most, compared to the excitement of most people. Several pairs of beautiful eyes were staring blankly at Li Yuan's familiar face through the screen. "President, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying all of a sudden?" "No, it's okay. Let's end today's video conference here. I will return to Haichang in a few days. You guys should get some rest early." Inside a 5-star hotel, a pair of slender, white fingers like scallions slowly closed the computer. She took out another photo from her handbag. She stared at the photo with her charming almond-shaped eyes. The black and shiny hair falls from her shoulders like stars in the night, exuding a captivating and seductive charm. The photo shows a young and beautiful girl with a bun and a handsome boy kissing each other. The boy's profile was almost exactly the same as Li Yuan on her phone screen. "No wonder I haven't heard anything from you in 6 years. What a Jackie Chung, what a Li Yuan." When the 40-minute show ended, the song "The Brightest Star in the Night Sky" sounded again on the screen. All the audience finally got to see the creator of the song as they wished. Song title: The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Composer: Li Yuan. Arranger: Li Yuan. Singer: Li Yuan. Holy crap, the same person wrote the lyrics, composed the music, and performed the song. Li Yuan, is this some superstar's new pseudonym? I've never heard of it before. But why does the name Li Yuan sound so familiar to me? Is it some out-of-date singer making a comeback? Those above, stop guessing. It's obvious you haven't been watching the show carefully. Li Yuan is the luck god who just opened the safe. Although the main film has ended, the number of people in comments in the live broadcast room has abnormally increased. Most of them came to watch because they heard that a divine song had been released. Has anyone recorded that song just now? Is there anyone kind enough to send it to me? Director, the ratings hit a new high at the end of the film. Director, our phone has been flooded with calls, all asking if that song will be released as a single. Li Yuan, you're famous. Han Xiaoxiao curled up on the sofa, looking at Li Yuan beside her with a smile in her eyes. Li Yuan stretched. "It's popular, but they don't pay me. Miser. Okay, drink the medicine and go to sleep quickly, otherwise the pain will come back and you'll cry for help. You're not a gynecologist, are you? You know so much about treating dysmenorrhea." Han Xiaoxiao took the bowl of medicine. He gulped it down in a few gulps with his eyes closed. "Yes, I've also learned postpartum care for sows. Do you want to try my techniques?" Roll. After taking a shower, Li Yuan received a call from Hu Lingyu. Almost all music platforms called the TV station as soon as possible. "I want to buy the rights to play that song." And they all offered particularly attractive conditions. Now the whole network is looking for the single of this song. It can be said that whoever can obtain the broadcasting rights can directly gain a large number of new users. Let us open it all to them for free. Li Yuan's words confused the people on the other end again. That night, all major music platforms worked overtime to put the song "The Brightest Star in the Night Sky" on their shelves. The song was specially edited to illustrate Li Yuan's feat of opening up the copyright free of charge. For a time, the name Li Yuan and the title of the song directly became hot searches. But some are happy while others are sad. Li Yuan's song suddenly became popular. This made the singer who was about to release a single very embarrassed. Moreover, Li Yuan directly opened it to the public for free. This makes those who are planning to release new songs to make a fortune feel even more uneasy. Who is this Li Yuan? Which company is he from? Why is he so ignorant? An entertainment company had to hold an emergency meeting overnight. Discuss whether the next song release plan will proceed as scheduled. I couldn't find any contract information about this person. It seems like he just appeared out of nowhere. No contract? Everyone at the meeting was stunned. Then we must boycott it even more. Notify all entertainment companies to put pressure on a certain music platform and unite to ban it. Yes, no matter who it is, if they give away such a popular song for free, will all of us musicians be left with nothing in the future? His actions have seriously harmed the interests of everyone in the industry. We must resolutely resist this behavior that disregards industry development and blatantly undermines the market. Everyone at the meeting was filled with indignation. No, no, then can we sign him? Suddenly a weak female voice was heard. The initiator of the meeting suddenly slapped his brain after hearing this. Then he gave the girl a thumbs up. Young people are really quick-witted. We almost went down the same path and ended up in a dead end. Others reacted immediately. Yeah. Why are we still boycotting him? Why don't we just sign him and make him one of our own? It's such a shame that his song suddenly came out. If I were in charge, it would definitely make our company famous. Well, that song is really good. It's rare to see a song that can really touch people's hearts. Let's quickly contact the radio station and get their team's contact information. Suddenly, the content of the meeting changed from a denunciation meeting to a flattery meeting. But Li Yuan had already fallen asleep. Early the next morning, Li Yuan, who was in a daze, was bombarded with various phone calls. Almost all entertainment companies want to sign him. Wow, you're going to be a big star. Listening to Li Yuan dealing with various contract signing calls, Han Xiaoxiao was eating breakfast with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Have you decided which one to go to? Chapter 17. No way, I can meet my ex-girlfriend on a variety show? I rejected them all. Li Yuan replied without even raising his head. There's no way to sell his songs for money. Isn't signing a contract the same as working for someone else's company for free? He would never do such a stupid thing. It's better to open a gynecological and traditional Chinese medicine clinic and make more money. You want to practice medicine without a license? Or gynecology? Han Xiaoxiao frowned. He reached out and pulled out a pair of shiny silver bracelets from his waist. The corners of Li Yuan's mouth twitched immediately. Girls, don't take out your things all the time. It has a bad influence. I don't object if you want to open a clinic, but it can't be a gynecology clinic. Han Xiaoxiao shook the silver bracelet in her hand and showed a dangerous smile. Why? You don't care if I practice medicine without a license? I didn't believe it before, but after you gave me a few injections, I remembered how many skilled Chinese medicine practitioners were arrested for not having medical qualifications, and how locals petitioned for lighter sentences. Maybe they really do have the ability to save lives, but it just doesn't fit the rules of the Western medical system. And you only have the last 3 left. Han Xiaoxiao paused when she said this. Anyway, I won't object to anything you do. If anything goes wrong, I'll intercede with the bureau. Then you don't object to me seeing a gynecologist? I will cuff you and take you away on the spot. You will belong to me alone for the next 3 months. After watching Han Xiaoxiao go to work, Li Yuan began to think in detail about his future money-making plan. I've been living off a gigolo for 10 years. I am full of energy now. I have developed an obsession with making money. But not surprisingly, he soon received a call from Hu Lingyu. But what surprised him was Hu Lingyu just told him the time and place of tomorrow's anti-theft program. Almost nothing else was explained. No need for rehearsal, no need to check the script. Li Yuan was very confused. But when he asked these 2 questions, Hu Lingyu immediately became angry with him. Mr. Li, our variety shows are all improvisations, we never rehearse, and we don't have a script. I heard Hu Lingyu's anxious tone. Li Yuan couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Only then did I realize that the main theme of variety shows in this world is reality. No matter if the variety show is found to be scripted or fake, the entire program production company and even the TD station will be boycotted by the entire nation. This is true even for highly dangerous outdoor survival variety shows. Of course, this requires more than just cooperation between the artists and the show. More importantly, the audience is very tolerant and relatively rational. There will be no situation where celebrities are surrounded by crowds while recording a show. Nor will they cyberbully the show just because their favorite star is accidentally injured. Being a star is just a job that is loved by people. This is exactly what Li Yuan wants. After confirming several times that I could get paid instead of being a charity ambassador, Li Yuan readily agreed. Time quickly came to the next day. The program team's car picked up Li Yuan early and took him to the busy train station. Hu Lingyu is like a little fangirl. As soon as he saw Li Yuan, he immediately came forward to greet him. Teacher Li, we meet again. Several crew members saw Li Yuan get off the car. Without saying a word, they installed several miniature cameras on him. The main focus is efficiency. Hu Lingyu explained the rules as she walked. The so-called rules are actually just about explaining the task objectives. Then it's all about free play. There are no restrictions or scripts. This is very similar to a variety show called Extreme Challenge in the Last World. I listened for about 2 minutes. Li Yuan understood. There are a total of 15 guests participating in the live broadcast. 5 of them were top pickpockets invited by the city police from across the country, including Li Yuan, who came here just to make up the numbers. The other 15 are celebrity guests. The 20 people don't know each other and one team meet before the show starts. The 5 pickpockets have a mission. You need to try every possible means to steal the designated valuables from the celebrity guests. The more items you steal, the higher your pickpocket points will be. The fewer items stolen, the higher the celebrity guest's points. If a pickpocket is discovered stealing during the process, he will be eliminated immediately. Of course, 5 of the celebrity guests had already undergone anti-theft training for a period of time in advance. Their vigilance and awareness of anti-theft are much higher than that of ordinary people. The other 10 had no professional training. But the points for stealing items from them are much lower. And the one with the highest points can participate in the recording of the most popular variety show among the people. Get up close and personal with the hottest stars of the moment. Finally, Hu Lingyu gave Li Yuan a list of celebrity guests. And a list of nameless pickpocket teammates. It includes the name and photo of each guest. And the location range of the celebrity guests. That's it? Li Yuan looked at Hu Lingyu, who had finished speaking and couldn't help but speak. This program might be a bit sloppy. And it's a live broadcast, there are no rules at all. He couldn't help but worry about the production team. The rules have been introduced. Teacher Li's live broadcast has begun now. Hu Lingyu reminded Li Yuan when she saw that he was slow to act. The entire live broadcast is divided into many lines. They correspond to all the guests on the show. But at this moment, Li Yuan stared blankly at the photo of a very familiar female celebrity guest on the list. I was suddenly shocked and began to feel bitter. Damn, this can't be such a coincidence. Is it the ex-girlfriend again? Isn't this a direct social demise in front of millions of netizens? He has already thought of tomorrow's hot search terms. Scumbag meets ex-girlfriend on live broadcast. Chun Momo. Li Yuan repeated the name over and over again. Fortunately, there is a list, otherwise I would have encountered it if I had really met him. Like when I met Han Xiaoxiao, I couldn't even call her name. He didn't want to go through that Shura field again. Chapter 18. It makes sense to act badly on the first show. He glanced at where Chen Momo was. Li Yuan immediately chose the opposite direction. At this time, the live broadcast was introducing 5 top pickpockets. The first one, Shen Yanfeng, wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants, with short messy hair, is a young man in his early 30s. Although he is young, he already has 20 years of experience as a pickpocket. Second place, Tang Jia, who wears a shirt and jeans, with a ruffian and rebellious look on his face, but he is the most famous anti-pickpocket expert in the National Police Force. He once set a record of catching hundreds of thieves single-handedly in a train station in one day. Third place, Luo Qian, known as the magician in the industry. His hands, which have been single for 30 years, have developed superb speed. Pickpocketing is the art of transferring the contents of someone else's pocket into his own pocket. Some people say that if he stopped being a pickpocket and started performing magic, his achievements would definitely be higher than Chen Qian's. Fourth place, Wang Yujie, who has the title of God of War at the train station. On that day, he robbed the entire train station so badly that people were in a panic. Many people even did not dare to get off the train. Almost all the police forces of the Public Security Bureau were mobilized that day, but they were busy all day but still failed to catch him. In the end, he was recruited by the olive branch thrown by the police station. Fifth, Li Yuan, known as the locking god on the internet. After the top 4 were introduced, the live broadcast room was filled with exclamations. When there was only a sloppy sentence introducing Li Yuan, everyone was confused. Is this Li Yuan just here to make up the numbers? He seems to have no experience as a pickpocket. I can do it too. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you see the lock opening yesterday? He is the real lock master. I admit he's very good at lockpicking, but today we're facing a human being, and it's not a lockpicking match. Look at Li Yuan, he was so stunned when he saw the photos of the celebrity guests that he couldn't even move. He looked like a pervert. Is he going to act like a hooligan? Stop talking. The celebrity guest is here. I can't even see the face of my dream lover, Chen Momo, clearly because of all the comments you've posted. Really? Really? Is there a shot of Chen Momo? Which line? With the appearance of celebrity guests. Most people flocked to the celebrity guests' live broadcast room. Several other pickpockets have already taken quick action based on the star's location. Only Li Yuan was walking slowly and leisurely with a relaxed look on his face as if he was strolling around the streets. All the points and rankings are just empty talk. Anyway, as long as you get the money in the end, it's fine. A day of hard work is a day of laziness. What fool would really work if he could slack off? Is he showing us around the train station? Even though we're just here to make up the numbers, he still has to pretend, right? Someone couldn't help but complain and then left the live broadcast room of other pickpockets. The number of people in Li Yuan's live broadcast room directly rushed to first place. Hu Lingyu looked anxious. After strolling leisurely for more than half an hour, Li Yuan suddenly stood blankly in a shop selling octopus balls. He suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. Their mobile phones and cash were confiscated by the production crew. Leaving the train station is also not allowed. And this ghost show will last for a whole day. That is to say, if they want to eat throughout the day, you have to steal money from the celebrity guests. Brother, would you like one? They're all made with the freshest ingredients. The young store clerk smiled sweetly at Li Yuan. Li Yuan looked at the two poor live octopuses in the fish tank in the store. Tears flowed unconsciously from the corners of my mouth. Can I buy it if I don't have money? Brother, I'm a small business, so it's more appropriate to rob a big hotel. Li Yuan looked at the burnt octopus balls again. The feeling of the fresh and fragrant juice exploding in your mouth is like love appearing in youth. Li Yuan wants to order these octopus balls today. Even if Jesus comes, he cannot be kept. Miss, I see that your forehead is black, and you might have a bloody disaster today. If you can give me some octopus balls, I will give you a chance to break through. How about that? Li Yuan looked at the little sister with kindness. He touched the non-existent white beard. What the hell, what is he doing? Let him be a pickpocket, and he's trying to trick the little girl into making octopus balls? If you want to cheat, go cheat on the celebrity guests. Why are you trying to trick this little girl into giving you food? He knew he couldn't steal more than others, so he started doing this, right? The girl selling octopus balls smiled politely. Brother, I have my period today. Is this the bloody disaster you mentioned? Forehead. Watching this embarrassing scene, everyone in the live broadcast room suddenly laughed like pigs. If you can stop me from having my period, I'll give you the whole shop. Octopus Sister seems to want to continue attacking Li Yuan. But this sentence immediately made Li Yuan show a strange expression. Looking at the innocent little girl in front of me who looks about 20 years old, he just couldn't bring himself to utter those vicious words. I'll think of another way. Be careful with the knife. Li Yuan cursed inwardly, saying it was a sin. He immediately turned around and looked at the people passing by. At this time, Sister Maruko also realized the ambiguity in her words. Her whole face immediately turned red with shame. Everyone in the live broadcast room was also stunned. The locking god persona that Li Yuan had just established slowly turned into the scumbag attribute in the live broadcast room. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Are you having menstrual cramps again? Yang Shui from the municipal bureau watched as Han Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and scratched the desk with her pen, making a rattling sound. He immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. I'm fine. I saw an old Chinese doctor these past 2 days and the pain is gone. Han Xiaoxiao put away her phone. Oh, then my brother asked me to go to the movies tonight. Shall we go together? Yang Shui took out a movie ticket and put it on Han Xiaoxiao's desk. He ran away quickly without waiting for Han Xiaoxiao to speak. Seeing Yang Shui walking away, Han Xiaoxiao took out her mobile phone and opened Li Yuan's live broadcast room. At this time, Li Yuan leaned against the wall and took out the location map of the celebrity guests from his pocket. Just as Hu Lingyu and the people in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief. I thought he finally remembered the important matter and was going to find the celebrity guests to enter the main storyline. But I saw him take out a pen. 8 large characters were written solemnly on the blank space on the back, Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine, specializing in treating dysmenorrhea. What is he doing? Everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. And when Li Yuan turned the map over and pasted it on the wall behind him, as his eyes began to search for his target prey among the crowd, everyone's brains froze. Just now he was telling fortunes, and now he's calling himself a gynecologist? I originally thought the Lot King was a tough, quiet character, but he turned out to be quite funny. He performed 2 unique tricks in just 1 minute. The live broadcast room is no longer full of laughter. Maybe he's in a fight with takoyaki and is seriously trying to earn money to buy it. Why bother watching anti-theft? This is so much more interesting. Why bother watching bicycles? At this time, the number of people in Li Yuan's live broadcast room was quietly increasing. Hu Lingyu also covered her forehead with her hands, her face full of black lines. Recorded so many variety shows. She had never seen anything so outrageous. She just couldn't believe that Li Yuan in front of the screen was doing such an incredible thing in the street just to eat a serving of octopus balls. Combined with Mr. Li, who wrote such a heart-shaking song, Li Yuan was unaware of the hustle and bustle in the live broadcast room. It was impossible for him to find those celebrity guests. The possibility of meeting Chen Momo by following the route given by the program host is very high. If you really encounter it, you will be socially dead. Anyway, this program is very free. It is both reasonable and safe to rely on selling skills to get through the day. And the moment before the paper was pasted, the instinct to set up a stall in the body was instantly activated again. Chapter 19, I am a Chinese medicine expert, specializing in treating difficult dysmenorrhea. Sister, I see you walk with a weak gait, lean forward, and frown. About an hour later. This time, the people in the live broadcast room were shocked by his varied and imaginative sales pitch. It's a waste of his talent to be on a variety show instead of setting up a street stall. K is really awesome. The locking god has such an awesome skill. It's a pity that this is a train station and he's selling gynecology. If he sets up a stall downstairs from my house, my dog will have to buy something from him at least once. Watching Li Yuan hawking his wares seriously. Those who didn't know about it in the live broadcast room thought he really understood Chinese medicine. What if he really knows Chinese medicine? Yeah, he's so serious about soliciting customers. If he doesn't know how to do it, it would be so embarrassing for the real customers. The newcomer doesn't believe in evil. I can tell from the first glance that you're new to the live streaming room. We've been following him from the beginning until now. Before, he was trying to tell someone's fortune, but ended up telling the little girl about her period. Ha ha ha. The number of people in Li Yuan's live broadcast room has increased several times. But Li Yuan was very distressed. If the shop doesn't open soon, he'll have to go hungry for lunch. Maybe God will reward those who work hard. Just when he was about to take a break, a young woman, holding her stomach and bent over, walked towards him step by step, holding onto the wall. Li Yuan only took one look and his eyes lit up. Girl, do you need help? Without waiting for Li Yuan to take action, a man saw that the woman was walking with difficulty and stepped forward to ask. The woman looked up. His face was pale and he frowned as he shook his head at him. Seeing his pale face, Li Yuan immediately cried out inwardly that something was wrong. This girl not only suffers from severe dysmenorrhea, but also has a serious deficiency of qi in blood. I can actually hold on until now. And just at this moment, the woman staggered and suddenly fainted and collapsed. The man next to him turned pale with fright in an instant. I didn't do anything to her. She fell down on her own. The panicked man hurried to explain to passers-by. Why are you panicking? Call 120 and save someone. Seeing this, an enthusiastic middle-aged man quickly ran forward and helped the woman's upper body up. He kept shaking the woman's body in an attempt to wake her up. However, the woman had completely fallen into a coma. No matter how he shook it, there was no response. Stop shaking her, she's passed out. What's wrong with this girl? Everyone around gathered around. I don't know. I just saw that she wasn't in a good condition. She suddenly fainted and I couldn't wake her up no matter how hard I tried. Stop shaking it. Put it down and wait for the ambulance to come. If anything goes wrong, they'll blackmail you. A kind-hearted old lady came forward and gently patted the middle-aged man's hand. Signaled him to put the woman down. The middle-aged man was also shocked. I saw someone faint just now and instinctively ran over to save him. I didn't think that much about it at all. The ambulance can't get in, and it'll take at least half an hour for the stretcher to get here. I heard the golden rescue time is 4 minutes after fainting. Should we give her first aid? A young girl said anxiously. Does anyone know first aid? Everyone shook their heads. Faced with a living life, many people are as anxious as ants on a hot pan. But there is nothing I can do. I've seen CPR instruction. How about I give her CPR? A boy said uncertainly. Then why are you still hesitating? Come on. The older brother on the side pulled the boy over. He was dragged to the side of the fainted woman. But just as the boy was about to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation, a voice of dissuasion came from outside. She didn't faint due to cardiovascular problems. She's breathing and having a normal heartbeat. If you perform CPR on her, it will only backfire. Li Yuan quickly squeezed in from the crowd. After listening to Li Yuan's words, the boy immediately took a few steps back in fright. I was glad that I didn't act rashly. Uncle, can you lend me your bag? Li Yuan glanced at the black leather bag next to the enthusiastic uncle. Give. The enthusiastic uncle grabbed the briefcase and handed it to Li Yuan. Place the bag under the woman's feet to allow blood to flow back smoothly. Please help me get a bowl of sugar water. Then he spoke to the train station security personnel who hurried over. Then he took out a black canvas bag from his pocket. Shit, does he really know medicine? Is it true or not? I don't believe it. No, although I don't know anything about medicine, his movements just now looked very comfortable and professional. Maybe he really knows some first aid. I saw Li Yuan seem to want to save someone. The people in the live broadcast room instantly became energetic again. Li Yuan spread out the canvas bag, revealing dozens of thick and thin silver needles densely packed inside. It immediately scared everyone around. Young man, what are you doing? Many people were so scared that they took 2 steps back. Fuck. He carries silver needles with him? The people in the live broadcast room were also shocked. And because the distance between the camera equipment and the silver needle is very close, they are more sensitive to the pressure from the needle. Watching Li Yuan pull out a silver needle, with a slight turn of his wrist, everyone saw a flash before their eyes. The silver needle in Li Yuan's hand had already pierced into the woman's arm at lightning speed. The slight shaking of the needle handle at that moment made everyone nervous. No, isn't he just doing it for show? How did he actually get in there? Oh my god, he won't get into trouble, will he? The production team isn't doing anything about it? Human lives are at stake, so they can't do that recklessly, right? Locking the god is a real punishment. Seeing that Li Yuan was a ruthless man who didn't talk much, he actually dared to give him a needle. Everyone in the live broadcast room suddenly began to worry about him. After all, this isn't like fortune telling where you just talk nonsense for fun. Human life is at stake and is not something to be joked about. Hey, young man, don't prick yourself with needles. You're so young, and if something goes wrong, you'll be held legally responsible. Seeing Li Yuan twitching another thicker needle, the onlookers hurried to dissuade them. Li Yuan simply pointed to the 4 words "Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine" on the wall in the distance. He gave everyone a reassuring smile. However, the onlookers looked back in the direction Li Yuan pointed. There were 8 big words written on the wall, specially for treating dysmenorrhea. These 4 words are much more eye-catching than any Chinese medicine master. At this time, Li Yuan's second needle had already penetrated the woman's forehead. The onlookers and the people in the live broadcast room were all shocked. Is this fucking treatment for dysmenorrhea? Young man, human lives are at stake, you can't mess around. That's right, young man, do you have a medical license? You can't perform first aid without a medical license these days. Some people in the crowd were worried about the woman, and some were worried about Li Yuan. At this point, Hu Lingyu had already asked the director several times whether to temporarily cut out Li Yuan's footage. After all, what if something really happens? Even if Li Yuan is not held legally responsible, he is likely to be cyber-bullied. Chapter 20 Aren't you here for show effect? Why is it so painful? But the TV station was in a dilemma at this time. Once a live variety show that has captured the hearts of the people with its authenticity begins, it cannot be paused. If you forcibly cut off the picture. This is an extremely serious live broadcast accident in the variety show live broadcast industry. It will directly affect the credibility of the entire program and even the entire radio station in the minds of the audience. Moreover, Li Yuan's unauthorized rescue had already happened. Even if I cut off the scene now, it would be useless. But Li Yuan is likely to be cyberbullied. The director shook his head. Hu Lingyu still wants to fight for it. All guests have signed an agreement. Any accidents that occur during the live broadcast will be borne by the individual. Li Yuan is well aware of this. He is not a child anymore. As an adult, he must be responsible for his own actions. Remember that wilderness survival segment where an artist was bitten by a wild dog and the wound became infected and he almost lost his life? He was conscious but refused to press the exit button, so we couldn't interfere with the process, let alone cut the footage. That was when our live variety show became a huge hit. Hu Lingyu was left speechless by what the director said. That's right, once the live broadcast of the variety show in this world begins, all guests are responsible for their own actions and it has nothing to do with the program. And the program team never goes easy on the guests. This is something that can be done in live variety shows. And the reason why it has defeated all variety shows and TV programs to become the most popular entertainment program among the people. It's not just the TV stations that are struggling. The municipal publicity department was also caught up in a heated discussion because of Li Yuan's behavior. I've never heard of using acupuncture for first aid. I checked, he really doesn't have a medical license. The TV station must cut the footage immediately. If something goes wrong, he will not only be held legally responsible, but will also be subject to online violence from the public. Deputy Section Chief Su's face turned anxious when he heard this. Okay, I'll notify the train station security immediately to stop his behavior. Most people opposed Li Yuan's reckless behavior. Wait, but what if he's really saving someone? Despite the majority of opposition, some people still expressed different opinions. Why save anyone? He's practicing medicine illegally and committing a crime. This is a legal education program, not a program that teaches people to commit crimes. A young policeman was filled with indignation. Besides, he's now an advisor to our bureau. Even though it's just verbal, it's damaging to the reputation of our city bureau. His words immediately caused a lot of people to be nervous. You know, if something goes wrong with Li Yuan, they might all be implicated. Quick, call the production team and cut Li Yuan's footage immediately, right now. Deputy Section Chief Su shouted. But his words had just fallen. Not only should Li Yuan's live broadcast be stopped, but police should also be dispatched immediately to apprehend him. His actions constitute substantial illegal and criminal conduct. The young policeman added. However, just when a group of people were busy contacting the program team and preparing to catch people, a powerful voice sounded outside the door. A crime. What crime did Li Yuan commit? What is Article 184 of the General Provisions of the Civil Law of the People's Republic of China? What? Have you forgotten everything? Deputy Director Yang and Han Xiaoxiao suddenly walked into the propaganda department office. Li Jian, tell me. Deputy Director Yang looked at the young policeman who had just been the most emotional. When they saw Deputy Director Yang arrive, everyone immediately fell silent. The chaotic situation immediately calmed down. When Li Jian saw his name being called, he hurriedly lowered his head, a little at a loss. Fortunately, the colleague next to him quickly opened the General Principles of Civil Law and handed it to him. Article 184 of the General Provisions of the Civil Law of the People's Republic of China provides that if a rescuer causes damage to the recipient due to voluntary emergency rescue, the rescuer shall not bear civil liability. Li Jian slowly read out the contents. The people around were also stunned after hearing this. However, this is illegal medical practice. If it worsens the patient's condition or causes serious harm to the person being rescued, he will be held criminally liable according to regulations. After reading it, Li Jian muttered in a low voice, somewhat dissatisfied. According to you, our previous efforts to popularize first aid knowledge and teach CPR were all inciting others to commit crimes? Han Xiaoxiao suddenly stood out from behind Deputy Director Zhang. He pointed at Li Jian angrily and questioned him. And when he saw Han Xiaoxiao's angry face, Li Jian suddenly became dispirited. He was full of vigor and ambition just now, but he became listless in an instant. In any country or place in the world, it is allowed and even encouraged for any ordinary citizen to provide first aid to victims in an emergency. Deputy Director Yang said as he patted Han Xiaoxiao's excited hand. As law enforcers, we must not only act in accordance with the law, but also resolutely safeguard the interests of the people who have a sense of social responsibility and a sense of mission, and we must not do anything that will dishearten the people. After listening to Deputy Director Yang's words, many people were thoughtful. But in a case like Li Yuan's, if he really caused harm to the recipient, should we hold him accountable? Another young policeman asked. Unless he knows nothing about acupuncture, or can be proven to have intentionally harmed someone. Deputy Director Yang glanced at him. But judging from his previous behavior, it's unlikely he would use acupuncture, right? Ask Xiao Xiao if Li Yuan knows Chinese medicine or acupuncture. Anyway, continue the show as normal. Stop making such a fuss. The whole building can hear your screams. Deputy Director Yang waved and left the propaganda department. Li Yuan had already given the fainted woman 7 or 8 injections. More and more people gathered around. The live broadcast room was in chaos. Some say that Li Yuan was reckless, while others say that he was kind-hearted. Until an official certified Blue V account of a local traditional Chinese medicine association suddenly spoke. Stop arguing. I've observed him for a long time. His acupuncture techniques are absolutely professional and top-notch in the country. Look at the Blue V certification of the Chinese Medicine Association. The barrage of comments finally quieted down. Oh shit, it's the official boss of traditional Chinese medicine. The boss has spoken. So, the Locking God really does know Chinese medicine. He's more than just a Chinese medicine practitioner. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. I'm in my 40s now, but his acupuncture skills are the best I've ever seen in my life. A word from Blue V boss brought the mood in the live broadcast room to a climax again. Oh, Skoichi. Is this really that exaggerated? I thought the Lock God was already amazing because he could not only open locks but also write songs, but now he's also proficient in traditional Chinese medicine. The key is that these three are in completely different fields. No, we both have 9 years of compulsory education. How did he manage to be so outstanding? Young man, is this okay? Let's wait for the ambulance to arrive. Unlike the people in the live broadcast room who were providing scientific knowledge, the onlookers were still full of worries. Because compared to before, it's almost 1 stitch per second. Li Yuan seemed to be waiting for something and had not moved for half a minute. Here it comes, make way, the sugar water is here. 2 security guards squeezed into the crowd carrying sugar water. However, he was stunned when he saw the needle on the woman's body. Before I could ask what happened, Li Yuan took the warm sugar water in his hand. At the same time, the last needle in his hand instantly fell on the woman's philtrum. The amazing thing is, 2 seconds after the last needle dropped, the woman who had been unconscious for nearly 10 minutes suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 21, I have already taken advantage of my old employee, so I can only choose to forgive her. She's awake. She's awake. The people around cheered. Drink the sugar water quickly. Seeing this, Li Yuan immediately lifted her head. He slowly fed the sugar water in his hand to the woman. The reason why I didn't give the injection just now was because I was waiting for this bowl of sugar water. Without the support of sugar water, even if you wake up early, you will soon feel dizzy and continue to faint. After drinking the sugar water, the woman's pale complexion had obviously improved. At this time, the people around him also realized that Li Yuan was just waiting for the sugar water. Girl, how do you feel? Is there any pain? The people around were amazed that Li Yuanjin had rescued the person. He immediately asked the woman with concern. Girl, do you remember what happened before you fainted? The woman touched her head and then covered her stomach. I sat there in a daze for a long time without recovering. Seeing that her complexion was gradually recovering, Li Yuan gently removed the needle from her body. No matter how busy you are at work, make sure you rest. Don't wait until you end up in a hospital bed. Learn to cherish your health. There was a news report a few days ago about a man who died suddenly from staying up late. After removing the needle, Li Yuan glanced at the woman in front of him. But it's a good thing you're a woman. After listening to Li Yuan's words, the woman then spoke slowly as if she had remembered something. I remember the company was rushing to complete a project, so I worked overtime until this morning. After that, I had to go out of town to discuss the details of the cooperation with the client. The woman frowned deeply as she spoke. I remember that I suddenly got my period halfway through the journey. I just remember that it was extremely painful, and I almost fainted from the pain. But my stomach doesn't hurt at all now. After the woman remembered what had happened, she slowly stood up, her face suddenly filled with disbelief. It used to be very painful every time I had my period, but now I don't feel any pain at all. After hearing her words, the people around immediately looked at Li Yuan in surprise. This guy is a true gynecologist, specializing in treating dysmenorrhea? What gynecological expert, auntie? Didn't the glasses on your face say how unlucky it is to be with you? Li Yuan glared at the crowd. However, the aunts, uncles, brothers and sisters around them instantly became excited like wolves pouncing on their prey. Wait, bro? Hey, brother, what do you mean by staring at me with those shining eyes? I only look at my aunt and not my uncle. Li Yuan was instantly surrounded by a group of women who were as ferocious as wolves and tigers. Brother, I've had dysmenorrhea for decades. Every time I have my period, the pain is so severe that I can't get out of bed. Can you give me a few injections? Help me first. I'm older. Please help me first. No, auntie, you're already in your 60s and have already gone through menopause. The scene of selling underwear at the stall that night was repeated again. Li Yuan suddenly felt overwhelmed by this chaotic scene. The camera equipment on his body was almost knocked off by various bodies. The scenes in the live broadcast room were somewhat inappropriate for children at first. Fuck, I feel like I'm rubbing against a bunch of ants. Remember, brother, this may be the pinnacle of your life. If you really want to see a doctor, please go and line up over there. It's 10 yuan per person per visit, and they only accept cash. Li Yuan raised his finger and pointed at the 4 words Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine and shouted. A group of aunties turned around and saw the words specially treats dysmenorrhea and immediately ran over there to line up. Looking at the team of more than a dozen people in an instant, Li Yuan immediately showed a look of relief. Today's meal money is settled. Watching Li Yuan treating someone for dysmenorrhea seriously. The people in the live broadcast room, including Hu Lingyu and others, had become numb from watching. It turns out that he was serious about joking, and we were the only ones who seriously thought he was joking. Brother, I heard that Chinese medicine prescriptions are very valuable. If you tell them like this, aren't you afraid that your secrets will be stolen and leaked? The girl selling octopus balls nearby had come to Li Yuan's side at some point. Watch as Li Yuan takes the patient's pulse and then gives out the prescription, letting them take the medicine themselves. The little face was suddenly filled with great curiosity. Li Yuan looked up at her. Don't you realize that every prescription is different? Everyone's constitution is different, and the causes of dysmenorrhea are also varied. The prescriptions are also different for each person. If you don't understand the principles behind it, it's useless to copy it. Oh, I see. Sister Maruko nodded, not quite understanding. Is that enough to buy you 1 octopus ball? Wait until all the ants are sent away. Li Yuan waved the huge sum of more than 200 yuan in his hand towards Maru's sister. Brother, wait a minute, I'll change to the freshest octopus feet for you. Upon hearing this, Maruko immediately ran back to the store. No, sister, if I had bought it before, the ingredients you gave me would have been stale. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment. I spent hours trying to eat this octopus ball. It turns out that my brother is obsessed with you, and you are playing tricks on him. But when I saw Sister Maru grab the live octopus that she used for display in the tank with one hand, Li Yuan instantly burst into tears. She even targeted the old employees in the store. What reason did he have to blame a simple-minded little sister? Hello, thank you for saving me just now. Li Yuan was waiting for the octopus balls he had been longing for. The woman who had fainted earlier walked up to him. Why are you still here? Li Yuan was startled to see the woman suddenly appear. Well, you were too busy just now, so I didn't want to bother you. Could you please add my contact information? When you're free someday, I'll treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. The woman smiled shyly. I was recording a show and my phone was confiscated. Li Yuan pointed to the camera on his body. Oh. The woman was suddenly disappointed. Then I'll leave you my contact information. Be sure to add me when you're free. I really want to treat you to a meal and thank you. As the woman spoke, she took out a pen and paper from her bag, wrote down a number and handed it to Li Yuan. Then he bowed deeply to Li Yuan and slowly left. Brother, you are such a good person. I wronged you before. Sister Maruko looked at the woman who was leaving. The fresh octopus in his hand suddenly struggled. Sister Maruko screamed. He swung the kitchen knife in his hand diagonally towards his fingers and chopped them down hard. There was an instant exclamation in the live broadcast room. Li Yuan in front of him was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Immediately pull her hand aside. But the knife is too fast. Avoided most of the damage. Still got my fingers cut. The bright red blood immediately dyed the chopping board red. Your fate today has come true. The people in the live broadcast room and Maru's sister have not yet recovered from the shock. Li Yuan took out a band-aid from his pocket and handed it over. If Li Yuan hadn't given me a helping hand just now, I'm afraid the whole finger will have to be chopped off. At this time, the system's voice came, the host's merit increases by 1. Wang Defa? So, Tongzai, you have hidden functions? Brother, you saved my finger. Sister Wanzi put on the band-aid, covered her chest with her hands, and looked relieved. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think of the bloody disaster that Li Yuan had mentioned before. No way, could he really tell fortunes? Chapter 22, I asked you to be a pickpocket, why do you seem to be trying to survive in the wild? Impossible, it must be a coincidence, believe in science, everyone must believe in science. At first I didn't believe he could open locks, but he turned out to be the god of locks. Later I didn't believe he knew Chinese medicine, but the Chinese medicine authorities called him sir. Now he says he can tell fortunes. Should I believe him or not? Common sense tells me I shouldn't believe it, but experience tells me that person can't use common sense at all. Forget it, just keep reading. I'm already numb anyway. I actually forgot this was an anti-pickpocketing show. It's a pity he doesn't pickpocket, otherwise the live broadcast would have been even more explosive. More chili peppers, no cilantro. Look at the golden and tempting octopus balls. Then he looked at the half-body of the old employee left on the chopping board. Tears of emotion once again flowed from the corners of my mouth. Brother, wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Maruko's sister smiled at him. But just as Li Yuan was staring at the bubbling octopus balls, suddenly, a strange voice came from behind. Are you Li Yuan? Li Yuan slowly turned around. All I saw was a man with a resolute look but in a very disheveled state, standing 2 meters behind Li Yuan. Excuse me, who are you? Li Yuan was a little confused. This face seems familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen it. The man rolled his eyes when he saw Li Yuan's confused look. I'm Tang Jiaming, a pickpocket on the show just like you. Oh, it's you. Actually, I recognized you a long time ago. I was just kidding you, hee hee. Li Yuan heard his name. A big smile immediately appeared on his face and he took 2 steps forward enthusiastically. This guy is a key talent being cultivated by the Municipal Bureau. He may very well be the leader of the Municipal Bureau in the future. If possible, the relationship should be greatly improved. Why are you standing here? Haven't you found the celebrity guest yet? Tang Jiaming dragged his extremely tired body to Li Yuan's side. Look at the golden and fragrant octopus balls in front of you. I couldn't help swallowing. I was just about to get something to eat before getting off work. What happened to you? Why are you so embarrassed? Looking at him, he was panting, his face was covered with sweat, and his whole body was dirty. Li Yuan couldn't help but feel a little confused. A popular science program on the rule of law. How come you made it look like a wilderness survival show? Tang Jiaming's face was immediately filled with regret when he heard this. He sat down on the ground next to Li Yuan. Don't mention it. I thought that the skills I learned from dealing with thieves over the years would be more than enough to deal with those celebrity guests. Then what? Li Yuan probably guessed something. Then at the beginning, I met a guest who had no training, and it was really smooth. As Tang Jiaming spoke, he couldn't help but look up and take a sneak peek at the tempting golden octopus balls. Just when I had just stolen a mobile phone model and was about to get the second one, Wang Yujie suddenly appeared from the side. That guy's technique was so advanced that I didn't even see how he stole it. In just a few minutes, he had stolen everything from the celebrity guest. In the end, he even deliberately tapped the celebrity guest's shoulder, which almost got me caught. That wouldn't be so embarrassing. Li Yuan couldn't help but complain. You don't know, this happened several times in a row, and finally I met a guest who had received training, and the result was... Tang Jiaming looked shocked. It's completely different from the initial high spirits. In the end, no one interfered and I didn't steal anything, and I was almost caught on the spot? Li Yuan looked at him with a smile on his face. Tang Jiaming nodded. She was surrounded by several police colleagues. If I hadn't been in the front lines for so many years and had good physical fitness, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Li Yuan looked at him like this. I'm afraid the blow he suffered was far less serious than he said. This kid has always been trained as a key target in the police force. The arrogance of a child favored by heaven. The reason why he was invited to participate in this program this time is not because of his excellent pickpocketing skills. Just let him show his face. And then, by the way, dampen his arrogance. Brother, it's done. At this time, Sister Wanzi handed Li Yuan a big bowl of octopus balls. The tempting color and the refreshing aroma. Tang Jiaming's eyes widened instantly. My throat moved involuntarily. Sister, please help me divide it into 2 parts. Li Yuan said as he took out a stack of RMB from his pocket and prepared to pay. But Sister Maruko refused to take anything. Well, brother, I won't charge you any money. Can you write me a prescription later? After saying this, Maruko's face turned red. Tang Jiaming, who was standing by, was stunned. Wow, where did this guy get so much money, and even his little sister gave him food? Give. Li Yuan handed the divided octopus balls to Tang Jiaming. Tang Jiaming immediately took it with both hands as if it were a treasure. I couldn't wait to put one in my mouth. The wonderful taste between your lips and teeth is more delicious than delicacies from land and sea. Tang Jiaming was so moved that tears were about to flow. Eat slowly, I still have more than 200 yuan, enough for the 2 of us to eat today. Li Yuan watched him wolf down the food. You can imagine what he went through this morning. I haven't eaten since last night, I don't have a dime in my pocket, and I've been chased by several groups of people for the entire morning. I'm exhausted from running around. Brother, I'll make another one for you. Seeing this, Sister Wanzi immediately picked up a kitchen knife and chopped up the remaining half of the old employee. Only the trained guests have money. Everyone else is desperately looking for it. Why do you look so relaxed? Where did you get so much money? You even have a little girl giving it to you for free? I ate half a serving of octopus balls in one gulp. Tang Jiaming finally recovered a little. I earned it with my own hard-working hands. The production team didn't say they had to make money from the guests. Li Yuan explained with a smile. Tang Jiaming was stunned for a moment, and what he said seemed to be true. I'm going to continue looking for celebrity guests. Do you want to form a team with us? Tang Jiaming slowly got up. Why would you hire a guest if you have money? Why don't you stay and have a good time with us until we get paid? Li Yuan shook the 200 yuan in his hand arrogantly. It's like a code word that bewitches one's will. But, what about the points? Tang Jiaming looked at the huge sum of money in Li Yuan's hand and became hesitant. Everyone has a competitive spirit. What's more, he is a top police officer. He came to the show with the intention of getting the first place in points. Although reality gave him a hard slap in the face. But his high fighting spirit will not be easily wiped out. Especially, it is not his usual style to show off in front of the camera. Brother, the second one is ready. Sister Maruko called out sweetly to the 2 of them. Li Yuan took it with a smile. Tang Jiaming looked at the tempting octopus balls. Listening to my stomach still rumbling. Look at Maruko's sweet and lovely smiling face. Damn his undying fighting spirit. As an elite in the police force, he can withstand anything. Except temptation. Give. Li Yuan smiled and handed over half of it. Tang Jiaming patted the dust off his hands and smiled happily. These octopus balls are better than any I've had before. They're so delicious. Of course, this is made with the freshest old staff. The 2 of them slowly savored the most delicious octopus balls, while leisurely watching the passers-by hurrying by. Brothers, Chen Momo has been targeted by that magician and is coming this way. Someone shouted in the live broadcast room. Chapter 23. You're welcome. You paid for it anyway. After a tiring morning, I finally realized that the life of playing badly is truly addictive. Tang Jiaming sat on the stool given by Wanzi's sister and enjoyed the food. He couldn't help but sigh while crossing his legs. Yeah, good brother. Tang Jiaming looked back at Li Yuan. Li Yuan picked up a meatball and put it into his mouth, then shook his head. Young people, you should strive hard while you're young. Otherwise, how will you know how good it is to play badly? It's fun to play badly. After saying this, Li Yuan paused and looked at Tang Jiaming. Tang Jiaming didn't hesitate. It's fun to keep playing badly. Go buy some more skewers and 2 ice creams. Li Yuan handed 5 10 yuan bills to Tang Jiaming. Tang Jiaming's eyes lit up when he saw the money. After taking it, he ran across the street to buy food. The people in the live broadcast room gnashed their teeth. These 2 people turned a good law and science program into a food program. Officer Tang is so spineless. He's become just the locking god's lackey. Ha, that's because you don't know how miserable he was this morning. People who have watched Tang Jiaming's live broadcast. At this moment, everyone felt extremely relieved that the poor guy could have a meal. Tang Jiaming is unbeatable on the front line, but it seems he's suffered a pretty big blow this time. Deputy Director Yang looked at Tang Jiaming on the screen and said with a smile, "After this program is over, I'll have him return to the criminal police force from the front lines. This time, I'll let him know that there are always people better than you in any field. This will be of great benefit to him in the future." Another deputy director nodded in agreement. But this Li Yuan is quite interesting. Li Yuan waited for a while. Tang Jiaming not only came back himself. They also brought back a celebrity guest who looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. "I asked you to buy food, why did you give me a beautiful woman as a gift when I bought skewers?" Li Yuan looked at the 2 men suspiciously. But she was quickly recognized as one of the celebrity guests in the photo. The famous singer Zhao Ning. "We are both wanderers in this world." Tang Jiaming pointed at the disheveled female guest. In the original photo, she was wearing a bright and beautiful outfit of designer brands, including jewelry, necklaces, and earrings. Now it looks like it was robbed. All the jewelry disappeared. "My entire bag is gone. Even the coat he was wearing was gone. The whole person looks bald. Is the production team also so cruel to the female guests?" Li Yuan couldn't help but complain. "If I met her at night and she told me she was raped, I would believe it. Don't mention it, she also encountered several groups of pickpockets." Tang Jiaming said this and handed all the skewers in his hand to Li Yuan. "Especially that magician, he was amazing. He just reminded me to tie my shoelaces, and half of my things were gone without me even noticing anything." Zhao Ning couldn't help but sigh. "Let's eat something first." Li Yuan asked Wanzi's sister to divide the skewers into 4 parts. Zhao Ning also seemed to have been hungry for a long time. He took the skewers with his eyes lighting up. "Luckily I met you guys, otherwise I might have been hungry all day." "Thank you, Li Yuan. If he hadn't taken me in, I would have starved for a day just like you. I wouldn't have been able to eat and drink like I do now." Tang Jiaming crossed his legs and enjoyed the delicious skewers. The tanking group thus became 3 people. Half an hour later, another embarrassed celebrity guest passed by. After seeing the 3 people with happy faces, his eyes widened immediately. Chen Xianxi, a popular film and television actor. Different from the young handsome guys of the same age. After leaving a boy group and transforming, now he is a real acting talent. This is one of the rare successful cases of young and handsome transformation into a powerful actor. Woo woo woo, I finally found the organization. When Li Yuan handed a serving of octopus balls to Chen Xianxi, the tanking quartet was formed at this moment. The 3 people were eating while wondering where Li Yuan got his money. While listening to Sister Wanzi telling the story of Li Yuan's process of making money and saving people, Tang Jiaming and the other 2 were stunned by what they heard. Everyone looked at Li Yuan in disbelief. Especially Tang Jiaming, who knew that Li Yuan was the god of locking. You know, it is very difficult to master professional skills in completely different fields. It feels so good to tank. After eating and drinking, Chen Xianxi couldn't help but sigh. If I had known this, I would have been robbed sooner and joined the organization sooner. Can I have another serving of octopus balls, Maruko-chan? Zhao Ning and Tang Jiaming also nodded in agreement. I was chased all morning, and this is the only thing I stole. Tang Jiaming took out a mobile phone model he had taken from a celebrity guest and couldn't help but complain. After saying that, he stuffed the model into Li Yuan's hand. Why are you throwing me this junk you don't want? Li Yuan glanced at the model with disdain. What the hell, this is 1 point. Tang Jiaming retorted. Points are useless. Can they be exchanged for money? Can they be exchanged for food? Li Yuan looked at him with contempt. It's better than being embarrassed by finishing last with 0 points, right? This may be a show, but everyone has a competitive spirit, right? Tang Jiaming was a little unconvinced. Oh, if you gave it to me, you would be at the bottom with 0 points, embarrassing yourself in front of everyone. I'm fine. I have thick skin anyway. Tang Jiaming felt a little guilty. It's a pity that everything we had was stolen, otherwise we would have given it to you directly. Chen Qianqi and Zhao Ning looked ashamed. Those damn pickpockets, especially the magician Luo Qian, didn't even leave us money for food. It's okay. Everything you have will be stolen sooner or later. Li Yuan glanced at the two of them slowly. He then looked at a furtive figure in the crowd. Seeing that Li Yuan had discovered him, the train station god of war Wang Yujie is no longer hiding. Walked out openly. How did you four get together? The skinny little Wang Yujie's pockets were bulging, and it was obvious that he had stolen a lot. His eyes glanced at Chen Qianqi and the other person from time to time. What are you looking at? You've already stolen from me once. Chen Qianqi glared back. Wow, here comes the real master thief. See Wang Yujie approaching. The emotions of the audience in the live broadcast room who had been watching the food show for a long time were aroused again. Is he here to provoke me? It seems like he was the one who stole everything from Chen Qianqi. He's so awesome, even if he comes to provoke us, the foursome won't be able to do anything to him. Can they possibly steal it back? Forget it. Even if we can steal it back, do you think Tang Jiaming is a match for us? Indeed, if it weren't for the locking god taking him in, Tang Jiaming would have been in danger. It's a pity that the locking god isn't the thief god, he's just a filler. Otherwise, I could have avenged my brother Qianqi. Look at how smug Wang Yujie is, he really deserves a beating. That lewd smile really deserves a beating. I want to reach across the screen and punch him twice. Li Yuan looked up at Wang Yujie, who had a shifty look in his eyes. Speak slowly and calmly. They have nothing left on them. We need to find someone else. Upon hearing this, Wang Yujie looked at Li Yuan, then at the two bald men. He immediately put away the malicious smile on his face. He even seemed a little embarrassed. He walked up and patted Chen Qianqi on the shoulder. Brother, I'm sorry for not leaving you any money for your meal. This is the rule of the show, and I abide by it. It's okay. I've already eaten, and I won't take games seriously. Chen Qianqi was a little overwhelmed by his sudden enthusiasm. And people in the live broadcast room have already spoken up for the innocent brother Chen Qianqi. Brother, you're so confused. This Wang Yujie is no good. He's used the same trick on several guests. It's over. My kind brother has been taught a lesson again. The camera set up at the visual angle captured it clearly. Wang Yujie quickly reached into Chen Qianqi's pocket, took out a banknote and hid it in his palm. That's great. I'll continue looking for other celebrity guests. Wang Yujie looked like a successful hunter. He glanced at the people around him with great satisfaction and was about to leave. But Li Yuan narrowed his eyes. Wait a minute, how about eating a meatball before leaving? Li Yuan picked up an octopus ball and slowly walked to Wang Yujie. Wang Yujie was stunned for a moment. After saying thank you, he took it with one hand. Li Yuan smiled and started the thief move directly. You're welcome. You've already paid for it, so it's not free. Li Yuan patted Wang Yujie on the shoulder. Chapter 24, 1 minute on stage, 60 seconds off stage. Just when Wang Yujie was still wondering what Li Yuan meant, Li Yuan then suddenly threw $10 to Chen Qianqi. Qianqi, you are too careless. You didn't even notice that the money in your pocket fell out. Chen Qianqi took the money in a hurry and exclaimed. When he touched his pocket, he found that the $10 he had left from shopping was really gone. Don't worry about the change. It's the $10 in your hand. Li Yuan pointed to the 10 yuan that had just been thrown to him. Before Chen Qianqi could be surprised, Wang Yujie was immediately shocked when he heard this. He quickly reached out and touched his pocket. He originally just wanted to confirm whether the $10 he had just received was still there. But suddenly he found that his pockets, which were originally bulging, were empty. At this time, it was completely empty, with nothing left. Don't look for it, it's all here with me. watching Li Yuan throwing things out of his pocket one by one. Mobile phone models, lipstick, money, TT, etc. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw it. The people in the live broadcast room were also confused. When did he have so much stuff in his pocket? Could it be that the locking god stole Wang Yujie, the train station god of war? Through the lens, everyone saw Wang Yujie standing there in disbelief. Oh my god. Impossible. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Everyone should believe in science. The camera clearly didn't capture anything just now. Xianxi, Xiaona, come and see what belongs to you and take it away. Li Yuan pointed to the pile of things on the ground. Chen Xianxi and the other person finally came back to their senses from their shock. Is this really okay? Chen Xianxi looked at Li Yuan with some uncertainty. Li Yuan shook his head indifferently. The show didn't say that pickpockets can't steal from each other, nor did it say that pickpockets' belongings can't be returned to the guests. Chen Xianxi thought about it and it seemed to be the same. With a look of surprise, he went to take back the things that were labeled and belonged to him. You know, this is to prevent celebrity guests from playing badly. Each celebrity guest only needs to carry a few items. You must accept the punishment from the program team. Judging from the harshness of the program towards the artists, the punishment is usually not light. Impossible. I was clearly on guard. It's impossible that I didn't feel anything at all. At this time, Wang Yujie took out a broken toothpick from his pocket. This has been his habit for many years. As long as someone puts his hand into his pocket without anyone noticing, he would definitely be pricked by a toothpick in the thigh, alerting him. But he clearly didn't feel anything just now. Seeing Wang Yujie, I began to doubt my life. Li Yuan walked up to his other side and patted his shoulder. I don't care if you steal from others, but that $10 is mine. As he spoke, Li Yuan's thief started again. Wang Yujie also took the opportunity to reach into Li Yuan's open pocket. Oh my god, the god of luck and Wang Yujie are at odds. Wang Yujie wants revenge. The camera captured Wang Yujie attacking the god of luck. Wang Yujie is so powerful, will locking god be taught a lesson like Chen Xianxi and the others? If Wang Yujie succeeds in stealing, the two will be tied. Everyone in the live broadcast room held their breath nervously for a moment. Wait until the two separate. Li Yuan's pockets were bulging with stuff again. But Wang Yujie had a few more toothpicks in his hand. You have such a mere trifle, and yet you dare to show off your skills before an expert. Li Yuan sneered. He threw all the things in front of Chen Xianxi and others. Oh my god. The locking god completely defeated the train station god of war. I saw Li Yuan taking things out of his pocket like a doryman. Wang Yujie just stood there blankly with a few toothpicks in his hand. Everyone in the live broadcast room felt that humans could no longer stop Li Yuan. Outrageous, really outrageous. Idol, the lock god is my idol. Who just said that the lock god won't steal? Who said we should believe in science? I feel like if there's a 007 sequel, Locke can definitely play himself. Brother, how on earth did you do that? Of course, I practice day and night. As the saying goes, 1 minute on stage is 60 seconds off stage. 10 years to sharpen a sword, 5 years to sharpen half a sword. Chen Xianxi and others looked at the small props from various program crews around them with surprise. Tang Jiaming was even more stunned when he saw the pulse being taken. He knew how awesome Wang Yujie was. But such a powerful Wang Yujie was completely unable to fight back in front of Li Yuan. Before that, they never thought that if their big brother who was leading the team in tanking didn't take action, they would tank completely. One move is the limit of this field. Wang Yujie himself has completely doubted his life. Especially that sentence, it's just a trivial skill. It's simply shrimp and pig heart. That was the technology that he, the god of war at the railway station, had been proud of for decades. At this moment his worldview was crumbling. Wang Yujie took one last look at Li Yuan as if he was looking at a ghost and then ran away. Brother, from now on you are my idol and my real big brother. Chen Xianxi looked at the things he had lost and found again. His face was full of admiration for Li Yuan. And me, bro, from now on you are also my big brother. Zhao Ning also looked convinced. Tang Jiaming was even more impressed by Li Yuan. He knows more about the pickpocket industry than Chen Xianxi and the others. He was even more shocked by Li Yuan's amazing performance just now. Brother Yuan, I've never truly submitted to anyone since I was a child. I was chased the entire morning and still didn't give in, but now I really do. This time, Li Yuan directly gained 4 of the most promising little fans in different fields. Waved his hand. Li Yuan stuffed all the money he got from Wang Yujie into Chen Xianxi. He also returned all the things that originally belonged to them to their original owners. Finally, I don't have to accept punishment from the production team. Zhao Ning immediately sighed. Chen Xianxi also looked relieved. We have money again, Xianxi, let's go buy some food. The 4 of them had already spent the 200 they had earned. Okay, bro. Chen Xianxi took the money and ran across the street happily. The foursome started eating and bragging again. Li Yuan listened with great interest as Tang Jiaming and others talked about some interesting things that had happened in their circle in the past. Brother Yuan, you're proficient in so many areas that ordinary people can't touch, such as lock-picking, songwriting, traditional Chinese medicine, and stealing. Your past must be very, very exciting, right? Chen Xianxi looked at Li Yuan with longing. They looked forward to Li Yuan telling them about his experiences that they had never heard of and were even shocking. And how did they learn and master these completely unrelated skills? Tang Jiaming, Zhao Ning, and the people in the live broadcast room were all full of anticipation. In their hearts, Li Yuan has almost become a legendary figure among ordinary people. I believe that past experiences must have been full of ups and downs, mystery, and bizarreness. Li Yuan looked at the expectant eyes of the 3 people, and his old face immediately turned red, and he couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. Do I have to say that in the past 10 years, I have gained nothing but gigolos and a beautiful ex-girlfriend? You wouldn't believe it even if I told you. Li Yuan stretched. I said I'm not from your world, do you believe me? Several people looked at each other and shook their heads. See, it's not that I'm dishonest, it's that you don't believe. Li Yuan showed a mysterious expression. Reach out to Maruko's sister. Well, come here, Sister Wanzi. I'll take your pulse and prescribe you a prescription. Chapter 25, Celebrity Ex-Girlfriend, What is their relationship? Without any hesitation, Sister Wanzi obediently stretched out her white and slender hand in front of Li Yuan. The thin white arms made the LSPS in the live broadcast room dizzy. Jade feet, oh no, jade hands. If I could hold this hand, I would rather my hand be chopped off than not let go. The LSPS in the live broadcast room shed tears of envy. Li Yuan slowly held Maru's sister's hand. He began to take the patient's pulse seriously. Brother Yuan, let's go buy some more food. Chen Xianxi and Tang Jiaming were tempted and walked towards the skewer's shop across the street. The live broadcast room was filled with envy. Let go of that, sister, I'll do it. But just when Li Yuan was taking the pulse carefully, one was wearing a white off-the-shoulder top and a pleated waist skirt. A woman with a slim figure, an oval face and beautiful looks, as if she walked out of a photo. As he passed by, he inadvertently glanced at Li Yuan's back. Just this one glance. She felt like she was struck by lightning in an instant. He stood there in a daze. Wow, here comes my dream girl. The attention of the LSPS in the live broadcast room was instantly focused on Chen Momo. Their eyes lit up as they stared at Chen Momo's delicate face, fair shoulders and slender waist. But why is she staring at Li Yuan's back without moving? Shouldn't the celebrity guest know the actor who plays the pickpocket? Maybe she wants to eat octopus balls too. She's looking at octopus balls, right? Chen Momo? A scream sounded beside Chen Momo. After Tang Jiaming confirmed that it was Xiao Guomin's girlfriend Chen Momo, his eyes widened instantly. The pile of food in my arms almost fell out. Excuse me, who are you? Chen Momo withdrew his shocked and puzzled eyes and looked at Tang Jiaming. My name is Tang Jiaming, that's Li Yuan, and there's Chen Xianxi and Zhao Ning. We're all on the same show as you, and I'm your fan. Tang Jiaming's eyes lit up as he pointed at Li Yuan, Zhao Ning, and Chen Xianxi behind him. Oh well. Chen Momo, Chen Xianxi, and Zhao Ning all know each other, but they are not very familiar with each other. I greeted a few people politely. I heard Tang Jiaming call that man Li Yuan. His eyes darkened instantly. Sure enough, only the backs look alike. He has been missing for several years, how could we meet him here? Li Yuan, turn around quickly and look, your little national girlfriend Chen Momo is behind you. Tang Jiaming suddenly shouted at Li Yuan. At this time, the live broadcast room was filled with envy. Locking God is so lucky to have the opportunity to be so close to the little national girlfriend Chen Momo. I'm so envious. Maybe the two of them can talk to each other later. How happy I would be if I were like that. Yes, yes. But Li Yuan didn't dare to look back at this time. In his heart, he kept praying that Chen Momo would leave quickly. But the excited Tang Jiaming thought Li Yuan didn't hear it. She shouted at him even louder. Li Yuan, come here quickly, turn around. It's the little national girlfriend Chen Momo. In an instant, 1,000 alpaca horses galloped through Li Yuan's mind. I'm afraid Tang Jiaming is a stupid guy. What a rare opportunity. Could it be that the locking god is too shy to go over after seeing Chen Momo? It's very possible. If it were me, I would probably be too excited to walk. People in the live broadcast room started discussing it. At this moment, Maruko couldn't help but tilt her head out of curiosity. Cross over Li Yuan's body to block. Seeing the graceful Chen Momo standing next to Tang Jiaming, he instantly became excited. It's Chen Momo, it's really Chen Momo. Chen Momo, I'm your female fan. As luck would have it, Maruko's sister is also a damn fan. At your age and gender, shouldn't you be a fan of Chen Xianxi? Li Yuan's face was full of black lines. Chen Momo also looked at Sister Wanzi. He smiled beautifully at her. Thank you, little sister. You're the one hired by the show to play the pickpocket, right? Everyone else is looking for someone, but you're so relaxed, hanging out with the celebrity guests and even enjoying ice cream and skewers. Chen Momo looked at Tang Jiaming with a strange expression. He, we're not looking for other guests. We're all here to mess around and wait until the show is over. Tang Jiaming smiled a little embarrassedly. Chen Momo seemed to have not expected that this show could be so bad. His expression froze for a second. Then if you reveal your identity in front of me, aren't you afraid that I'll have the special police behind me arrest you too? Chen Momo pointed at the two special police officers not far behind him. I'm full, they can't outrun me. Tang Jiaming smiled confidently. Chen Momo rolled his eyes immediately. Okay then, I won't arrest you. I'm leaving first. It seems like someone is following me. Chen Momo waved at Tang Jiaming. Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. But who knew that Tang Jiaming, this stupid teammate, would start yelling at Li Yuan again? Li Yuan, Chen Momo is leaving. Are you really not going to take a look? If you miss this opportunity, you will never have such a close contact with your little national girlfriend again. Li Yuan, I. And when Maruko's sister heard it, he immediately turned his head and shouted weakly at Chen Momo. Sister Momo, can I take a photo with you? Chen stopped silently. He smiled at Maruko's sister and replied, of course you can. Li Yuan. You two are really my good teammates. Huh? What did you say, brother? Sister Wanzi looked at Li Yuan gritting his teeth with a confused look on her face. Chen walked towards Sister Wanzi silently, while staring at Li Yuan, who was behaving a little abnormally. Seeing Li Yuan's hand on Maru's wrist, his brows furrowed slightly. I'm going to the bathroom. Feeling the pressure from behind, Li Yuan left without thinking. This action made Chen Momo even more suspicious. Wait a minute, I feel like your back looks like a friend of mine, can you turn around? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan walked faster. If you're a man, turn around. Even if you run away now, I can still find you through the program crew. Chen Momo's voice suddenly trembled. Li Yuan stopped immediately when he heard this. There's no escape at all. What are these two singing about? Sister Wanzi, Tang Jiaming, and the other three looked back and forth between the two of them with puzzled eyes. Countless people in the live broadcast room were also confused. Long time no see, Chen Momo. Li Yuan turned around with a wry smile and faced Chen Momo. Seeing Li Yuan turn around, he had a face that was both too familiar and unfamiliar. Caught off guard, Chen Momo's mind went blank. Haven't seen you for a long time? Did these two people know each other before? I guess it's just a greeting. I've bumped into big stars before. Someone in the live broadcast room explained. At this time, Chen Momo pointed at Li Yuan and tears suddenly burst out. You. Tang Jiaming and Wanzi's sister were stunned when they saw this. Damn, this guy doesn't have a grudge against Chen Momo, does he? At this time, Tang Jiaming was in a dilemma. On one side is his good brother, and on the other side is his goddess. If the two of them start fighting, who should he help? This doesn't seem like a normal relationship where we've only met once and said hello. The people in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. They had never seen Chen Momo's expression so out of control on the show. You've been gone for so long. Should I call you Jay-cho or Lee Yuan now? Chen Momo's voice was choked with sobs. My name is just a code name. You can call me anything you like, even cat or dog. Lee Yuan smiled apologetically. My toes have almost dug out a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment on the ground. It was a pseudonym I had chosen for convenience. The result was that they shot themselves in the foot. Okay. Chen Momo wiped away the tears that could not be stopped from flowing down his face. He said 3 good words in a row. The confused crowd's brains froze. What is going on? What's wrong with Chen Momo? Who is Jay-cho? Was the lock god called Jay-cho before? Holy shit, the locking god wouldn't have done anything excessive to Chen Momo, right? The live broadcast room was boiling with activity, and the number of viewers was skyrocketing. Xiao, what's wrong with you? Municipal Bureau. Watching Han Xiao suddenly slam the table and stand up. Chapter 26. You abandoned the national girlfriend, I believe in love again. Several people around immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. It's okay. I was watching the Bureau's promotional program and saw someone I knew, and I got a little excited. Han Xiao gritted her teeth and slowly sat down. I just heard the 3 words Jay-cho. Her already suspicious heart could no longer hold back. The anger in my heart suddenly erupted like a volcano. I'm watching the show too. Xiao, is the acquaintance you mentioned the little national's girlfriend, Chen Momo? A female colleague came over and asked. Han Xiao forced a smile and nodded, I guess so. Then can you help me get her autograph? I'm a huge fan of her. The female colleague immediately became excited. Several male colleagues on the other side also became excited when they heard this. Xiao, please get one for me too. I'm also a fan of Chen Momo. She's not only beautiful, but also has a great personality and can cook. She's simply an ideal girlfriend. Watching colleagues around praising Chen Momo, Han Xiao took a few deep breaths silently to calm herself down. I picked up my phone again and continued reading. Would you two like to eat something and talk slowly? Tang Jiaming saw Li Yuan and Chen Momo standing there motionless like telephone poles, weakly trying to break the deadlock. Chen Xianqi and Zhao Nang looked at the two with their mouths wide open. They both knew Chen Momo. Don't be fooled by the fact that Chen Momo is called the national girlfriend. She shows youthful vitality in front of the camera. But in fact, he speaks very little in private, and is even a little melancholy. She almost never spoke more than 3 sentences to any man in private. Not to mention completely losing her composure in front of a man like she is now. Come here, I promise I won't kill you. Chen Momo took a deep breath. Li Yuan looked at the favorability level that had been jumping above her head. After a fierce struggle, it was fixed at 70. Li Yuan was suddenly surprised. At the same time, I felt a little relieved. With this level of favorability, she really shouldn't kill herself. Seeing that there was no danger, Li Yuan boldly took a few steps forward. Zhou. Li Yuan, right? It's been 4 years, 3 months, and 21 days since we last separated. It's been a long time. Chen Momo had tears on her face but tried hard to force a smile. No, I hope you're alright, Chen Momo. It's been so long since I last saw you, and now you've become a big star. You're really sensitive to time. Li Yuan stood 0.5 meters away from Chen Momo. But the next second Chen Momo put away his smile. You call me Chen Momo? Chen Momo's tone suddenly turned cold. Li Yuan was stunned for half a second and then suddenly shocked. Oh shit, that's impossible. As expected, it still crashed. Could it be that Chen Momo is just her stage name? Her real name is not Chen Momo at all. Oh, heaven and earth. But I can't use my daughter's joke again this time. I plan to name our daughter Chen Momo as well. No one would believe this. Just as Li Yuan's brain was working rapidly, racking his brains to think of a better excuse, Chen Momo's gaze suddenly changed and he looked at Li Yuan with a complicated expression. Then he looked at Maruko's sister again. Li Yuan was stunned when he saw the change in her expression. What's with this slightly resentful look? Shouldn't she have gone berserk on the spot if she called the wrong name? When you used to look at the stars and the moon, you called me Little Momo. Now the newcomers are better than the old ones. Call me Chen Momo. Pa. A moment. Countless mobile phones and tablets fell to the ground at the same time. Tang Jiaming, Wanzi's sister, Chen Xianqi, Zhao Ning, Hu Lingyu, and everyone watching the live broadcast. Without exception, they were all stunned with shock and petrified on the spot. Chen Momo, little Momo? Newcomer or old comer? At this moment, the sky in the entire live broadcast room collapsed. No girl is always 18, but there are always 18-year-old girls. It turns out that men only like 18-year-old girls. Chen Momo looked at Maru's sister and spoke to himself. This scared Maruko, who was still in shock. Although I don't understand the relationship between Li Yuan and Chen Momo. But Maruko's sister still hurriedly waved her hands at Chen Momo to explain. No, brother Yuan and I just met today. There's nothing wrong between us. Sister Momo, please don't misunderstand me. I can't bear to look at it anymore. Suishin and Chen Momo really have a past that is too embarrassing to look back on. The story that the lot god and his girlfriend Chen Momo have to tell. It's over. My youth ends here. I can't stand watching this live broadcast for even a second. The live broadcast room was just filled with disbelief. Tang Jiaming, a fan of Chen Momo, looked at Li Yuan with envy. I thought brother Yuan was already great enough in business. I didn't expect that brother Yuan is even more awesome in love. Brother Yuan is still brother Yuan after all. But Chen Momo's words actually made it very clear. Chen Xianqi's brain had also restarted at this time. Sister Momo, why don't you come over and sit down and talk? There's really nothing going on between brother Yuan and sister Wanzi. We just met on the show. Chen Xianqi took out another stool from the store. Seeing Chen Xianqi say this, Chen Momo's expression finally looked better. After sitting face to face with Li Yuan, Chen Momo, who had just been trembling with excitement, returned to her quiet, national girlfriend's appearance. Chen Momo glanced at the octopus balls without cilantro in Li Yuan's hand. He then glanced at the food that Tang Jiaming and the others had in their hands with coriander in it. I remember the reason you broke up with me 4 years ago was that you couldn't stand being with someone who ate coriander. So how did you stand them? Han Xiaoxiao looked at Li Yuan with murderous eyes. Li Yuan was stunned for half a second. Then he tried hard to recall the past events between the two of them. But it's been too long. He just remembered that there seemed to be dozens of people who broke up because of coriander. And she's been through so many of the same things with so many different women. When you think about a lot of things, a lot of characters overlap. When you follow someone, remember clearly who is who. Oh God, I know that I have committed many sins, but this Shura field is really an inhuman torture. Seeing that Li Yuan remained silent, Chen Xianqi and the others didn't even dare to ask the two what had happened in the past. Tang Jiaming looked at Coriander and then at Li Yuan. I silently gave him a thumbs up. Only Zhao Ning noticed that Chen Momo was missing many of the accessories. Immediately asked her about the show. Only then did I break the awkward atmosphere. It was stolen by the man called Magician, but I only saw his back. Chen Momo glared at Li Yuan in annoyance. Li Yuan immediately rolled his eyes at her. I didn't steal it, why are you glaring at me? You left me for 4 whole years. Can't I even glare at you? Chen Momo stared at Li Yuan so hard that his hair stood on end. Chen Xianqi and everyone in the live broadcast room were shocked again. What kind of lewd talk is this? Leaving behind his little national girlfriend? Is the locking god crazy? The key to this is that Chen Momo said these lewd words himself. Momo is live streaming now, so be careful with your words. Zhao Ning was shocked by Chen Momo's blunt words. He immediately put his arm around Chen Momo's shoulders and whispered a reminder in her ear. As an artist herself, she is well aware that an idol's every word and action will affect his or her image in the eyes of fans. Especially when it comes to emotional matters. Although it's not the case that fans will stop following their idols as soon as they make their relationship public. He even turned around and became a black fan. But as the national girlfriend, she spoke without hesitation about her past experience of being dumped. It will definitely have some impact on your image. Chen Momo shook his head firmly. It's okay, Naing. I tried looking for him for half a year but to no avail. I chose to join an entertainment company so that he could see me on TV more often and not forget me. My identity as an artist doesn't seem to be important anymore. These few words instantly moved the brothers in the live broadcast room to tears. Woo woo woo, Mom, I believe in love again. I'm so touched. Is there really such a good girl in this world? Why have I never met one? Woo woo woo. My seal seems to be loose. Fellow Taoists, please help me strengthen the seal. A heart sealed with cement, even if the sky falls, it won't frighten me. A heart as cold as ice, invulnerable to all attacks. Hurry, as ordered by the law, seal it for me. I'm giving you a bag of cement. Her boyfriend's house is being renovated. It'll be useful. CPDD. Chapter 27. Since he led me to play badly, he is my good brother. Chen Momo's words stunned Zhao Ning and the others again. Fuck, brother Yuan, how on earth did you do that? The look in Tang Jiaming's eyes when he looked at Li Yuan could no longer be described as envy. Li Yuan himself didn't even think about what kind of love potion he had given her. Tonzi, was this you? When you were having your romantic encounters, did you also drug them with the love potion? The system didn't respond at all. Brother Yuan. At this moment, Chen Xianqi suddenly pulled the corner of Li Yuan's clothes. Following Chen Xianqi's gaze, he looked over there. Magician Luo Qian was leaning against the wall opposite and watching them. I saw a few people looking over. He stared at Li Yuan provocatively. Did he steal the things from you? Li Yuan looked at the only 1 or 2 pieces of jewelry left on Chen Momo. Chen Momo nodded immediately and pointed at Luo Qian with hatred. It was him, he even took my bag. Brother Yuan still has us. We were also robbed by him. You have to avenge us again. Chen Xianqi pointed at himself and Zhao Ning, looking aggrieved. But Li Yuan ignored them. After giving Chen Momo a reassuring look, he walked straight towards Luo Qian. What are you going to do? Chen Momo looked puzzled. I'll take this vengeance for you as a way of thanking you for not killing me. As he spoke, Li Yuan and Luo Qian's eyes met. The topic of the live broadcast room finally shifted from Chen Momo to the duel between Luo Qian, the strongest pickpocket, and Li Yuan. I came here specifically to see you. I just met Wan Yujie, and he said he doesn't dare to see you anymore. Luo Qian looked at Li Yuan, who was getting closer with interest. I haven't met an opponent in years. I wonder if you will disappoint me. Until the distance between the two was less than 0.5 meters. A fighting spirit instantly ignited in Luo Qian's eyes. I advise you to return Chen Momo's bag to me, otherwise you will regret it and doubt your life later. Li Yuan smiled. I'll go over and take a look. Chen Momo saw that the two seemed to be on the verge of a showdown. I was afraid that the two of them would start fighting if they disagreed. I got up immediately and went over. But as soon as she stood up, she was stopped by Zhao Ning. Don't worry, Momo. Brother Yuan seems to be much more powerful than that magician. He should be back soon. Brother Yuan? Chen Momo looked at Zhao Ning in confusion. She remembered that although Zhao Ning was not very old, she had a considerable status in the circle. Moreover, she has always been arrogant and has never praised anyone in person. Yes, Sister Momo, the three of us are all Brother Yuan's little fans now. Chen Xianqi turned around and pointed at himself, Zhao Ning and Tang Jiaming. There was an inexplicable sense of deep pride in his tone. This made Chen Momo a little confused. The boy group that Chen Xianqi debuted in was extremely popular in China, although now transitioned to solo. But its popularity has always been very high. Zhao Ning is also recognized as a little queen in the circle. They both recognize Li Yuan as their big brother? Is this world so crazy? Haven't you four only known each other for a short while? Why do I feel like we've known each other for years? Chen Momo's face was full of confusion. Sister Momo, there are 4 strong people in life. We have carried guns together, studied together, divided the spoils together, and played dirty together. Brother Yuan led us to divide the spoils and play dirty together. Of course, he is our good big brother. Chen Xianqi pointed to the skewers in the trash can nearby and the props he had lost and found again. I've been on the front lines of the police force for the past 2 years, and I haven't been able to relax like this in a long time. Being with Brother Yuan makes me feel inexplicably relaxed and at ease. Tang Jiaming looked at Li Yuan's back and said slowly. Rest assured? Brother, why do I feel like there's something wrong with what you said? Isn't this the feeling that only lovers have? Brother Yuan belongs to Sister Momo, you can't have any improper thoughts. Chen Xianqi let out a strange cry. Tang Jiaming raised his foot and kicked him. What nonsense are you talking about, brat? Brother Yuan makes me feel a lot like my late master. In front of my master, I never have to worry about anything. Chen Xianqi immediately put away his smile when he heard this. I'm sorry, Ming. Okay, Brother Yuan is back. Tang Jiaming pointed across. Li Yuan walked over with a small plastic bag in his hand. Luo Qian stared at Li Yuan as he walked away in disbelief. Chen Xianqi and others looked at Luo Qian, who had been so arrogant before, with an expression of doubt on his face. I felt so happy. The locking god defeated the strongest pickpocket, Luo Qian. The locking god became the #1 pickpocket. The live broadcast room was filled with joy again. It seemed like he had completely forgotten what happened to Chen Momo just now. The internet doesn't believe in memory. I think we can't call the lock god anymore. Suddenly, a barrage of comments started to appear. What else can the locking god be called if not the locking god? Some people are puzzled. You're so fierce. The lock god wasn't originally called the lock god. He got that name because he's great at picking locks. But now you see, besides picking locks, he's also the best at stealing, proficient in Chinese medicine, and a great songwriter. I'm not sure if his fortune telling is a coincidence. The locking god is proficient in 4 professional skills. I suggest calling him Yuanshan. The word Yuan represents the wide range and depth of his knowledge. God Yuan, it sounds okay. Li Yuan inexplicably got another title. How's it going, Sister Momo? I thought Brother Yuan would be back soon. Chen Xianqi couldn't suppress the pride on his face. Brother Yuan, awesome. He even shouted loudly on purpose. Luo Qian on the opposite side turned around and left after hearing this. Only Chen Momo looked at Li Yuan in disbelief. How come she didn't remember that he had such a unique skill? Look here, what's yours? Li Yuan handed the plastic bag to Chen Momo. Oh. Chen Momo took the plastic bag and responded blankly. Luo Qian hid your handbag. He's going to get it now and will be here soon. Li Yuan added. Chen Momo nodded in confusion. Chen Xianqi and Zhao Nang also started looking for their things in the bag. About a quarter of an hour passed. Luo Qian came over with a light yellow baby girl. However, there were several locks on the bag. I only promised to return the bag to you, but I didn't promise to unlock it for you. After getting closer, Luo Qian handed Chen Momo's bag to Li Yuan. If you want me to open it for you, you can exchange it for half of what's inside. Luo Qian looked unconvinced and waited for Li Yuan to beg him. But his behavior has made people in the live broadcast room very happy. Isn't this a magician looking for shit in the toilet with a lantern? The locking god's nickname has just changed to the Abyss God, and now he's here to challenge the Abyss God's ultimate skill. Tang Jiaming, Chen Xianqi, and Zhao Ning, who knew the inside story, also looked strange. Chen Xianqi even tried to hold back his laughter. Boy, what are you laughing at? Luo Qian glared at Chen Xianqi in dissatisfaction. This is a modified lock I had custom made by the most famous locksmith in the country. It's dozens of times more secure than any other lock on the market, and it's made of fine steel. You can't break it even if you smash it. Luo Qian had a mysterious look of confidence on his face. Just waiting for Li Yuan to agree to his terms of exchange. Looking at his mysterious confidence, Chen Xianqi covered his mouth to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Li Yuan slowly took off a thin hairpin from Chen Momo's head. He poked it into the keyhole. This scene made Luo Qian's eyelids jump. Even the best locksmith in the country would take hours to open this lock. Don't waste your time. Just be good. But before Luo Qian could finish his words, there was only a click sound. The rhubarb lock opened with a sound. How is this possible? Luo Qian was stunned. Chen Xianqi couldn't hold it back any longer and started laughing like a pig. Just like that, a world was created where only Luo Qian was injured. Chapter 28. I just want to play badly, they are the ones who gave me the points. Everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't stop laughing. How confident I was just now, how confused I am now. Luo Qian began to doubt his first half of life again. Who are you? How come I've never heard of your name in the martial arts world? Luo Qian pointed at Li Yuan and his emotions suddenly got a little out of control. Li Yuan stepped forward and patted Luo Qian on the shoulder. Once you enter the martial arts world, time will rush you along. The world's ups and downs are created by our generation. Come on, young man, go back and hone your skills. The martial arts world belongs to you young people. But we are about the same age. Everyone learns things at different times, and everyone specializes in different skills. Age is just a number. Go ahead, go back. Watching Luo Qian leave with a confused look on his face, Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was hit so hard that it would be dangerous if he had a nervous breakdown. Xianxi, go buy some more food. Li Yuan took out all the money from his bag and handed it to Chen Xianxi. Then he returned the bag to Chen Momo. But Chen Momo didn't answer. What's wrong? Is there anything missing? Li Yuan picked up the bag and looked through it. Chen Momo took off all her jewelry and other things and put them into her bag. Don't you pickpockets earn points? I'll give them all to you. Chen Momo said as he glanced at the time. Li Yuan returned the bag anyway. As long as I get paid, it doesn't matter if I'm at the bottom of the points ranking. You celebrity guests also need points, and those who fall behind will be punished. Don't you want to participate in the live variety show later? Only the pickpockets with the highest points can participate directly. Chen Momo had a strange look on his face. I'm not going to participate anymore. I have to make money and pay the rent. Li Yuan waved his hand. Are you on the show just for the money? Chen Momo was even more puzzled. Otherwise, I only have $5 in my pocket now. But that variety show has the highest appearance fee in the country. Chen Momo was silent for a while and said. Li Yuan immediately became excited when he heard this. How much is the appearance fee? Depending on the difficulty, the pay for recording one episode ranges from 1 million to 5 million. Well, Qianxi, I don't think you need so many points, right? 2 hours later. The show is officially over. The guests came to the square outside the train station as agreed. Except for the 4-man team and Chen Momo. Almost everyone looked tired. Many guests almost crawled over, holding their rumbling stomachs. Seeing this, Li Yuan couldn't help but sigh again. It's really not easy to be an artist in this world. The variety show finally didn't turn into a very friendly and loving show. Why are you so energetic? The tired-looking guests saw the foursome and Chen Momo looking full of energy. It's all a bit unbelievable. Because we have a good big brother who plays badly. Chen Qianxi smiled proudly. We are tired and hungry. Director, please wrap up quickly. I want to go home and eat. There was wailing all around. Director Zhang Yi looked at the bags on Li Yuan's body and his face twitched. Li Yuan reaped all the rewards of Wang Yujie and Luo Qian's hard work for the day. Zhang Yi didn't say anything extra polite. After counting everyone's items, the results were announced directly. Li Yuan undoubtedly has the most points. Li Yuan glanced at the scoreboard. Among everyone, including celebrity guests, Wang Yujie ranked last with 0 points. Luo Qian was better and made it into the top 20. This kid is very smart and probably has hidden a few props. Seeing Li Yuan as far lead in points. Most people are a little confused. I don't think I've ever met him. All my item points were stolen by Luo Qian, but why are his points so few? I haven't met him either. Most of the celebrity guests said that they had never met Li Yuan at all. How come Li Yuan suddenly became number 1? Is this a shady deal? That's impossible. There hasn't been any inside information on variety shows for many years. Unless the production team doesn't want to stay in the circle anymore. Brother Luo, I remember that your points are far more than these. Brother Wang, we fought before, so how come your score is 0? Were you two robbed by Li Yuan? Why didn't you tell the director? Shen Yanfeng, the only pickpocket who was unaware of the situation, looked back and forth between the 3 people in shock. Wang Yujie and Luo Qian felt their faces flushed as they listened to the whispers around them. They just want to leave this sad place as soon as possible because their careers have been severely damaged. Fortunately, the director announced the end directly after announcing the rankings. The 2 people who were on pins and needles refused to get in the production cruise car. He left without looking back. Chen Yanfeng, who wanted to exchange technical ideas, was completely confused. Well, I can only watch the live broadcast replay to learn their techniques. Li Yuan, where do you live? After Li Yuan and Chen Xianxi exchanged contact information, Chen Momo pulled Li Yuan directly to the parking lot. I'll drive myself and go to your house to get acquainted with the place. I'm living in someone else's house now, I'm afraid that's not a good idea, right? Li Yuan suddenly thought of Han Xiaoxiao. When I thought about the scene of their meeting, I immediately shuddered. Are you sharing the apartment with someone? It's okay, I'll buy something for your roommate and then I'll just go and get acquainted with the house. I won't disturb anyone else. Chen Momo grabbed Li Yuan's arm tightly. She looked as if she was afraid that he would disappear again like before. Li Yuan was so anxious that cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He turned around and looked at Tang Jiaming and the other two for help. But what he got in return were the sincere blessings from several people. I really envy Brother Yuan. Tang Jiaming sighed as he watched Chen Momo holding Li Yuan intimately. Chen Xianxi also nodded in agreement. I heard that the policewoman at the municipal bureau is very beautiful, no less beautiful than Chen Momo, and she's single. When I get transferred to the municipal bureau, I'll start pursuing her, hee hee. Come on, Brother Ming. Bring the policewoman's wife to us when the time comes. Chen Xianxi half raised his fist towards him as a gesture of encouragement. Only Zhang Nang seemed to notice that something was wrong with Li Yuan's expression. There was some worry on his face. Chen Momo dragged Li Yuan to the side of a bright red Beetle in the underground parking garage. Li Yuan gritted his teeth and thought, they were all ex-girlfriends anyway. And he didn't hide from them that he was having multiple affairs. I have a clear conscience. What are you afraid of? If you insist on going, then go ahead. Li Yuan sat down in the car. Chen Momo looked at him in surprise. The long legs followed and stepped into the driver's seat. He looked like he was dying just now. More than half an hour later, Chen Momo drove the car into the community according to Li Yuan's instructions. I could see Han Xiaoxiao's red Mercedes from a distance. Li Yuan's heart began to beat again. I kept praying to myself that nothing would happen. Chen Momo took 2 bags of fruit from the car, got out, and followed Li Yuan upstairs. Come to the door. Li Yuan took a deep breath. Slowly knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. Knocked for about a minute. Han Xiaoxiao didn't come to open the door. Your roommate isn't home, is he? Don't you have your keys? Chen Momo looked at Li Yuan strangely. Maybe he went out to buy something. Li Yuan muttered. He silently pulled a paper clip from his pocket. The door was opened in the face of Chen Momo's surprised expression. It was just the moment the door opened. The two of them ran into Han Xiaoxiao, who was about to open the door. Chapter 29, My ex-girlfriend wants to see me, how come they are like best friends? Han Xiaoxiao, who was wearing a loose pink top and shorts as home clothes, was about to turn back when she saw the door open. But his eyes suddenly changed when he saw Chen Momo beside Li Yuan. This moment, both of them froze in place. It seemed as if countless swords and sabers flashed through the air. Just a glance. The two immediately locked onto their hostile identities. Han Xiaoxiao, Chen Momo. Li Yuan stood in the middle and pointed at the two of them as an introduction. Hello, Chen Momo, I've seen you on TV. You're even prettier in person than on TV. Han Xiaoxiao smiled and stretched out her fair and slender hand towards Chen Momo. Hello, Sister Xiaoxiao, I'm from Li Yuan, a good friend. I hope my sudden visit didn't disturb you. Chen Momo also showed a charming smile. He quickly glanced around the room. How about going in and talking? Li Yuan, sandwiched between the two of them, looked at Han Xiaoxiao inquiringly. This is your house too, why are you asking me? Han Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Li Yuan. He enthusiastically took Chen Momo's hand and walked into the house. However, Han Xiaoxiao's words were full of ulterior motives. In an instant, Chen Momo's whole body stiffened imperceptibly. Li Yuan looked at the two people who were talking on the sofa like sisters for less than half a minute. But I felt that the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. It was obvious that both of them regarded the other as their rival. Come, have a drink of water to cool down. I'll go buy some groceries and cook. Li Yuan poured 2 cups of cold tea and handed them to the two of them. Stay quietly and have dinner before leaving. Han Xiaoxiao held Chen Momo's hand. She wanted to be polite. But unexpectedly, Chen Momo nodded and agreed directly. That's troublesome. Chen Momo smiled sweetly. Han Xiaoxiao lifted her black hair. She gave Li Yuan a sweet smile. My change from my phone is in the second drawer of my bedroom cabinet. Li Yuan nodded and walked into Han Xiaoxiao's bedroom. It's very neat and clean inside. Almost everything is a light, girly pink. As soon as I walked in, a unique woman's fragrance hit my nose. When I saw several cabinets of different sizes in the bedroom, Li Yuan subconsciously asked outside, "Which cabinet is the money in?" This sound made the bright smile on Han Xiaoxiao's face freeze for half a second. Chen Momo's beautiful eyebrows raised instantly. He looked at Han Xiaoxiao meaningfully. Sure enough, they didn't live together. It's in the little pink cabinet next to the bed, next to the handcuffs. Han Xiaoxiao's words, which tinged with murderous intent, sent a chill down Li Yuan's spine. I wanted to ask Chen Momo what he liked to eat. Take the money and leave this place of trouble immediately. I went downstairs and walked slowly towards the vegetable market. When I came back from buying groceries, I unexpectedly received a call from Hu Lingyu. "Teacher Li, would you consider opening a social media account?" Netizens are very enthusiastic, and the program team has already received thousands of similar messages. However, Li Yuan refused without thinking. Are you kidding? How could their little tricks escape my eyes? Many artists were signed and became artists step by step after their social media accounts became popular. He doesn't want to be a signed artist. Not only is there no freedom. Moreover, the fans and production crews in this world are too harsh on the artists. He just wants to make money while playing badly. Teacher Li, netizens say that as long as you register an account and start live streaming, they will give you gifts desperately. Hu Lingyu's voice, full of the allure of money, reached Li Yuan's ears through the phone. As soon as he heard that there was money, Li Yuan immediately became excited. Well, the money doesn't really matter. The main thing is that I like to record the good life. Do you agree, then? Well, I'll register when I get back. Okay, then once you've registered, send me your account number and I'll help you apply for Blue V certification. Hu Lingyu shouted excitedly. After hanging up the phone, Li Yuan had already walked out of the room. Through the door, you can hear occasional giggles coming from inside. Only Li Yuan himself knew that behind the laughter and joy were the two women's overt and covert attacks. After Li Yuan entered the door, the two fell silent in an instant. All eyes looked at him. You guys continue, I'm just passing by. Li Yuan ran into the kitchen. Let me help him. I remember he was so clumsy before that he couldn't even cook noodles properly. Chen Momo said as he was about to stand up. But Han Xiaoxiao quickly pressed it down again. Just let him do it. You may not know this, but he's not the same Li Yuan anymore. He cooks better than the hotel chef. Oh well. Chen Momo looked at Han Xiaoxiao helplessly. I never let him cook before. I just learned to make whatever he liked to eat. Han Xiaoxiao's face froze after hearing this, and then she smiled slightly. He loves cooking now and cooks for me every day after get off work. Li Yuan in the kitchen could clearly hear the swordplay between the two men. I can only sigh that good people will be rewarded. Fortunately, I didn't try to play multiple games. Otherwise, the knife in his hand might have become the murder weapon. The kitchen might have become a dismemberment scene. Wait until Li Yuan quickly prepared the meal. The three of them sat down at the table. Li Yuan only had time to turn around and pick up a pair of chopsticks. When turning back again, I saw that the vegetables in his bowl had completely covered the white rice. Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo were still fighting for the throne. Keep putting food into his bowl. He needs to eat more meat to supplement his nutrition. I remember his favorite food was potatoes. No, he obviously likes to eat leeks the most. The two of them stuffed food into Li Yuan's bowl with one chopstick each. He didn't stop until the whole bowl was about to collapse and pile up into a small hill. Li Yuan held up his chopsticks and looked at the mountain of dishes. I feel like I don't know where to start. I originally thought that such a magical scene would only appear on TV. As a result, art really comes from life. At this moment, Li Yuan didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. After dinner. After the two sisters Chen Momo and Han Xiaoxiao said goodbye, Li Yuan walked Chen Momo downstairs. Chen Momo walked slowly on the road with a blank expression on his face. Li Yuan followed behind. Just walked downstairs. Chen Momo suddenly turned around and stared at Li Yuan. Just when Li Yuan was getting scared by being stared at, Chen Momo spoke slowly. Since you're so short of money, why don't you come work for our company? It's not good to always be dependent on others. Our company has very relaxed management and no set working hours. As long as there are company activities, you can just go and participate. But Li Yuan was about to answer. Han Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly came from upstairs. Li Yuan, the medicine has gone bad. Li Yuan looked up. I saw Han Xiaoxiao sticking her head out of the window upstairs looking down. Then I'll go first. Contact by phone. Chen Momo also looked up. Their eyes met for a second and then quickly separated. Watching Chen walk away silently, Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you following me? Li Yuan just finished pouring medicine in the kitchen and turned around. Then he saw Han Xiaoxiao standing behind him holding a teddy bear. You promised me that you would be mine for these 3 months and you wouldn't move out. Han Xiaoxiao's tone was unexpectedly gentle today. Li Yuan saw that she looked a little aggrieved. Suddenly I couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. And the next second, Han Xiaoxiao's favorability has not changed for a long time. Suddenly it was promoted a level. Straight to 95. What the hell? Is this the legendary head-patting killer move? Chapter 30. You don't have much time left, how about I leave you a post? The moment the favorability level exceeded 95, the system's voice rang in my head. When the ex-girlfriend's favorability reaches 95 points, the host gains plus 1,000 merit points. After meeting certain conditions, the merit points can be exchanged for rare items such as lifespan points, and rewarded with driving proficiency. The moment the system sound fell, Li Yuan only felt that there were 3 more words merit value on the system panel. The value displayed is 1,000. What about 3 months later? You're not going to kick me out in 3 months, are you? Li Yuan gently rubbed Han Xiaoxiao's head. Han Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Li Yuan. In 3 months I will put you in a box and place you next to my bed. Okay, take the medicine. Don't walk ahead of me with your health. Li Yuan poured the medicine and handed it to Han Xiaoxiao. Han Xiaoxiao's face turned red after drinking the medicine. Li Yuan was washing dishes. Standing behind him, she looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Do you want to say something? Li Yuan looked at his red face in surprise, which was almost red to his ears. Li Yuan. Kindness? How about I leave you a family? What the hell? Li Yuan's hands trembled and he almost dropped the bowl in shock. I said I'll give you a son, so that when you're gone, we can have our son stay with me. Han Xiaoxiao was so nervous that she kept pulling at the teddy bear with both hands. Her whole beautiful face was as red as a ripe apple. One look at it makes you want to take a bite. Don't talk nonsense. If I'm gone, how can you get married with a son? Li Yuan immediately refused. Although he is not a gentleman, he is not an animal who thinks with his lower body. Ruining a girl's life is no different from being an animal. I never planned to get married in this life. Han Xiaoxiao said this and slammed the door and walked out. Wait until Li Yuan finishes his housework and takes a shower. Suddenly I found that Han Xiaoxiao's bedroom door was not closed. Damn, a beautiful girl left her door open in the middle of the night. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Of course it couldn't be Li Yuan. Because he couldn't help but go forward to take a look. By the light outside. In the bedroom, Han Xiaoxiao, who had taken off her loose clothes, was lying on her side on the bed. The glowing white back, the S-shaped curve and the beautiful cleavage made Li Yuan dizzy. This TM. Who can withstand this? The thing on Li Yuan's belt was already stirring. My hand unconsciously reached into my trouser pocket. He took out the thickest silver needle from it. Hey, such a beautiful back, it would be a waste not to tie a few. What are you doing standing outside? Han Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly rang out. Li Yuan shuddered with fear and quickly put away the silver needle. Why don't you close the door when you sleep? If you're determined to do something, will it still matter if I close the door? Nothing happened that night, really nothing happened. The next morning, Han Xiaoxiao was sent away. When Li Yuan saw Hu Lingyu's message, he remembered that he had forgotten to register a TikTok account last night. In order to give the reward, Li Yuan registered almost as quickly as possible. And sent the account to Hu Lingyu. About an hour passed. Li Yuan's account was directly turned into a blue V. Almost at the same time. The company account where Hu Lingyu works posted a video and specifically tagged Li Yuan. For a while, netizens who watched yesterday's live broadcast directly broke through Li Yuan's private message. The attention is also increasing rapidly. In just 10 minutes, the number of fans increased to 50,000. And it is still growing at a terrifying rate. Li Yuan was surprised and began to be eager to start live broadcast. After all, you can only get rewards if you broadcast live. As for the content of the live broadcast, the main focus is to go with the flow. Without any hesitation, Li Yuan directly turned on the live broadcast button. Fans who just started following Li Yuan were shocked when they saw Li Yuan's sparkling live broadcast avatar. I clicked in immediately. God Yuan, you finally have a social media account and you're finally live streaming. I missed you so much after not seeing you for just one night. Abyss God finally waited for you, luckily I didn't give up. Brothers upstairs, please be patient and stop being so gay. Just as the barrage of comments was flying in the live broadcast room, a carnival special effect suddenly floated onto the screen. For a moment, all the comments disappeared. Damn, brothers, you guys really swiped the gifts. Li Yuan quickly clicked on the gift interface and took a look. That's right, a carnival costs $3,000. Fuck, boss, Yuanshin just started broadcasting for a few seconds and he directly started the carnival. The boss's name is Summer Lemon, and she seems to be a little sister. Just when the comments were surprised that Li Yuan's female fans were rich, 3 carnival special effects appeared on the screen in succession. With the effects of these several carnivals, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased rapidly from a few hundred. Including those who originally followed in, the total number has reached nearly 10,000 people. There were so many people watching the live broadcast for the first time. This is definitely the treatment of a small internet celebrity. Damn, she's a rich woman. Sister, the doctor said my stomach is not in good condition and I need to eat something soft. God has been kind to me. At such a young age, I've already met the woman I want to spend my life with. Sister, my monthly living expenses are $1,500. I will give you $1,314. The remaining $180 is my height and my 6-pack abs. Looking at these carnivals filling the screen with barrages of comments, I was completely blown away. Li Yuan was also shocked. Oh my god. So, is being a live streamer really that profitable? No wonder those young ladies are so eager to do live broadcasts even if they are willing to take off their pants. More profitable than selling cocaine. What the hell, what bicycle is this? From now on, Li Yuan will make a living by performing. And the barrage continues. You shameless bunch, aren't you disgusting? Do you have any manly manners at all? How can you call an 18-year-old girl sister? Sister, I heard that girls can only get married at the age of 20. I am willing to wait for you for another 2 years. On the other side, in the center of Shanghai, inside a luxurious office building. President, the meeting starts in 1 minute and the guests are all here. A female secretary in professional attire stood outside an office door, cautiously reminding people inside. I know, I'll be right there. A pair of charming almond-shaped eyes raised slightly, revealing an extremely beautiful and delicate face behind the computer. White top, light-colored knee-length skirt, and black high heels. Cartier Love bracelet and 4-leaf clover bracelet are worn together. Her long black hair was tied into a neat and clean bun. He turned off the live broadcast on his computer and stood up from behind his desk. The powerful aura that is naturally emitted brings a sense of oppression. The carnival special effects in the live broadcast room also stopped at this time. A few minutes later, the comments in the live broadcast room finally calmed down. Li Yuan had also gone downstairs. Xin Yuan, this is your first live broadcast. What are you going to show us? How about going around the neighborhood and seeing which houses need their locks fixed? Or maybe go to the train station again? The people above, your suggestions are really punishable. Just live stream as it comes. Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, Li Yuan replied casually. Then his eyes turned to a banner store not far away. Then I looked at the fortune-telling props given in the system space and found that they had not been used yet. I immediately had an idea. How about getting a fortune teller today? Fortune telling? After hearing Li Yuan's words, everyone in the live broadcast room instantly became alert. Yesterday in the variety show live room, they had a very heated discussion and argument about whether Li Yuan could tell fortunes. The proportion of those who think Li Yuan can tell fortunes and those who think he cannot is almost 50-50. But in the end, no one could convince anyone else. How about we go and fight pickpockets? I heard that thieves are quite rampant at the South Station. It's a good opportunity for Yuan Shen to be the messenger of justice. Yeah, fortune-telling is all a scam. If you do this live, your account will probably be blocked, right? I agree with the above. Feudal superstition is not acceptable. Seeing that Li Yuan didn't seem to be joking, many people in the live broadcast room began to worry. Everything said above is correct. Everyone should believe in science. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and friendliness. I remember you. The first few times you kept saying we should trust science, but you were never right. Okay, the one who believes in science, you said it very well, don't say it again next time. Chapter 31, 1 second she was a heartthrob goddess, and the next second she became a sister-in-law? Why can't we broadcast fortune-telling? I just like watching fortune-telling. Don't listen to them, Yuan Shun. Let's do fortune-telling, That's it, just play it. Li Yuan had already gone back upstairs. Put the phone on the table. A few minutes later, a dozen props were carried out of the room. Fuck, this prop looks professional. Oh my god, no way, is Yuan Shen really a professional fortune teller? Then what about lockpicking, Chinese medicine, songwriting, and pickpocketing? Is it just a part-time job? That row of props made the people in the live broadcast room numb. Li Yuan picked up folding tables and chairs, Taoist robes, fans, hanging scrolls and other props. Went straight to the municipal bureau. Where is Yuan Shen going? Everyone in the live broadcast room looked at Li Yuan in confusion, feeling that the direction seemed wrong. Shouldn't fortune-telling be done in the old street? Why is Yuan Shen running to the city center? To be honest, Abyss God has great stamina. He walked for such a long time without even getting out of breath. 20 minutes later, Li Yuan was almost outside the municipal bureau. No, this direction is a bit wrong. The municipal bureau is just ahead. Holy crap, Yuan Shenzhen is carrying fortune-telling tools to the city police station. Could he be going there to turn himself in and hand over the tools he used to commit the crime? Punishment, this operation by Yuan Shen is too cruel. After verifying his identity, Li Yuan walked into the yard under the guard's surprised gaze. Then he picked up the phone and called Han Xiaoxiao. While he was waiting, all the police officers passing by saluted him. Downstairs of the building opposite Li Yuan, Tang Jiaming, who had just finished the formalities, saw Li Yuan the moment he walked out of the office. Just as he was about to run up to say hello with excitement, suddenly, a refreshing fragrance passed by my side. Tang Jiaming couldn't help but take a deep breath. But then he saw Han Xiaoxiao running past. Tang Jiaming, who forgot his friends when he saw a beauty, was immediately attracted to her. Just forget about Li Yuan. Brother, that colleague who just ran over is so pretty. Do you know which department she is from and what her name is? Tang Jiaming smelled the lingering fragrance in the air and looked straight at Han Xiaoxiao. She's from the Criminal Investigation Department, her name is Han Xiaoxiao, our most beautiful policewoman. A policeman nearby explained to Tang Jiaming. Tang Jiaming's eyes lit up immediately when he heard this. Policewoman? Damn, what a coincidence. Isn't that exactly the target he's preparing to attack? This damn fate. It's really the right time to come, hee. At this moment, he suddenly understood what it meant that love came too fast, like a tornado. I passed her by on the first day of reporting. Isn't this exactly the same as the scene where the male and female protagonists meet by chance in the melodramatic idol dramas on TV? Is this really the case? Is she destined to be the destiny in my life? Fate, it's wonderful. Tang Jiaming thought about it. A happy smile unconsciously stretched from the corners of his mouth to his ears. At this moment, he had already thought of a name for the child. Let's go. I'll take you to the Criminal Investigation Department to meet your new colleagues. The police officer next to him patted Tang Jiaming on the shoulder. Brother, wait for me a moment. I want to wait for my soulmate to go back together. Tang Jiaming stared at the beautiful figure running with a smile. But 2 seconds later, he watched Han Xiaoxiao run impatiently to his good brother Li Yuan. What are you doing? Han Xiaoxiao handed the car keys to Li Yuan. pointing at something on the ground with curiosity. Li Yuan pointed at the screen of the mobile phone which was broadcasting live towards the gate. It's a live broadcast. This is a talent show prepared for the audience. Okay, then be safe. If you feel tired, go home immediately. Do you understand? Han Xiaoxiao glanced at the phone screen. He warned with some concern. You can't see inside the live broadcast room because the screen is facing the door. But after hearing Han Xiaoxiao's gentle advice, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately started to imagine things. This voice doesn't sound like Chen Momo's, does it? Holy crap, is there a dog outside of Yuanshan? I'm going to leave a message under Chen Momo's account. Tang Jiaming watched this scene with a smile on his face. The bright smile gradually froze. Brother, do they know each other? Tang Jiaming turned to the police officer who brought him in and asked. Yes, I know them. I heard from the publicity department that they seem to be a couple. I'm not sure about the details, but they are quite close. Oh, so they're just a couple. What? A couple? Tang Jiaming was so shocked that his mouth opened into an O. Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not, but I just know that the policewoman is very interested in him. Han Xiaoxiao personally sorted Li Yuan's clothes. The police officer standing by looked at him with envy. By the way, you just said you were waiting for your girlfriend, right? Where is she? No, I was just kidding. Actually, I was waiting for my sister-in-law, huh? Tang Jiaming looked at his good brother with complicated eyes. That expression almost made him cry. Who understands it? She was the girl of destiny just a second ago. The next second she became the sister-in-law. Li Yuan? What are you doing? Do you need help? After Han Xiaoxiao left, Li Yuan was about to go to the parking lot. Deputy Section Chief Su from the propaganda department, who was passing by, came forward to say hello with a strange look on his face. Deputy Section Chief Su, it's okay. I'd like to borrow Han Xiaoxiao's car. Li Yuan replied with a smile. Oh, are you sure you're not here to turn in illegal tools? Deputy Section Chief Su looked at a red and yellow flag at Li Yuan's feet that read Secret Fortune-Telling Recipe Inherited from Ancestors. Li Yuan noticed that there was something wrong with his eyes. He immediately protected his crime, fortune-telling tools. This is my bread and butter. You? Fortune-telling? Deputy Section Chief Su stared at Li Yuan in disbelief with his eyes wide open. Yeah, life is not easy, I have to make money by performing. Li Yuan shook his head and sighed. The people in the live broadcast room laughed when they saw him pretending to be pitiful with a serious face. Ha, life is not easy, Yuanshan sighed. With your lock-picking skills, how could you be short of money? Deputy Section Chief Su, if you say so, if I don't lack money one day, I will lack freedom. Li Yuan made the gesture of stepping on a sewing machine. Deputy Section Chief Su laughed and was about to leave. Suddenly he turned around and looked at the fortune-telling tools at Li Yuan's feet with a smile on his face. How about you tell me my fortune today? Li Yuan looked at Deputy Section Chief Su, whose face was beaming, and chuckled. Deputy Section Chief Su, it's clear today is a sign of great happiness. Today's affairs are guaranteed to be a sure thing. Any unexpected events will be dealt with safely. Deputy Section Chief Su laughed after hearing this. Okay, I'll lend you my blessing. After saying goodbye to Deputy Section Chief Su, Li Yuan went straight to the parking lot of the municipal bureau. After finding Han Xiaoxiao's red Mercedes, he stuffed all the things into the trunk. The live broadcast may have to be changed several times on this day. It's really inconvenient without a car. When the people in the live broadcast room saw the red Mercedes-Benz that obviously did not belong to the man, their eyes lit up. Fuck, Abyss God, are you going to hook up with that rich woman from the carnival so quickly? We're still just talking nonsense, but Abyss God has already taken direct action and achieved some success. The Abyss God is a role model for our generation. Your talent is beyond my reach. Li Yuan looked at the messy comments. Knowing that there was no point in explaining myself at this point, I simply didn't bother. I drove to Hu Lingyu's place and asked for a set of lightweight live broadcast equipment that could be worn on the body. Then we set off and wandered around several old streets. But after consulting the management, they all rejected it. 32. Setting up a fortune-telling stall, are you going to calculate the lottery winning numbers? Let me tell you, how could a metropolis like Haicheng allow feudal superstitions like fortune-telling to exist? Forget it, Master Yuan. How about we livestream other talents? It's really embarrassing to see your props out. After being rejected twice, Li Yuan suddenly thought of a place. So he waved his hand. That won't do. We agreed to a live fortune telling. A real man is born between heaven and earth. How can I go back on my word? The audience in the live broadcast room felt the domineering aura of a true man emanating from Li Yuan. In the blink of an eye, he sat down in the car. The bright Mercedes-Benz logo, which symbolizes rich women and gigolos, is so dazzling that people can't open their eyes. Fuck, if I hadn't seen the Mercedes-Benz logo in front of you, I would have almost believed it. Who says those who live off gigolos are spineless? Even though Yuanshin is living off gigolos, his domineering attitude remains unchanged. He is the role model for gigolos like us. Great is my great abyss god. Sigma man, a fighting man among men. Li Yuan drove the car straight to the street where the street stalls were set up last time. Although it was broad daylight, there were few people. But fortune telling doesn't consider the number of people involved, it only considers the depth of fate. After entering from the rear lane, Li Yuan drove straight to the back of the stall he had been to last time. There are sparse stalls around. Damn, is Yuanshin going to set up a street stall? It's true. Master Yuan has already stopped the car to get something. Ha! I feel so embarrassed. Watching Li Yuan quickly set up the fortune-telling stall and put up red and yellow hanging flags. He even put on a Taoist robe. The people in the live broadcast room couldn't bear to watch it anymore. It's so embarrassing. If I were an introvert, I'd be so embarrassed and self-conscious that I'd want to crawl into a hole in the ground. Although what Yuanshin did say does seem to be true, it is a bit awkward to put it in this place. The person above is wrong. A man cannot have both a Mercedes and low self-esteem at the same time. That seems to make sense. But there are so few people at this time. Looking around, there were very few people on the entire street. Besides, the people who come here are either locals or have worked here for a long time. They are not as easy to deceive as the tourists in the old street. As a fan, be careful with your words. Master Yuan is a fortune teller who has been passed down from generation to generation. How can you say he's lying? Right. Fortune telling is just nonsense anyway. If you don't notice it, it's not a lie. Everyone must believe in science. I've been cheated by a fortune teller before, this time I'm on Science Brothers' side. Me too. The fortune teller said I would have bad luck in love, with many bad karmas and a late arrival of my true love. 4 years after graduating from university, I'm still single. I want to know where my bad karma lies. The live broadcast room is full of complaints about the sadness of being fooled by fortune tellers over the years. However, there are also some who hold opposing views. That's because you haven't met a reliable fortune teller. I had my fortune told once in 3rd grade. The fortune teller was amazing. 20 years have passed, and he's always been right. Ha! Is there really someone so accurate? What are you calculating? Well, the first thing the master asked me was, your father is a man, and your mother is a woman, right? I was like, wow, I've met a real master. He's so damn accurate. Later, the master said I would live to be 30, my wife would be a woman, I would be a father, and my father would be a grandfather. Everything he predicted came true. That's quite accurate indeed. It can actually predict that with your IQ you can live to be 30. The above doesn't count. I'm the only one who's really accurate. When I was a kid, a fortune teller said I'd grow up to be a manure digger, so I worked really hard and finally succeeded in my studies. After graduating with a master's degree in medicine from a prestigious university, I became a proctologist. This damn sense of fate is so damn accurate. Anyway, I believe that the abyss god will not lie. You have to believe in science. It took Li Yuan a full hour and a half to set up the stall. Finally, he welcomed the first customer in his life. It just looks a bit like someone looking for trouble. My ancestors have been telling fortunes. What era can we still find fortune tellers? If you are young and don't learn well, how can you tell the lottery results for the afternoon draw? A bald man in his 30s looked Li Yuan in the stall from head to toe. Brother, you are lucky today. Of course I can calculate it. Li Yuan put down his fan and smiled slightly. The man and the people in the live broadcast room were stunned. When the Yuanshin enters business mode, he really looks like an immortal. Not bad, not bad. If it were me 10 years ago, I might have been fooled. Hey, what's the algorithm? I didn't expect Li Yuan to actually agree. The man immediately became interested. The people in the live broadcast room didn't expect that Li Yuan would dare to agree. Isn't fortune telling all about career, love, marriage, and children things that can only be verified years or even decades later? Yeah, Yuan Shen is really too bold. He dares to fool people. This big brother looks aggressive and he is not afraid of getting beaten. Maybe after this calculation, Yuan Shen had no intention of coming here again, so he dared to agree. May I ask your name, brother? Li Yuan spoke slowly while fanning himself. My last name is Xu. Xu ranks 17th among the 100 family surnames, so the first 2 digits of the lottery number are 17. Li Yuan paused and said. What? The man leaned his big head closer, thinking he had misheard. Oh my god, is Yuan Shen such a joke? The audience in the live broadcast room were also confused. How old are you this year? Li Yuan ignored everyone's shock and continued asking. 33 years old. The bald man answered patiently. Then he added, if you can't predict it today, don't let me see you here again, or I'll expose your misfortune every time I see you. Li Yuan seemed not to hear the threat and nodded to himself. 33 is the year of the horse. The horse is the 7th animal in the Chinese zodiac. The 3rd and 4th digits are 3 and 7. How many people are there in your family? Including my parents, wife, and children, there are 5 of us in total. You look like a pretty boy. I hate pretty boys like you the most. You've been bullying young girls a lot, right? The bald man continued to curse. So the 5th number is 5. How many times a week do you have sex with your wife on average? When Li Yuan asked this question, the bald man was stunned for half a second. The people in the live broadcast room didn't expect him to ask such a question. Xin Yuan must have done this on purpose because he saw that big brother was so ferocious and had a very bad attitude. Ha 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 ha. I guess so, but seeing Yuan Shen talking nonsense so seriously, why do I want to laugh so much? It's over. Look at that bald guy. It seems like he's about to attack. I hope Yuan Shen doesn't get beaten on his first day of live streaming. If you can't predict it, it's not too late to come and rip my stall off tonight or tomorrow. Seeing the bald man staring at him with a murderous look on his face, Li Yuan spoke slowly. 4 times. The bald man gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. Li Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Well, then the 6th number is 4. How many times have you been caught cheating since you got married? As soon as Li Yuan asked this last question, the bald man's blood pressure and anger level soared. Are you kidding me? The bald man slapped the table and was about to take action. The audience in the live broadcast room were also immediately shocked. Many people have already opened the dial pad and are ready to press 110. Chapter 33. It's a bit difficult to consider a fallen woman as a marriage partner. But Li Yuan still had an immortal look. Not in a hurry or slow manner. I've already answered 6 questions. If I don't answer this last one, all my answers will be in vain. Perhaps he was frightened by Li Yuan's calmness. It could also be that I'm afraid of stepping on a sewing machine. The bald man didn't take action in the end. He glared at Li Yuan fiercely. After dropping a 0 once, he turned around and left. Then the last number is 0. Today is a lucky day for you, don't forget to claim your prize. Li Yuan shouted towards his back with a smile. Brother, you're going to have a bloody disaster today, but you're lucky to have met me. Damn, that was really thrilling. I don't know if Abyss God could handle it if he had taken action just now. That last question was too sharp. If it were me, I would definitely be angry too. God Yuan, please be more careful. Don't let you end up in the hospital and him in jail on the first day of the live broadcast. Except for the barrage of comments that were worried about Li Yuan. Many people spontaneously gave him gifts. After all, their Abyss God is really using his life to broadcast live to them. Watching the small gifts floating up in the live broadcast room, Li Yuan's mouth never dropped. This damn feeling of getting something for nothing. It will destroy a young person who is full of dreams and fighting spirit. This damn smell of money. However, it destroys young people who have dreams and fighting spirit. What does it have to do with me, Li Yuan? Li Yuan was fanning himself and leaning back in his chair. Another day of reaping the benefits. This feels so wonderful. About another hour passed. Suddenly someone shouted in the live broadcast room, "The rich woman is here again." Li Yuan took a look and saw that the number one on the list had indeed turned into a summer lime. He slowly straightened up. Click on the information of the number one on the list. The avatar is a cute doll with half of its eyes covered by its hands. The background is a street scene. No works have been published. Likes and other items are only visible to the user. Before leaving, Li Yuan casually clicked to follow. At this time, another customer came to his fortune-telling stall. He was a good-looking man, about 27 or 28 years old. The key is the girl with big breasts. As soon as the girl came up, she dragged a stool from the side and sat in front of Li Yuan. Fuck, this girl is a bad omen. Li Yuan looked at the barrage of comments that filled the live broadcast room. Then he looked at the breasts of the girl leaning forward in front of him. I also muttered, it is indeed a bad omen. Looking at the waves that are so close that they are about to burst out. The LSP in the live broadcast room started to get restless again. Don't be fooled by the fact that this girl looks big, she's actually not small at all. Why are there so few barrages suddenly? Where are all the people? Room check, everyone put your hands up. Type with both hands to prove my innocence. Ah. The girl opposite was instantly frightened by Li Yuan's words and her face was filled with anxiety. Master, is there really a bad omen on me? It didn't look like an expression that was fake. Li Yuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What do you want to do, young lady? I want to calculate my marriage. Big Bear Girl spoke expectantly. Put your hands on the table. Li Yuan knocked on the table. Big Bear Girl immediately stretched out her hand. Li Yuan looked at it for a while and shook his head repeatedly. Girl, it's not a good idea to find a marriage partner where you work. Your marriage path is almost worn away by bad luck. Then he looked up. His eyes once again fell on the ravine that was imprisoned at an unknown depth. But girl, your cleavage is so deep that it's very suitable for your current job. How about I take a look at it for you? Look at that deep cleavage, the cleavage. The audience in the live broadcast room said that it was damn accurate. As soon as Li Yuan finished speaking, suddenly, a carnival special effect appeared in the live broadcast room. Fuck, the rich woman is swiping again. Does the rich woman mind having another boyfriend besides Yuan Shun? Li Yuan also saw the live broadcast. Suddenly I felt something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. A fortune teller cannot tell his own fortune. Otherwise, you can have a fortune told for yourself. Master, I just want to calculate my marriage. I don't really want to continue with this job anymore. Big Bear Girl shook her head. The waves in my chest follow the rhythm. It made the LSPS in the live broadcast room feel excited. I'm afraid you're in trouble. There's a guy out there who's been so impressed by your breasts and your skills that he wants to marry you, right? Yes, Master, you're so accurate. Yesterday, a 19-year-old boy confessed his love to me at work with flowers in his hand. There were colleagues and massage customers watching him. Big Bear Girl looked at Li Yuan with shining eyes. I want to ask if he and I succeed, will we be okay in the future? At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded again. What? What the hell? Holy crap, this girl is a technician? Fuck, forgive my poor eyesight, but Master Yuan, could you please help a friend of mine ask which house and room this girl is in? Don't get me wrong, I'm really asking for a friend. Brother, I understand you, because I have a friend who wants to know too. No, you didn't even ask first whether it was a civil or a military press? As soon as I heard about Big Bear Girl's occupation, the LSP in the live broadcast room became even more unscrupulous. But, that guy who confessed his feelings was really cruel. He got his driver's license and wanted to drive the training car directly home? How can this be possible? That kid is so selfish. He drove the training car home. How can others practice driving? There is true love in the world, and technicians deserve love too. Girl, since it's a bad fate, there will naturally be no result. Li Yuan shook his head at Big Bear Girl. Is that so? Then what should I do? Am I going to live my whole life alone? The look in Big Bear Girl's eyes dimmed. Seeing this, Li Yuan gently shook his fan. The marriage that belongs to you is far away and near at hand. Ah? Big Bear Girl was confused. The audience in the live broadcast room was also confused. Oh my god, could it be that Yuanshin is talking about himself? Good fellow, you are indeed the abyss god. Master, you are not talking about. Big Bear Girl looked around and finally her eyes fell on Li Yuan. Don't get me wrong, have you had anyone visit from your hometown recently? Li Yuan's face was full of black lines. Yes, my uncle's child came here once. Big Bear Girl nodded. It's been a while since you've been back home, right? If you really don't want to do this job anymore, why not go back and visit your hometown? Your matchmaking is just around the corner. After Li Yuan finished speaking, Big Bear Girl lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Wait a minute, this plot, why does it feel so familiar to me? Are you trying to say that fallen women return to their hometowns to find honest men to take over? Fuck, after being tormented by Abyss God, it seems that this is the case. Master, I understand. In fact, all the sisters around me are just like what you said. I just wanted to try it one last time. Big Bear Girl raised her head, her eyes became much clearer. Just understand. They're attracted by your breasts, your skills and your service. Thank you, Master. I will resign and return to my hometown in 2 months. Big Bear Girl slowly stood up. The sphere that was accidentally revealed made the LSP in the live broadcast room dazzled again. Master, how much is it per session? Big Bear Girl picked up her phone and prepared to scan the code. AI, meeting is fate. Let's not talk about money, let's talk about fate. Li Yuan waved his hand. Oh, Master, how much is it? 30. Okay, Master, I'll give it to you. Chapter 34. Master, do you believe in love? Everyone in the live broadcast room was speechless. But, didn't you notice? Wasn't the calculation that Yuanshin gave to technician Big Bear very accurate? Don't mention it. I just overlooked it. Now that you mention it, it's true. What's going on? Could it be that the Abyss God can really calculate? But why didn't Master Yuan ask a few more questions? He calculated too quickly for technician Big Bear. It's a pity he hasn't seen enough of the ball yet. My brother's ball, do you want to see it? Hey, little Blackie, you finally revealed your true colors. Brothers, believe in science. After reluctantly watching Big Bear Girl leave, it was already noon. There were gradually more pedestrians and stalls on the street. Just as Li Yuan was about to buy lunch, a familiar voice came from the side. Little brother selling sexy lingerie. I saw the guy who was selling fruits last time doing a cool drift on his convertible 3-wheeled vehicle. He parked the car right next to Li Yuan. Big brother. Li Yuan greeted him with a smile. Holy crap, is it really you? Didn't you go to the sewing machine? You're out so soon? The man selling fruit looked at Li Yuan in surprise. What? You sold sexy lingerie? And you even operated a sewing machine? How many secrets do you have? I can understand operating a sewing machine, but what the hell is a stall selling sexy lingerie? Is Yuanshin going to do that? Brother, you're setting up your stall so early. Li Yuan laughed and did not explain. After all, who hasn't he had a past that they don't want to look back on? It's late now since we just finished our meal, and the baby at home is still waiting for money for milk powder. The man selling fruit got off the car. Suddenly I could clearly see the flags and slogans next to Li Yuan. Little brother, why don't you sell sexy lingerie and start fortune telling instead? The fruit seller didn't seem too surprised. What kind of weird things haven't they seen as they travel around all year round? He had even seen young girls selling themselves to bury their fathers. Life is not easy, so I have to come out and perform. Li Yuan waved his fan. I asked the lady selling boxed lunches across the street for a boxed lunch with 1 meat and 2 vegetables. While eating, I leisurely watched my elder brother setting up the fruit stall. Brother, why are you selling cucumbers at your fruit stall today? I heard from a colleague this morning that the weather has been hot and humid lately, and cucumbers can be eaten and used, and can even be used as a face mask. I'm selling them to you to try. Want one? The man selling fruit picked up a big, straight, thorny melon. Li Yuan hurriedly shook his head. No, I'm not lucky enough to enjoy it. I'll leave it to someone who is destined to have it. Li Yuan just refused. A young woman who looked to be about 28 or 29 years old passed by and stared blankly at the melon in the big brother's hand. Suddenly his face turned red. Brother, how much is this cucumber? Li Yuan finished his meal in a hurry. Most of the gentlemen watching the live broadcast went to eat. He leaned back in the chair and took a nap. Until the hustle and bustle woke him up. Looking around, I saw that there were already quite a few people in stalls. The young lady selling clothes next door was also hanging women's clothes on the hangers. "Miss, the underwear you bought last time was of good quality, right?" Li Yuan stretched and looked at the girl next to him. The young lady's hand holding the clothes trembled slightly. His face flushed and he looked around quickly like a thief. "Very, very good." Li Yuan nodded with satisfaction. As a seller, the buyer's praise is the greatest affirmation for him. Damn, Yuanshan is still so fierce. He flirts with the young lady right after waking up. The rich woman is still in the live broadcast room. "Master Yuan, you need to be careful about your words and actions." However, Li Yuan didn't pay any attention to the barrage. Still facing the girl next door. "If it doesn't fit or you're not satisfied with it, you can return it to me within 7 days. My main goal is to make sure the customer is king." "No, thanks. I'm well dressed." The young lady looked at Li Yuan in fear and silently moved her seat to the side. "That's good." Li Yuan turned around with a smile. "But I saw a man in his early 20s standing in front of the stall." "Young man, do you want to tell fortunes?" Li Yuan quickly put away his smile and picked up the feather fan. He instantly transformed into an immortal-like appearance. When it comes to customers, the main focus is professionalism. "Master, I want to calculate whether this trip will be auspicious or inauspicious." The man's face was serious, even resolute. Damn, his expression is quite ominous. Is he going to rob a bank? Even if it's not a bank robbery, it must be an illegal activity. Just call the police. Who says fortune telling is necessarily illegal? Maybe it's just a dangerous profession? Yeah, I used to have a friend who was a water ghost. Every time before going to the construction site, he would always consult a fortune teller. Li Yuan glanced at his waist inadvertently. He looked carefully at the man in front of him, who was hiding his guilt and nervousness with a resolute look. "Just came out from inside?" Li Yuan spoke slowly. The man opposite him looked instantly changed when he heard this. Damn, has the abyss god guessed it right again? Judging from the man's expression, it was obvious that Li Yuan was right again. The people in the live broadcast room were also getting nervous at this time. Calm down, calm down. With the abyss god's superb skills, entering and exiting there is just like going home. How could you not recognize your family members when you meet them away from home? How do you know? The man sitting opposite Li Yuan was stunned by the first words Li Yuan said. Put away your contempt immediately. Pulled over a stool and sat down. Li Yuan did not answer his question. Looking at him with a smile. Do you feel that you were wronged in going in? The young man looked at Li Yuan in disbelief again. Then she stared at him as if she had seen a savior. Master, I am really wronged, but they don't believe me. No rush, take your time, you'll be going in later anyway. He seemed a little agitated. Li Yuan knocked on the table with his fan. Master, I'm a plumber by profession. Last week, when I was helping a family clear their sewer pipes, I was suddenly beaten by their family and arrested as a thief. The young man automatically ignored the second half of the sentence. After calming down, speak slowly. After he finished speaking, the live broadcast room laughed again. Is this sewer pipe a proper pipe? Li Yuan smiled slightly at his evasive look. If you lie to me, our fate will be over. Upon hearing this, the young man looked up at Li Yuan and fell silent. Half a minute later. The young man suddenly looked up and looked at Li Yuan with burning eyes. Master, do you believe in love? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan shook his feather fan and did not respond. The young man continued talking to himself. Half a year ago, I went to her house for the first time to clear the sewer pipes. The moment I saw her, I knew I was in love. However, our love has never received the blessing of her family, and our relationship has always been hidden. Sometimes I hide in the closet, sometimes I hide behind the curtains. The young man paused when he said this. The people in the live broadcast room became restless again. My goodness, this sewer is really not decent. Chapter 35, I won the lottery, and I am only one truth away from 10 million. Good boy, you have the same demeanor as I did back then. Even if your family doesn't have your blessing, you must be brave enough to be together. The young man was indeed wronged. He risked his life for love, but was treated as a thief. Young man, come on, don't do anything stupid, you deserve better love. Li Yuan glanced at the barrage. He tapped the table with his fan, signaling to continue. The young man's face became a little excited. But master, you know what? You really can't hide the look of love in your eyes. Just like the last time I hid under her bed, but was eventually discovered by her husband. Wang Defa? The live broadcast room was full of black question marks on their faces. Fuck you, the family this guy is talking about is someone else's husband? Okay, you kid, you make cheating sound so refreshing, right? Alright. I just said you were wronged, and you turned around and tried to kill me. No, I don't think it's all the young man's fault. After all, who can resist the charm of a mature young woman? A friend of mine, Chow, wants to ask everyone, is it necessary to obtain a certificate to clear a sewer? No, I just need a body that can withstand a beating. Master, I'm going to go find that bastard couple and ask for an explanation. Can you help me calculate whether they will die or I will live today? The young man leaned forward, looking at Li Yuan with expectation. Nima, bastard should be the right word to describe him. It's incredible, why does the Abyss God always encounter weird things when he tells fortunes? Of course not. These days, who would tell fortunes seriously? Although it's weird, this kind of live broadcast is quite fun, much more fun than other live broadcast rooms. Li Yuan looked at the time calmly. Little brother, the person you are looking for is not at home today. Okay, master, I believe you. I'll go tomorrow. The man stood up and left without saying a word. Li Yuan sighed and immediately stopped him. This kid wants to run away. Everyone in the live broadcast room immediately became unhappy. Master, I don't have any money on my phone. I'll go upstairs to get some. It'll take about 5 minutes. The young man turned around to explain. Li Yuan looked at the time and felt that there was still time, so he nodded. I'm afraid you won't be able to escape with your silver bracelet today, so remember to come and get it on time. What's a silver bracelet? A simple question popped up in the live broadcast room. Silver handcuffs, bro. The young man had just left. A familiar figure suddenly ran over breathlessly. Master, I won the lottery. Li Yuan looked at the bald man who was counting lottery tickets in the morning. The people in the live broadcast room also saw him running towards them excitedly with a lottery ticket in his hand. They were all shocked. What? What did that bald guy say? Did he really win the lottery? Impossible? Yuanshin was just making up some random numbers this morning, how could it possibly be correct? It must be fake. That bald guy must have come here aggressively to overturn the stall. He was afraid that Yuanshin would run away when he saw him, so he deliberately shouted like that to calm Yuanshin down. Fuck, why doesn't that Abyss God run away? God Yuan, run quickly. That bald guy is not someone you can easily mess with. If a fight breaks out, you'll be at a disadvantage. For a while, almost everyone in the live broadcast room was urging Li Yuan to run away quickly. No one believed that the lottery had really won. No problem, I told you he'd have good fortune today. Li Yuan glanced at the comments and replied. The confidence in his eyes. The people in the live broadcast room almost believed that the random string of numbers they reported would win the prize. It's over. Yuanshin is too confident. This time he might fail. Master, I got it. The bald man's face was covered in sweat as he ran. It attracted the attention of people around. But after running to the front of the stall, the bald man took a few deep breaths. On the originally excited face. But he had an expression that looked as if he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. I got the first 5 numbers of the lottery ticket correct. I won the third prize, 10,000 yuan. The bald man, who had recovered, had a complicated expression on his face after he finished speaking in one breath. The live broadcast room was no longer calm. Oh my god, I actually won. Whoever found out the winning numbers for this draw, please share. This period's winning number is 173-7518, and the number calculated by Yuanshin is 173-7540. Wow, is this so mysterious? Can you guess 5 numbers correctly? Fortunately it's 5 numbers, otherwise I would really believe that the Abyss God can predict the future. It's okay, Yuanshin doesn't have to be beaten. The Yuan God said that he would have good fortune today, and it's true. He even got the right number by just saying a random string of numbers. This shows that the yuan god's predictions are quite accurate. But what's with that pig liver expression? Even if it's not the grand prize, it's still 10,000. How many bricks do I have to move? Master, I was wrong. At this moment, the bald man suddenly knelt down in front of Li Yuan without any warning. He knelt down before the abyss god after winning 10,000 yuan. What a kind bald man who knows how to repay a favor. I saw the bald man suddenly burst into tears. The people in the live broadcast room were moved. In this age where even helping an elderly woman makes one feel apprehensive, it's rare to find someone with such a grateful heart. But the bald man's next words. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned again. Master, I was really wrong. Actually, my wife and I only have sex once a week on average, and I caught her cheating on me 8 times. The bald man knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Wait a minute, let me sort out the questions raised by Abyss God. Sex life is the 6th question, so the correct 6th digit should be 1. Cuckold is the last question, so the correct digit should be 8. Finally, according to the question asked by Yuan Shen, the correct number should be 173-7518, right? So what are the winning numbers for this period? The winning numbers for this draw are 173-7518. Silence, dead silence. Only a few new viewers who came into the live broadcast room were curious. Why are there so few comments in the live broadcast room with tens of thousands of people? There are so few comments, are they all robots bought by the anchor? Someone who just entered the live broadcast room couldn't help but ask. Fuck you. Yuan Shen guessed the jackpot. The jackpot. Holy crap. Holy crap. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Don't be anxious for now. This is impossible. What were the questions asked by the Abyss God? Let me calculate them again. Don't count it, Yuan Shen really did predict the jackpot. What did you think he was doing in that moment of silence? I've watched the screen recording several times and he's already calculated it 7 or 8 times. I've already said it. So, I saw a jackpot happen and then missed it. What should I say? God Yuan. Please help me calculate the winning numbers for the next lottery draw. The live broadcast room went completely crazy this time. In an instant, the barrage of comments was deserted. It surged in an instant and filled the entire screen. Did I just poke the bullshit? The newcomer was trembling with fear. Brothers, we must believe in science, okay? Chapter 36, I'm so sad. He's obviously cheated on, but he's still so reasonable. Master, can you help me calculate the winning numbers for the next lottery? I definitely won't lie this time. The bald man fell under Li Yuan's stall, holding a wrinkled lottery ticket. He cried and complained with deep regret that he had lost 5 million. Crying like a 200-pound child. He slaps himself from time to time. Oh my god, are all fortune tellers so dedicated these days? Are the actors they hire so professional? Even fortune tellers are so crazy now, why shouldn't we work hard? The bald man's exaggerated appearance amazed the people passing by. That's the top prize of a multi-million jackpot. If I were in that situation, I'd be even more exaggerated than him. More than that, I might not be able to bear the blow and die on the spot. Everyone in the live broadcast room went from being shocked to accepting it. I turned to my own perspective and felt sympathy for the bald man. Master, is it okay? The bald man looked at Li Yuan and was about to stand up. But he heard an angry shout behind him. Dog man! Everyone looked behind the bald man. Hey, isn't that the young man who just had his fortune told and went back to get the money? At this moment, he had a face full of anger. Staring at the bald man. The bald man turned around and looked. His eyes were about to spit out fire. It's you! Adulterer! Holy crap, these two people know each other. Holy crap, what's going on now? My CPU is starting to overheat. Watching Yuan Shen's livestream really helps me grow my brain. Xiao Madai, I need to sort this out. One of these two people was cheated on, and the other cheated on someone else. Shit, so that kid cheated on this bald guy, and the guy he's going to look for is also a bald guy? Oh my god, the beginning and the end echo each other, forming a closed loop. I can't take it anymore. I need to take a break. Watching Yuan Shen's live broadcast is too exciting. It's more exciting than anything I've experienced in the past 20 years. Just half a day. The live broadcast was so exciting that it felt like several years had passed. And at this time, the excited young man suddenly pulled out a shiny kitchen knife from his waist. The people around exclaimed in surprise when they saw this. Abyss God, run! The audience in the live broadcast room was also shocked. Li Yuan shook his head helplessly and looked at the bald man. If you don't want to see blood, come behind me. The bald man was also frightened and quickly ran behind Li Yuan. The young man walked to the stall but put away the kitchen knife. He took out $100 bill from his pocket. I won't use my sword in front of the master. If you have the ability, don't be a coward. Come out and challenge me one-on-one. The young man handed the banknotes to Li Yuan. Excuse me, master. This is the money I paid for fortune-telling. I haven't even come to find you yet, and you still have the nerve to come to me and want to chop me up? The bald man glanced at his hand holding the knife behind him. Although angry, he did not dare to act rashly. Fuck, you fucked someone else's wife and you still want to chop them up? Is there any such thing in the world? The guys in the live broadcast room couldn't keep calm anymore. It was clearly your wife who seduced me. I didn't even know she had a husband at first. She cheated on me and even called the police on me. I lost my job and my relatives and friends all looked down on me. What did I do wrong? The young man wanted to step forward with a knife. But after seeing Li Yuan, he immediately held back. I believe in fate. I won't take action in front of the master. If you have the guts, hide away for the rest of your life. The young man pointed at the bald man. His tone was full of grief, anger, and grievance. What he said seems to have some truth to it. He just made a mistake that every man in the world would make. Putting aside the facts, shouldn't the woman be the one at fault? He's just an innocent young man who was deceived by a young woman. But I also want to be deceived by a young woman's feelings. Suddenly, public opinion in the live broadcast room began to reverse. Li Yuan still looked like an immortal. Sandwiched between the two of them while listening to gossip. While watching the barrage. That woman is so despicable. Not only did she cheat on her husband, she also ruined a guy who believed in love. Luckily, we post-2000s people never believed in love. Our main goal is to be without a house, a car, or a woman. If you ask me what I'll do when I get old, I can only say that you can even use my ashes to cover the walls. I'm also a post-2000s kid, and I'm kind of introverted. Can you please not keep me out there? Then you are indeed very introverted. Please stick me in my high school teacher's house and let him see if he can actually prop up the mud. The comments started to get increasingly outrageous. Neither of you is wrong. The only problem is that you are both destined to offend women. Li Yuan was waving a fan. This sentence left everyone stunned. What? What the hell? I've heard of people being in trouble with villains, evil spirits, and tai sui in their fate, but this is the first time I've heard of being in trouble with a woman. Does it mean you're destined to have a romantic relationship? No, that's different. Fate of Peach Blossoms means good relationships with the opposite sex and emotional entanglements. They clearly don't fit that profile. Different from the chatter in the live broadcast room. After the two bald men heard what Li Yuan said. But he immediately fell into deep thought. So that's how it is. No wonder my first and second wives ran away with my money, and my third and current wife cheated on me. The bald man muttered to himself. No wonder, I clearly only want a pure love, but every woman I meet only wants to play with my body. The young man suddenly understood. So in every relationship with a woman, the only ones who get hurt are you. Li Yuan continued. Then master, what should we do? Is there any way to break it? The two asked almost in unison. Li Yuan waved to the young man and said, Give me your knife first. The young man glanced at the bald man. After hesitating for a moment, he handed the knife respectfully to Li Yuan. The bald man straightened up immediately upon seeing this. He even glared back at the young man. What are you looking at? If that woman hadn't seduced you, would you have had the chance to grab the knife? I would have chopped you off right there and then. The bald man slowly walked out from behind Li Yuan. I'm not an unreasonable person. The fault lies with that woman, but you're not completely blameless either. 7 days in jail isn't really unfair. Damn, this kind of thing can actually be reasonable. This bald brother is a real man. Such a rational and reasonable elder brother. Seriously, I was moved to tears. Big Brother's realm is too high. If I encountered such a thing, he would go to the hospital and I would go to jail. Hey Big Brother, does he have a Douyin account? I must follow him. He's such a big shot, he must be someone who can achieve great things. I want to know the address of Big Brother's house. Don't get me wrong, I just want to send him a little something. The guy upstairs, I'm afraid you want to give Big Brother a green hat. But Big Brother is truly a real man, not everyone can do that. The young man faced a bald man who was taller and more muscular than him. The ferocious aura he had just had was gone instantly. Master, how can we solve this problem? Will it be the same if I get divorced this time and married next time? Seeing that the young man was intimidated, the bald man stopped being aggressive and turned to look at Li Yuan. Your problem is easy to solve. Li Yuan looked at him and spoke slowly. You've been married so many times, haven't you had enough? The bald man was stunned when he heard this. Chapter 37. What would you choose, illusory love or money that is full of the smell of copper? Master, are you saying that I can't touch women anymore? The bald man asked weakly. Damn, what a good guy. The abyss god is so cruel. He immediately made Big Brother abstain from sexual desire for the rest of his life. What's the big deal? Technology is so advanced nowadays that there are all kinds of replacement products. Even Catwoman robots are being produced. That's true. The Five Fingers girl has retired, and now the silicone products on Pink Sixie are almost as good as the real thing. But Li Yuan shook his head. Not getting married doesn't mean you won't touch women. You are destined to make money. Li Yuan pointed to the lottery ticket in his hand and said something meaningful. It's like saying, you know what I mean? However, the bald man obviously did not understand what Li Yuan meant. His thoughts turned to the 10 million he had missed. Then sadness arose from my heart. Just when he was about to start performing again, Li Yuan quickly stopped him. I told you that you'd have good fortune today. I've changed your fortune to the simplest way possible. You can earn this money through other efforts, but that doesn't mean you can earn 10 million. Without a million lucky numbers, even if I tell you the lottery numbers, you might not be able to buy that ticket for some reason. I'm afraid you won't even get 10,000, even if you try harder. In other words, if you didn't have this fortune today, I wouldn't be able to calculate the lottery numbers. Li Yuan's words were like a wake-up call, causing the bald man to quickly fall silent. Many people in the live broadcast room instantly felt the same way. I think I understand what Yuan Shen means. Achievements and hard work are important in life, but fate and luck are even more important. I've also had a few close calls with fate at critical moments. Many people work their whole lives to achieve something, while others can get it with just a snap of their fingers. The same effort can yield different results for different people. I've learned something from the person above. It's okay to work hard occasionally. Playing badly is the norm. Stop talking about it. Everyone here today has just missed out on 10 million. Woo woo woo. Master, what should I do? The bald man obviously also understood it, but he just hadn't understood it completely. Master, what you're saying is that you won't be short of money in the future, so you're telling me to divide your property and have a mistress. Does the master have to say this in person? Idiot. The young man couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at him. The bald man suddenly understood after hearing this. Damn, that's right, why get married if you have money? When you have money, all the women outside are gentle and obedient. Not much better than the tigress at home. Master, I'm awakened. It's such a colorful world, here I come. I know that Big Brother is a man who can accomplish great things. Big Brother, are you still in need of younger brothers? Honestly, Big Brother has such good fortune that he can easily win 10,000 yuan by buying a lottery ticket. I envy him. God is fair. Big Brother, you've traded your marriage for wealth. You've traded a lifetime without true love for a chance to win 10,000 yuan by simply buying a lottery ticket. Are you willing? As for you, try to curb your tendency to fall in love with everyone you meet, and devote some of your spiritual enjoyment to physical pleasure. Li Yuan looked at the young man. At this time, the two men had long lost the tension they had before and would start hacking at each other at the slightest disagreement. Even when leaving, we still want to say goodbye to each other. At this time, the system's voice sounded again, and the host's merit was +1. Although I don't know how to use this merit specifically. But it looks useful. But before the two bald men could take a few steps, the police and urban management officers who received the call of someone with a knife arrived at the scene late. After being identified by enthusiastic people, the young man received another pair of silver handcuffs. By the way, I also asked Li Yuan for the kitchen knife. Looking at the young man being taken away, there was a sigh in the live broadcast room. Fuck. The silver bracelet's prophecy has now come true. The Abyss God is the Abyss God. He easily prevented a bloodshed. Okay, now the debate in the live broadcast room about whether Yuanshan can tell fortunes has finally come to a conclusion. I'd like to ask, is Science Brother okay now? Oh no. Science Bro left the live stream room cursing. Little brother, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your eloquence is still as stable as ever. You fooled that person into joining you. The man selling fruit nearby gave Li Yuan a thumbs up. Then he pointed at the two urban management team members who had returned after sending the police away. But, have you got all the documents and paperwork for setting up a stall? I heard it takes a week to get a permit now? Li Yuan then remembered that he didn't seem to have obtained a certificate. This brain. The people in the live broadcast room saw Li Yuan suddenly wake up. I also immediately guessed that he was operating without a license. It's over. Master Yuan is doomed this time. I heard the regulations in this area are very strict. If you don't have a license, your tools and illegal gains will be confiscated on the spot. Ah, Yuanshan is really a pill this time. I have seen the urban management officers on this street. Their main characteristic is that they show no mercy to their subordinates. Look at God Yuan, he's really anxious. This time he's really planning to run away, ha ha. Seeing Li Yuan start to pack up things in a hurry, the live broadcast room was suddenly filled with joy. Finally, the Abyss God has to suffer a setback. But when two urban management team members walked up to the stall, after taking a casual glance at Li Yuan, his pupils shrank slightly. Ouch, you watch first, my stomach suddenly hurts, I need to go to the bathroom. One of the urban management officers suddenly bent over and covered his stomach. Another urban management team member was stunned when he saw this. Then he immediately covered his stomach as well. Oh, me too. My stomach suddenly hurts too. Is it because the food in the cafeteria at noon is not clean? It's possible. I'll go back and report to the leader later. The cafeteria needs to be cleaned up. The two of them said this while holding their stomachs. He ran away in a flash. Good boy, just after checking the Yuanshan here, I suddenly have a stomachache? Or both of us have a stomachache at the same time. This is too fake. I clearly saw him walking towards Yuanshan. Could it be that in addition to fortune telling, the Abyss God can also poison people from a distance? Is there a possibility that they are afraid of the Abyss God? Li Yuan also saw the two people clearly. What a narrow road for enemies to meet. Aren't they the two people who deliberately made things difficult for him in the Urban Management Brigade office last time? Little brother, do you know them? The big brother selling fruit came over and asked in a low voice. I've met him once, but I'm not familiar with him. Li Yuan smiled. I was no longer in a hurry to run away and planned to get a new certificate later. Real? The man selling fruit was a little suspicious. The young lady selling clothes nearby also looked strange. The urban management officers, who have always been fierce, suddenly changed their faces today. But then he thought about the last time Li Yuan had his money and tools confiscated by the urban management. I immediately gave up the idea. Maybe he was really lucky this time, as the urban management officer happened to have a stomachache. If he really had connections, he wouldn't have been kicked out last time. Why don't you run now? When they come back, you'll be stuck like last time. Seeing Li Yuan sitting down leisurely again, the big brother selling fruits couldn't help but remind him. No rush, there's no one at this stall anyway. As Li Yuan spoke, he leaned back in his chair and squinted his eyes. The scene of his money and tools being confiscated last time is still vivid in his mind. The big brother selling fruits gave a thumbs up in admiration. Chapter 38, Betting System. I want to live longer, why do you have so many restrictions? After a while, the two urban management team members who had just left because of stomachache suddenly came back. Seeing that the two of them were walking straight towards this side without looking around. When everyone around was worried about Li Yuan, the two urban management officers suddenly showed warm smiles on their faces. Hey, brotherly, nice to meet you again. I'm sorry for offending you last time. The two urban management officers enthusiastically held Li Yuan's hands. The people around were stunned. This is the stall permit. We actually got it done for you last time, but you never went to get it. We just happened to come across it today, so we brought it to you. When the two urban management officers took out their credentials and handed them to Li Yuan, Li Yuan happily took the stall permit. This saved him a lot of time and playing badly. The guy selling fruit nearby could no longer remain calm. Didn't you say you weren't familiar with her? What's going on? The stall of the girl selling clothes next door suddenly moved closer for some unknown reason. As time gets later, the surroundings gradually became lively. Li Yuan's particularly conspicuous fortune-telling stall attracted a lot of people's attention. Although most people just took a quick look and left. But there are still a few people who can't help but tell their fortune. Wait until Han Xiaoxiao gets off work. Li Yuan earned 300 yuan from fortune-telling today, plus several thousand tips in the live broadcast room. Today's income is enough to equal other people's monthly income. Little brother, why are you leaving? Now is the beginning of the increase in the number of people. The big brother selling fruit looked at Li Yuan in surprise as he started to pack up his things. No, I'm used to playing badly. $300 earned today is enough. Li Yuan waved his hand. I said goodbye to the man selling fruit and the girl selling clothes. He walked towards the parking space carrying his tools. Dear brothers and sisters, today's live broadcast ends here. See you tomorrow at the same time. After entering the municipal bureau, Li Yuan directly closed the live broadcast room. A few minutes later, Han Xiaoxiao appeared in sight, having changed out of her police uniform. She wore a white slim-fitting t-shirt, which outlined her soft and slender waist, making people's heart beat faster at the first sight. She was wearing a goose-yellow short skirt, and her slender and round thighs were so white and shiny that it was impossible to take your eyes off them. After seeing Li Yuan from afar, he unconsciously quickened his pace. Finally, he started to jog. Her naturally curly black hair danced in the wind, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. Hot female police officer, who the hell wouldn't he be confused after seeing this? After Han Xiaoxiao got in the car, Li Yuan's eyes also returned to the car following the pair of snow-white and smooth thighs. You keep staring at my thighs. Are you being polite? Han Xiaoxiao's face flushed as she ran, and the bag she was about to put on her thigh fell. I unconsciously put it by my side. Li Yuan coughed lightly. But he didn't look away immediately. Although it's impolite, it's human nature to be drawn to beautiful things. The sun is still shining, and if I don't take a closer look at it, it would seem that I'm not understanding of romance and that my heart isn't honest enough. Have you seen enough? I'm hungry. Han Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Li Yuan. Only then did Li Yuan reluctantly look away. The two returned downstairs. Chen Momo had been waiting downstairs for a long time, carrying large and small bags of things. The moment when Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo's eyes met, Li Yuan only felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. How shameless! Han Xiaoxiao muttered in great dissatisfaction. But he did not refuse Chen Momo from entering. Dinner ended in another strange atmosphere. But the surprise is, it only took 2 meals. Chen Momo's favorability level actually reached 85. He swore that he did almost nothing except cooking. Looking at the system rewards on the panel, corpse driving mastery, corpse retrieving mastery, corpse sewing mastery, undertaker mastery. And suddenly some more props appeared in the system space. Toast robes, peach with swords, yellow talismans, cinnabar, copper coins, black dog blood, etc. If Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo were not still there, Li Yuan almost lost control of his expression. What the hell kind of skills are these? Street stalls and lock opening are down-to-earth things. Now this dead thing happened again. What's the point of all these grounding stuff? What's wrong? You don't look well? Han Xiaoxiao put some more leeks into Li Yuan's already full bowl. Why do you keep putting leeks in his bowl? Chen frowned silently and looked back and forth between the two of them. Because I don't close the door when I sleep. So, I'm going to piss you off to death. Han Xiaoxiao turned around and gave Chen Momo a big smile. Han Xiaoxiao doesn't just sleep without closing the door. Even the clothes we wear at home are becoming more and more bold. Sometimes I even pretend to accidentally drop something. He deliberately bent down in front of Li Yuan to show off his beautiful scenery. The moon is so bright tonight. Li Yuan looked at the beautiful figure in the bedroom and silently closed the door for her. I don't know if I can bear it. The next day, after Li Yuan sent Han Xiaoxiao to the municipal bureau, he started the live broadcast as scheduled. Start a new day's money-making plan. The moment you click the live broadcast button, hundreds of people immediately flocked into the live broadcast room. The Yuanshan has finally started broadcasting. Are you still telling fortunes today? In less than 5 minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room reached several thousand. Obviously, Li Yuan's fortune-telling live broadcast yesterday was very effective. Directly gained a large number of loyal live broadcast fans. After driving out of the municipal bureau, Li Yuan was struggling with where to go to play badly. The system voice suddenly rang. The exchange of merit points for lifespan has been enabled for the host. Every 1,000 yuan earned by the host through professional skills can be exchanged for 1 merit point. Each merit point can be exchanged for 1 day of lifespan. Merit points in exchange for lifespan? Li Yuan became excited instantly after hearing this. Holy shit, the handsome guy is finally doing human work? He now has 1,002 merits, which is equivalent to a lifespan of 1,002 days. $1,000 equals 1 point of merit equals 1 day of life. Sounds like a good deal? Moreover, as someone suffering from a terminal illness, his lifespan is his life. And even if there is no terminal illness, who would complain about having a long life? Prolonging life has been the ultimate pursuit of mankind since ancient times. Being able to buy life with money is something many people dare not even think about. Think about how many wealthy people have spent tens or hundreds of billions of dollars on researching drugs to prolong life. There are also top wealthy people who endure torture and have their blood and organs replaced. I want to extend my life by even 1 year. But Li Yuan soon calmed down. Because this bed dog system also sets conditions. This money can only be earned with skills. Tongzai, does the money from the live broadcast tips count? Li Yuan thought for a moment and then asked. Rewards earned from live streaming are converted into merit points at a rate of 1/10. There is a cooldown period for exchanging money earned from skills for merit points. Money earned from skills used yesterday cannot be exchanged for merit points today. 1/10. Li Yuan immediately opened the calculator on his phone. Press the buttons one after another. In other words, 10,000 yuan earned from live streaming can be exchanged for 1 day of life. After deducting the platform's commission, 20,000 in tips and 6.6 carnivals would be enough to buy 1 day of life. To convert it, 1 carnival is 3.8 hours of life. Moreover, a skill that can be earned quickly cannot be used all the time. Li Yuan's face fell instantly. Isn't this too difficult? You might as well kill me now, beggar. Li Yuan leaned back and said, I chose to give up. What's wrong with Yuanshan? Why did you stay there for so long and not leave? Are you continuing your fortune telling today, Master Yuan? I want to see the big bear sister from yesterday. Isn't Yuanshan going to be so lazy today that he can't go out? No, I want to see the fortune telling of the abyss god. Just because you are so beautiful, I rewarded you with a sports car. Cheer up, Yuanshan. Don't lose your fighting spirit just because you're being kept by a rich woman. God Yuan, please, let's go have our fortunes told. If that doesn't work, at least take us on a tour. I'm really sorry, I'm feeling a little unwell today, so I might have to stop broadcasting for a day. Li Yuan looked at the barrage of comments that kept flashing weekly. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. A cool carnival special effect suddenly appeared on the screen. The summer limes rewarded a carnival. Chapter 39, When you are sick, you don't go to the hospital but go straight to the crematorium? Wow, the rich lady is here. The rich lady is here early. Is this the happiness of a rich woman? Every move is like a carnival. I envy the second day of Yuanshan. The attention of the live broadcast room was instantly drawn to the carnival. Li Yuan's whole body suddenly stood up straight. In his eyes, this carnival means lifespan plus 3.8 hours. It's a pity that Yuanshan is not feeling well today and won't be broadcasting live. Rich lady, why don't you go watch other young handsome guys' live broadcasts? Ahem, well, I can actually continue to work despite being sick. Don't get me wrong, I'm not the kind of person who's obsessed with money. It's just that I love the live streaming industry so deeply. Li Yuan looked at the live broadcast screen seriously. It turns out she has to be a rich woman to do that. I think Yuan Shen has a stomachache. He'll be fine after eating something soft. I want to know what soft rice tastes like, too. A high-end office building in the center of Haicheng City. A female secretary in a white shirt, black stockings, and high heels is holding documents in her hands. He glanced around the office in disbelief. Female CEO Xia Qingning was facing the computer screen with a smile on her face. She has been the president's secretary for more than a year. The most common thing you see is a fake smile of professional courtesy when facing customers. But I have never seen the president smile so naturally and sincerely. President, the information you requested. The secretary knocked on the door cautiously. Come in. Xia Qingning instantly put away her charming smile. The whole person immediately returned to the appearance of a domineering female CEO with full aura. Li Yuan ignored the ridicule from the barrage. Then I directly opened a recruitment app. After searching for daily workers at the crematorium, a bunch of information popped up instantly. Hiring part-time workers for the crematorium. Day shift, 600 yuan a day, night shift, 1,000 yuan a day, daily cash payment. Serious buyers only. In Li Yuan's eyes, the day shift means a lifespan increase of 14.4 hours. The night shift gains plus 28.8 hours of lifespan. The salary is much higher than other jobs. Although a bit grounded. But I can't resist the fact that they give me so much. Who can refuse such a high-paying job with daily pay? Li Yuan couldn't refuse anyway. Li Yuan immediately chose the one that looked more reliable. After sending the message and making the contact, released the brake and step on the accelerator. He went straight to the crematorium. An hour later. Looking outside the car, it was getting more and more remote. Even a desolate scene. The original tall buildings turned directly into wild hills. Looking around, there are only a few scattered bungalows. The only buildings you can see are signal towers. Everyone in the live broadcast room began to wonder where Li Yuan was going. The car suddenly turned into a very remote road. The people in the live broadcast room were all surprised. Where is Yuan Shen going? Why is he driving to such a remote place? Aren't you going to tell fortunes today? Brothers, I just checked the map. There is only one destination if we continue along this road. What destination? Crematorium. Fuck, is this true? A crematorium? Really? I checked, and it really does lead to the crematorium. Damn, this road is not fun to walk on. Master Yuan, you're not feeling well, so why don't you go to the hospital? You're heading straight to the crematorium? I guess Yuan Shen might have a toothache. When I have a toothache, I want to cremate myself on the spot. I just didn't expect that Yuan Shen's execution ability is so strong. Then, Abyssal God, are you coming back? God Yuan, you don't want the rich woman anymore? Another hour later. Li Yuan didn't know how far he had walked along the path. The road ahead was becoming increasingly desolate. It even became a little inexplicably eerie. It's so scary here. I feel like a corpse is going to jump out of the bushes at any moment. What corpse? The creature you're talking about might be called Galen. How can a corpse move? It must be a ghost. At this time, Li Yuan glanced at the barrage and felt scared. This was also his first time visiting such a place. This is fucking creepy. I should have known not to let money get to my head. Accompanied by the cause of several crows. Li Yuan's hand trembled instantly. The co-pilot had a peachwood sword in his possession at some point. Stop talking, you're staring the abyss god, ha. Fuck, why is there a peachwood sword and a yellow talisman on the passenger seat? Ha, even the face of the Yuan god has turned green. The Yuan god is really scared. This is the first time I've seen Yuan Shen show such an expression, ha. Seeing this during today's live broadcast is worth it. Under the barrage that fills the screen, Li Yuan finally arrived at the crematorium where there was no one living within a few kilometers. Mom, this place feels so chilly and eerie. No wonder they say the crematorium pays well. If it were me, I'd be so scared I turned back halfway. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid of being poor, so why would I be afraid of ghosts? After parking the car, Li Yuan made a phone call. Half a minute later. One was in a gray uniform. A man in his 40s ran out in a hurry. Li Yuan, right? Change first. I'll give you 2,000 if you work until tomorrow. Is that okay? The man said, while anxiously throwing a set of uniforms to Li Yuan. Li Yuan took the work clothes a little confused. Then the man took her to a locker room that only employees could enter. See Li Yuan take the work clothes. The people in the live broadcast room suddenly realized. Fuck, he actually came to work at the crematorium. Fuck, 2,000 a day for work, that's almost my entire month's salary. Abyss God, please ask for me if the crematorium is still short of people. I'm good at fighting corpse thieves, and I can catch them if they run away. I can do that too. If the crematorium is short of sales, I can lie down in there to make up the numbers. If you want to come, I'll ask for you after I leave. Li Yuan responded to the barrage. While walking into the changing room. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a very conspicuous blue sign hanging in the hall. Written at the top were 7 large characters, Crematorium Employee Rules. First, please believe in science. Article 2, there are no ghosts in this world. No matter what you see at work, do not believe or spread rumors. Violators will be dismissed on the spot. Article 3, when you are alone with a corpse in a room, no matter what you see or hear, you cannot answer or talk to yourself. Those who violate this will bear the consequences at their own risk, and this crematorium has nothing to do with it. Article 4, remember that there are no mountains in Haichang, and there are no mountains around the crematorium. If you see a mountain, please pretend not to see it. Article 5, it is prohibited to privately count unclaimed corpses. Violators will bear the consequences at their own risk. If you find that the number does not match, please keep it confidential, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Article 6, when working the night shift, please check from time to time whether your colleagues are still there. Wow, my scalp is exploding. Are you sure this is just employee rules? Is this a proper crematorium? These employee rules are so scary. My palms are sweating already. What the hell is this? Why is there such a rule? Did something shady happen in this crematorium? Amitba, barrage of bullets to protect me. Li Yuan's face had turned bitter at this time. He already regretted coming. The first rule of this code conflicts with all the following ones. Especially the last one. If it's not a human being, what else could it be? What's going on? Please explain it clearly. I want to go home. Li Yuan looked at his brother in gray clothes waiting for him outside. But he gave 2,000, which is 2 days of life. I gritted my teeth and changed into my staff uniform. I saw Li Yuan coming out in work clothes. The big brother in gray clothes immediately smiled. It was like seeing prey caught in a trap. I think there's something wrong with Big Brother's expression. God Yuan, please poke him with the peachwood sword and confirm according to the rules whether he is a human being or not. Ha! But it's daytime now. This isn't good. The rules say it's for nighttime. Someone left at the last minute yesterday, and now I'm in urgent need of help. Luckily you're willing to come. Finally, someone will accompany me to view the body. My name is Zhang Yukai, you can just call me Brother Zhang. The big brother in gray clothes chuckled. But in the eyes of Li Yuan and the audience in the live broadcast room, it only gave them goosebumps. I want to ask, is this a proper walk? Li Yuan held the peachwood sword at his waist and asked weakly. Don't get me wrong, he went home to visit his relatives. Zhang Yotsai's words made Li Yuan slowly breathe a sigh of relief. But Zhang Yotsai's next words instantly made Li Yuan's hair stand on end. I felt a chill running from the soles of my feet straight up to the top of my head. He himself sent that relative to the incinerator, he. Wang Defa? Xiao, I want to go home. Chapter 40, there are so many corpses, it would be great if I could take a walk around. What the hell? I knew there was something wrong with this crematorium. Abyss God, run. Yuanshan pills, this is a black crematorium. As soon as Li Yuan stopped, suddenly a cold hand grabbed his wrist. Li Yuan was startled and felt a chill down his spine. Next second. But Zhang Yukai dragged him into a morgue. Don't be afraid. Our job is simple. We just need to keep an eye on these bodies and make sure they aren't stolen at night. We might need to lend a hand during daytime patrols. In a morgue of several square meters, there was a black coffin in the center. There were flowers around the coffin. There are 8 or 9 more morgues like this. For those who are seeing it for the first time, I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. Zhang, brother Zhang, what's going on with that guy who went home to visit his relatives? Li Yuan quietly broke free. Moved to the side. Oh, him. His relative was just cremated and buried, so he has to go see him for the last time, he. Zhang Yukai explained with a smile. Oh my god, so that's how it is. This guy's voice and laughter are so scary. I was so scared just now that I almost smashed my phone. Everyone in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yuan also slowly let go of the peachwood sword. Brother, can we not say half of what we want to say next time? But why would anyone steal a corpse? What use is there for a corpse? Someone asked in the live broadcast room. You don't understand this, don't you? Actually, bodies are often stolen from funeral homes and crematoriums if they're not properly guarded. There's a dedicated industry chain for this. Some use stolen bodies to obtain cremation certificates so their loved ones can avoid cremation. Some use them to arrange ghost marriages. Many others steal bodies and sell them to laboratories for experiments. In short, there are all kinds of reasons. I appealed. My great-grandfather was stolen. So that's how it is. You learn as long as you live. You're taught. Zhang Yukai took Li Yuan to several places. This is a morgue. It's full of unclaimed bodies. It's also a place where people are warned not to get close. Zhang Yukai led Li Yuan to a cold storage in the basement. Opened the metal gate. A foul smell hit my face. There were at least hundreds of corpses on the densely packed iron racks inside. I remembered the crematorium employee rules. Master Yuan, should we take inventory? No, I'm so scared now that I put my phone 1 meter away from me. But Li Yuan looked at so many corpses. His eyes lit up and his fingers tapped unconsciously. The desire in the body is already stirring. There is no longer any fear like before. So many corpses. How cool it would be if I could tie everyone up with a corpse rope and take them for a walk. Damn, this damn instinct. Fuck. What's with that terrified Yuanshin just now? Now his eyes are shining like this after seeing the corpse. No way? Could it be that the Abyss God's hobby is so? Li Yuan quickly suppressed the urge to drive all the corpses out. Then Zhang Yukai took Li Yuan to the corpse cleaning room. This is where the corpses are washed. A place for repairs and makeup. Inside, a female undertaker was putting makeup on a corpse on an iron bed. A surge of great power surged out of his body. Look at her unprofessional technique. Li Yuan felt like he was about to have an obsessive-compulsive disorder. The girl frowned frequently while she was drawing. Brother Zhang, can you help me? When the girl saw Li Yuan and the other man, she slowly stopped what she was doing and looked at Zhang Yukai. Can you help me lift his head up a little? I don't dare to move him. Zhang Yukai immediately responded and walked inside. Li Yuan couldn't wait to go in. On the iron bed was the body of a man in his 40s. Everywhere else is intact. Only the neck was broken. It looked like his neck was broken by being run over by a car. It was just crudely spliced together with the body. There were no stitches at all. How can I lift it? The head isn't even stitched up. Isn't your teacher here today? Zhang Yukai didn't know where to start. Just a slight movement. I'm afraid the whole head will fall off. The teacher couldn't come today because of something, so he asked me to take his place for a day. The girl's voice was weak. Just looking at the appearance, it is really hard to imagine. Such a gentle and weak girl actually has a job that involves dealing with corpses all day long. Otherwise, it is said that the profession in the grounding mansion pays a lot. Let me do it. Li Yuan took 2 steps forward without saying a word. He straightened the head of the corpse directly. The timid ones in the live broadcast room burst out laughing instantly. Fuck. Abyss God, please prepare us mentally. Seeing a corpse so close up suddenly would really give us a heart attack. Fortunately, my phone was 2 meters away. But the body looked so broken. How could he, as an excellent corpse seamstress, tolerate this? Have you got a needle and thread? Li Yuan looked at the girl beside him. Have. The girl was stunned for a moment and replied. I'll sew his head up. It looks too weird. Ah. The girl was stunned for a moment. The audience in the live broadcast room and Zhang Yukai were also stunned. This is a corpse, not a toy. The girl said in a low voice with her eyes downcast. It's okay, I'm a professional. Li Yuan patted his chest lightly to assure himself. If you don't do something with the corpse, I'm going to be suffocated to death this day. The girl took the needle and thread used to sew the corpse with doubt. Li Yuan got into the game immediately after taking over. Now he is an old corpse tailor with 50 years of experience. Fuck, this technique looks really powerful. No way, the Abyss God really can sew corpses. I'm so numb. I know all the skills of the underworld. Is there anything that the Abyss God can't do? This level of stitching was just a piece of cake for Li Yuan. In less than 5 minutes, the man's head was completely sewn up. And the stitching is routed from the inside. It can only be seen from the outside if you are very close. Otherwise, there is no sign of stitching at all. The girl who was the Undertaker's eyes widened at the sight. Holy crap, I found a treasure! Zhang Yukai shouted. Brother, it's a pity that all of us regular employees have a regular job, otherwise we should convince the leader to bring you in. It's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. I've already said I'm a professional. Li Yuan smiled slightly. He waved his hand and hid his achievements and fame. The sister who was in charge of embalming looked at Li Yuan's back as he was about to leave. The image instantly became taller. It's a shame you didn't stay. You've definitely never seen a moving corpse, have you? It's quite fascinating. If you stayed longer, you'd definitely see one. Zhang Yukai followed him out, muttering to himself. After hearing this, Li Yuan stumbled. You dropped something. Zhang Yukai was stunned and suddenly called out to Li Yuan. A peachwood sword and a dozen yellow talismans fell out from Li Yuan's trouser legs. Well, as a live streamer, it's reasonable for me to carry a peachwood sword. Let me be clear, it's definitely not because I'm afraid. You can tell by my professional technique just now. Li Yuan bent down with an ugly smile. He picked up the peachwood sword and yellow talisman paper that fell on the ground. But the next second, a bunch of black stuff in a bag. The cinnabar box and a few copper coins fell out of his trouser legs again. Everyone's eyes twitched at the same time. Damn, judging from a few other things. That black thing must be black dog blood. Aren't you afraid? Brotherly, you're quite well prepared for the live broadcast. Zhang Yukai wiped the sweat from his forehead as he looked at the equipment scattered all over the ground. Ha, he's only handsome for a second. Abyss God's reputation is ruined in an instant. Ha, just now when Brother Zhang said that the corpse would move, Yuan Shen's face turned green. I guess his whole body was limp at that time, and only his mouth remained hard. Ha, this is really funny, but, why is the corpse moving? In an instant, everyone in the live broadcast room was silenced. Damn, yeah. How could a corpse move on its own? God Yuan, why don't we go back? I don't think we mortals can make this kind of money. Chapter 41, just as he said the corpse would move, the next moment the corpse ran away? Brother Zhang, the corpse will move, are you serious? While patrolling, Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. If not, just run away. What if you really encounter a corpse that can run away? He would be scared to death here. Brother, you said before that you could bring back the corpse even if it ran away. Come quickly, the Abyss God is scared, and now is your chance to show off. I've already been assigned to move bricks at the construction site. I'll definitely do it next time. He, of course that's true. I never lie. At this time, Zhang Yukai suddenly turned around and smiled at Li Yuan. Li Yuan suddenly felt his anus tighten. Oh my god, Big Brother's smile is so creepy. Holy shit, I almost threw my phone away. God Yuan, do we really have to start this live broadcast? No, Yuan, I feel like something's really going to happen. Is he really going to come back to life or something? Brother Zhang, where is the toilet? Li Yuan asked, holding the peachwood sword at his waist with trembling hands. There. Zhang Yukai pointed to the front right. Li Yuan immediately ran over. Hey, I haven't finished yet. Some corpses will twitch during cremation due to muscle atrophy. It looks like they are moving on their own. Zhang Yukai looked at Li Yuan, who disappeared in a flash, and shook his head slowly. I'm a slow talker, and I'm most afraid of meeting someone impatient. After entering the toilet, Li Yuan quickly took out cinnabar and yellow talismans and wrote crookedly on several pieces of talisman paper. Pa pa pa, just stick it directly to yourself. Fuck, there's this kind of operation. Aren't the talismans always stuck on the corpses? I can feel the fear of the abyss god even through the screen, ha ha ha. Ha, to be honest, I'm not jealous at all that Yuan Shen earns these 2,000 yuan a day. The god of the abyss is really cruel. I think he stuck one in his crotch just now. Is he afraid that the corpse will snatch his little brother away? Brother, did you hear any strange rustling noise? Come out of the toilet. Zhang Yukai, who was on patrol with him, asked in confusion. No, I didn't hear anything. Li Yuan looked up at the sky. He secretly stroked the talisman paper on his back that was making noises due to friction with his clothes. Abyss God is so scared during the day, what will happen at night? What else can I do? Ghosts don't really exist in this world. Believe in science. All fears are just fears in my heart. Okay, science brother, please step aside and stop talking. Let me show you. If ghosts really existed in this world, and we could catch them and sell tickets to the circus, we would make a fortune. Ghost, are you polite? Actually, I think Yuan Shen should bring a quilt. It is said that the quilt is an ancient barrier. As long as a person hides in the quilt, the ghost cannot launch an attack. I agree. Research shows that ghosts are actually in a quantum superposition state of existence and non-existence. As long as humans hide in bed, the ghosts will naturally disappear. Soga, I think I understand. Schrodinger's ghost. A little known fact, Article 248 of the Underworld Law states, when a human is covered in blankets, intentional harm to another human being is punishable by death. Accidental harm to the inside of the blankets by attacking a limb exposed outside the blankets is punishable by death. Note, if the body is covered in blankets, the head is also considered to be covered. My tears well up. Even ghosts are so law-abiding. Why should we humans break the law? Although it was a hot day, I quietly went to the cupboard and brought back a quilt. Brother Zhang, do we have any blankets here? It will be cold on duty at night, right? After reading the barrage, Li Yuan turned around and asked Zhang Yukai. No, it's hot now, and there are several incinerators running 24 hours a day. Don't worry, it won't be cold at night. Besides, night is the peak time for body thefts, so we can't sleep either. Zhang Yukai waved his hand. Li Yuan's face suddenly fell. Brother Zhang, to be honest, although I may look young, I actually have chronic cold legs. It hurts a lot when I don't cover myself with a blanket at night. As Li Yuan spoke, he covered his thigh with a look of pain on his face. No, isn't it Lao Han's knee that hurts? Why is Yuan Shen covering his thigh? Isn't this obvious? It's not a big problem. It might be in the late stage and has metastasized. Sudasnai, what you said makes so much sense that I can't refute it. I don't have a quilt, but I can find one for you. Zhang Yukai shook his head and sighed. He looked at Li Yuan with a little sympathy. Alas, young people nowadays don't take good care of their bodies. He is so young but already has a lot of old age diseases, and he has avoided 40 years of detours. Li Yuan followed Zhang Yukai with anticipation to get the quilt. Any little disturbance. Just crawl under the quilt. Even if Sadako came, she would have to sigh and look on, hee hee. Abyss God is very clever. He has obtained a quilt barrier. But what if it's Kayako who comes? I remember Kayako likes to get into other people's beds. Ah. Are there still ghosts with such a lack of ethics? What does the underworld law say? Those who violate human ethics and destroy human trust in their beds must be punished with death. Zhang Yukai took Li Yuan into a morgue. Just when Li Yuan was a little confused, he suddenly tried to lift the transparent glass lid of the black coffin. Brother Zhang, what are you doing? Li Yuan was immediately frightened and took a step back. Get you a blanket. Zhang Yukai pointed to the white quilt covering the corpse in the coffin. Ah. Li Yuan suddenly felt his scalp tingling. The audience in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Fuck, fighting over a blanket with a dead person, this is truly hellish. Brother Zhang, actually my cold legs are just an old problem. I just need to bear with it. No need to bother. Really? Don't be afraid. We can use whatever we want here. Don't be polite to me. Zhang Yukai looked at Li Yuan with half belief and half doubt. But he still reached into the coffin. Brother, there's really no need. Let's go on patrol. Li Yuan was almost crying. The Yuan god is not being polite to Brother Zhang, he is being polite to the dead. Ha ha ha, Mom, I finally see the Abyss God get humiliated. Ha, the mastermind Yuan Shen finally got a lesson. Only the unconventional big brother Yukai can deal with Yuan Shen. I can't take it anymore. Seeing the expression on Yuan Shen's face, which is so frightened but he dares not say anything, I am laughing like crazy, ha ha. Okay, it's getting late, let's go have lunch first. Seeing Zhang Yukai finally put down the coffin lid, Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It just so happens that a family member is hosting a banquet in the cafeteria today. We can go and have a meal, hee hee. The two of them called the Undertaker's sister along the way. The three of them found a table in the corner, sat down and started chatting. Brother Zhang, your crematorium really accepts all kinds of business. See a table full of delicious food. Li Yuan's mood finally improved a little. Abyss God is truly unique. He can even get a meal for free. The three of them were eating happily. It suddenly became noisy outside. It seems like someone is arguing. Li Yuan ate his meal while listening to gossip. It seems that the body is missing. The sister who was in charge of embalming also listened carefully for a while and then said, "Puff." Li Yuan immediately covered his mouth and almost spit out his food. What? The body ran away? Ah. The body ran away? The people in the live broadcast room were also stunned for a moment. Chapter 42, you can drive a tractor, but you have to pay extra. Holy shit. There really is a dead body escaping? Of course not. What's the big deal? Living people are afraid of fire. Doesn't that mean the dead aren't afraid of being burned? Why don't you chase them quickly, Abyss God? If one of them escapes, you'll be fined. Stop messing around, you bastards. I'm so scared I'm hiding in bed in this hot weather. Sister, you're the one hiding in there. I've already hidden in bed, and now the quilt is all wet. It disappeared, not ran away. The sister who was in charge of embalming rolled her eyes at Li Yuan. Oh, I heard wrong then. Li Yuan's old face turned red. Haha, Yuan Shen may seem calm on the surface, but he's actually panicking inside. He must have been so nervous that he even misheard what was said. It's you guys who always say the body got away and was brought back. If it were me, my first reaction would probably be that the body got away. Let's go out and take a look. Zhang Yukai patted Li Yuan on the shoulder. Li Yuan took a chicken leg and followed him out while chewing it. Only delicious food can dispel the fear in your heart. A dozen people gathered outside the cafeteria. They were discussing it intensely. While eating, Li Yuan listened to the deceased's family members pointing at the crematorium manager's nose. The curse was very harsh. Listened for about a minute. Only then did I understand. It turned out that a funeral car and a tractor met on a narrow road and overturned. The body probably slid directly out of the car. Fell into the fish pond on the roadside. There's really no shortage of strange things happening at the crematorium. Li Yuan bit the chicken leg and muttered something incoherently. Looking at the crematorium leader who kept his head down and apologized repeatedly, pretending to be a grandson. It's not easy to be a leader in the service industry these days. Luckily, I just want to play badly. Old Zhang. A man who looked like a leader waved at Zhang Yukai. The tractor driver was injured and went to the hospital. Can you drive a tractor? Zhang Yukai shook his head. I've never driven one, but a tractor should be similar to a manual transmission car, right? Leader, it should be similar. They all have accelerator, brake, and clutch. Go find someone who can drive a manual transmission. Brother Li, can you drive? A manual transmission? Zhang Yukai waved at Li Yuan. Li Yuan nodded when he heard this and said, yes. Just kidding, I'm an expert driver, it's just a manual transmission car. Okay, you guys come with me. The leader nodded kindly at Li Yuan. Then he immediately comforted the family members. Don't worry, we've already contacted the body recovery team and we've got the tractor driver as well. What? Driving a tractor? There was a big question mark on Li Yuan's small face. It's okay. A tractor and a manual transmission car are the same. You'll get the hang of it after a few tries. Zhang Yukai patted Li Yuan on the shoulder. The three were immediately taken to the scene of the accident in a minibus. By the way, are tractors and manual transmission cars really the same? I feel like Yuanshin is going to flip over. Haha, if Master Yuan is going to fail, it's going to be a real failure. Don't worry, in principle, a tractor and a manual car are exactly the same, except that tractors generally have 4 gears. But there really aren't many people who can drive a manual transmission now. Oh, that's good. I feel like this crematorium isn't very friendly to Abyssal God. The minibus was carrying a lot of people. We walked along the crooked dirt road for about 10 minutes. Then I saw a funeral car lying across the road in front of me. There was a tractor facing the front of the car. But that tractor doesn't seem to have a carport. An open tractor? No, when I looked closer, not only was there no carport, there wasn't even a steering wheel. That handrail that's a few meters long should be the reverse disc, right? Holy crap, this is actually a walking tractor. Oh my god, a walking tractor. How could there be such an antique in the crematorium? To be honest, I'm not afraid of you all laughing at me, this is the first time I've seen a walking tractor in real life. There are some in my village, but they are rarely seen. How do you drive this thing? Who said a tractor is like a manual transmission car? This thing doesn't even have a steering wheel. Fuck, who knew the tractor he was talking about was a walk-behind tractor? Ha ha ha, I really can't help it. The walking tractor is so funny. Ha, the Yuan god really did fall from grace. The crematorium is indeed the place where the Yuan god was dragged down from the altar. After getting out of the car, Li Yuan looked at the hand tractor whose wheel had sunk under the shoulder of the road. The entire tractor head and armrests were lying across the road. It is almost 180 degrees to the cab. The corners of my eyes twitched unconsciously. It's not Brother Zhang. It's a tractor, but a handheld one? I don't know either. Zhang Yukai was also dumbfounded and looked at the leader beside him. The leader's face was also embarrassed at this time. Leader, please drive the tractor away quickly. There are cars waiting to pass behind. A family member of the deceased came over to urge. Why don't you try it? You're the only one here who can drive a manual transmission. The leader looked at Li Yuan with embarrassment. Ha, Yuan Shin is being blamed. No, I can drive a manual, but not a handheld. Li Yuan patted the armrest of the tractor. His voice stopped for a moment. The moment I touched the tractor just now, a familiar feeling arises in my heart. Driving proficiency. Oh my god, why didn't I think of that? A tractor is also a vehicle, although it is a handheld one. Li Yuan suddenly realized. Holy shit, so anything with wheels is a car? Actually, it's not impossible for me to drive. Li Yuan's tone suddenly became ambiguous. His eyes were fixed on the crematorium leader. But the salary is excluded, and it needs to be increased. The crematorium leader and Zhang Yukai were both stunned. Of course, the audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Master Yuan is obsessed with money. He even dares to drive a walking tractor? That's fake. Yuanshin is probably the same age as me and this is his first time seeing a walking tractor. How could he possibly drive one? But as long as the Abyss God himself said he would do it, has he ever let us down? But, isn't this too unscientific? Everything else is easy to learn, but who can teach you how to use a walking tractor? Very good. Under my influence, you have begun to believe in science. Let's see if I'm not sure. If you can drive this thing away, I'll give you an extra 500. The crematorium leader waved his hand. Li Yuan immediately received the order, okay. After saying that, Li Yuan started searching in the cab. After a while, Li Yuan took out a bent iron rod from the toolbox. Fuck. I thought Yuanshin was looking for something. He forgot that you need a key to drive. Look at this key. Isn't it much more impressive than a Lambo or Ferrari key? Li Yuan came to the front of the tractor with the key. That calm look. It gives people the illusion that he should have been a tractor-trailer driver. Chapter 43. Driving a walking tractor is the coolest guy. No, is Yuanshin really that great? I heard that if you don't drive this thing properly, you could easily get thrown off. when Li Yuan inserted the car key into the keyhole accurately with one hand. Use your other hand to hold down the decompression. With his continuous movements, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Li Yuan held the car key in his hand and turned it slowly and forcefully. The engine started up with a bang 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 sound. The live broadcast room suddenly caught fire. It moves, it moves. Fuck, this head shaking, this hand waving, so cool. Such a ritual. I've learned that this is how a walking tractor is started. It doesn't look that difficult. Not difficult? I'm not targeting you, I just want to say that 90% of the people here can't activate it. Not only will it not start, but the key will also hit my chin, ha ha ha. Li Yuan threw the key into the toolbox. Then slowly straightened the handrail. Amidst the surprised looks from those around him, he turned over and sat in the driver's seat. Holy crap, so cool. Can Yuan-shin really drive a walking tractor? He looks like a seasoned driver. I'll wait and see if I'm sure. Adjusted the armrest angle. Li Yuan said nothing. Hold the handle with your right hand and pull the clutch with your left hand. At the same time, gently kick the wang-shaped gear lever with your right foot, shift gears, and then return the clutch to the center position. A set of handsome moves as smooth as flowing water. Step on the accelerator and release the brake, and the front wheels of the walk-behind tractor will start to turn slowly. The starting action is completed in an instant. It is immediately pleasing to the eye. Holy crap! That's so cool. This mechanical feel, these graceful movements, is driving a walking tractor actually this cool? I can't do it anymore, it's so cool, I've decided, I must learn how to drive a hand tractor. This is the romance and handsomeness that belongs to men. Li Yuan has completely become one with the walk-behind tractor. At this moment, he is the car and the car is him. In the amazed eyes of everyone, Li Yuan controlled the handrail and swung it left and right. The dazzling operation is suffocating. The accelerator, clutch, steering gear, all operations are as fierce as a tiger. The bang 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 sound kept beating everyone's heart. Suddenly, a burst of black smoke came out from the front of the car. When I looked again, I saw that the wheels of the tractor that had stuck under the road shoulder had been rescued. At this moment, everyone was looking at the shining Li Yuan. There was only one word in my mind, so fucking handsome. After driving the car forward for more than 10 meters, the hand tractor suddenly roared. The handrail was instantly thrown out at a 45-degree angle. There was a violent lateral friction between the truck bed and the gravel road. The next second, the entire hand tractor swung its tail like a dragon. It stopped steadily in the open space ahead. Li Yuan clapped his hands and jumped out of the cab. I swear, I never thought driving a tractor could be so cool. Really, I think this is way cooler than flying a plane. I don't care what you think, I care what I think, and I think what you think is right. After seeing Yuan-shin's walking tractor, I've already returned the Porsche I ordered and am planning to sign up for a tractor training class. Li Yuan looked at the people around him who were almost petrified in confusion. Then he looked at the neatly parked walk-behind tractor. After confirming that there was no problem, he rubbed his fingers towards the crematorium leader. The crematorium leader finally recovered from his shock. He hurriedly took out 5 red Mao Zedong notes from his wallet and handed them to Li Yuan. Then he turned around and looked at the people behind him with a proud look on his face. Dear family members, please trust the professionalism of our crematorium. We will never let our customers down. If possible, please choose us next time. Everyone behind him nodded. I can't help but sigh that the crematorium is really a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. It sounds so cool to drive a tractor at such a young age. Brother, what's your major? Aren't you studying funeral technology and management? The sister who was in charge of embalming stared at Li Yuan with stars in her eyes. Ha, this little sister probably hasn't seen Yuan-shin's other skills. What kind of school or major can teach a freak like Yuan-shin? Upstairs, I suddenly thought of a legendary super technical school. You mean the Dharma Academy among the technicians? Looking at the young undertaker's eyes full of anticipation. Such a young sister who hasn't even graduated from college yet. How could I bear to tell the truth and deceive her? Li Yuan slowly put away his joking expression. Have you heard of Lanqiang Technical School? The young undertaker was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I've heard of it. The Bible verse came to my mind. If you want the best excavator technology, look for Lanxiang in Shandong, China. Li Yuan also nodded seriously. My major is walking tractor at the Tractor College of Lanxiang Technical School. Ah. The sister who was in charge of embalming looked surprised. Does the hand tractor major also teach corpse sewing? Well, the class next to the hand tractor class is the corpse sewing class. I often go there and learned it over and over again. Lanxiang Technical School. Zhang Yukai secretly remembered the name. I plan to go for further studies when I have free time. Oh, so that's how it is. Brother, your school is really amazing. My master is a funeral professional, and he can't sew corpses as fast as you. The sister who was in charge of embalming looked at Li Yuan with her big, bright eyes. Li Yuan suddenly felt a sense of guilt in his heart. This damn hellish skill. It's really hard for him to explain how he learned it. Boss, the body recovery team is a bit busy lately. I'm afraid they won't be able to get here for a while. At this moment, a crematorium employee suddenly ran over with a phone. How can we do this? We've already prepared the banquet, and the fortune teller has calculated the time. We're just waiting for the auspicious moment to be cremated. We can't afford to waste any time. When the family members behind heard that the body recovery team could not come, they were shocked. He immediately rushed forward a few steps to argue. That's like a fight. This instantly scared several people at the crematorium on Li Yuan's side. Li Yuan quietly took a few steps back. If a fight breaks out, be the first to run away. Boss, you just said that your crematorium has professionals for anything involving the dead. Now that the body recovery team can't come, you have to find a way for us to find someone to recover the body. The crematorium manager looked embarrassed. I suddenly wanted to slap myself twice. The boast he just made was instantly refuted. Where can he find someone to retrieve the body at this critical moment? Well, family members, please be patient. I'll contact the body recovery team. Leader, we've contacted them over a dozen times, but no body recovery team is able to come right now. An employee at the crematorium whispered a reminder. The crematorium leader suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at dozens of aggressive family members. I'm afraid this matter today will not end well. Do you pay for retrieving the body? Li Yuan suddenly walked up from the back of the crowd. Chapter 44. Are you fishing or retrieving a dead body? No, doesn't it mean that the abyss god can also retrieve corpses? Impossible, the corpse retriever is so daring. Look at how scared Yuanshan was that he had yellow talismans all over his body. Doesn't it look like that? Indeed, and recovering a corpse is very dangerous. Without a working boat, it's like being a construction site water ghost. This fish pond is obviously converted from a former reservoir, and the water is very deep. This fish pond does look scary. There's not even a railing. If someone who can't swim falls in, they'll drown in minutes. Forget it, I still want to see Master Yuan driving a walking tractor. The crematorium leader saw Li Yuan coming over. Immediately his eyes lit up. But then it immediately darkened again. Retrieving a corpse is a real technical job. Not only professional skills are required. Professional tools are also required. Now they don't have a single wetsuit. How to fish it out? The crematorium leader waved his hands in frustration. Signaled Li Yuan to stop making trouble. Li Yuan glanced at the family members who were about to cause trouble. I looked at the few people fishing in the distance. He asked Zhang Yukai for a pack of cigarettes and quietly left the crowd. He, all the extra money is going into your mouth. There is no way to make enough money. The abyss god was wise enough to just run away. There might be a fight soon, so we better run away as soon as possible. However, Li Yuan did not return to the crematorium as they expected. Instead, keep walking along the fish pond. There seemed to be a few people camping out in a tent by the fish pond ahead. The camera was shaking so much that I couldn't see clearly. There are indeed people. Holy shit, are these people crazy? How dare they stay near such a gloomy and terrifying crematorium? No, it looks like they are fishing in the pond. Oh, it's a fisherman, that's all right. They're really trying hard. Aren't they afraid of fishing in this place? Brother, you're not fishing, are you? That's a fearless fisherman. He's not afraid of corpses floating around, quitting his job, getting divorced, and giving his kids away. It's no big deal. Nothing can stop their yearning for fishing. They will overcome difficulties if they exist, and even if there are none, they will create difficulties to overcome them. No, 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 you're wrong. Fishermen will still be scared if a corpse appears in the water, fearing that the floating corpse will disturb the nest they just dug. Okay, enough of the science. I'm a fisherman. I just want to ask, when will our Emperor He Chang return? To the fisherman, I want to say that our fishing world cannot do without Emperor He Chang, just like the West cannot do without Jerusalem. Brother, how's the mouth? Li Yuan came to a fisherman and stood beside him and looked at him. Handed over a cigarette. I'm so afraid that the abyss god will come up and mention the fish guard, and then ask if we have any empty-handed today? That abyss god is probably going to be beaten up by a bunch of people cursing and swearing. It's pretty good. The fisherman took the cigarette and looked up at Li Yuan. The distance between the two was quickly shortened by a cigarette and a few words. Wait until the time of a cigarette. Li Yuan easily borrowed a set of spare fishing rods. It turns out that Yuanshan is addicted to fishing and has quit his job. As expected, this fisherman never gives in. When the urge comes, he'd want to cast a few lines even on the Naiha bridge. I object to the brother who said fishing is addictive. It's nonsense. I have been fishing for 30 years and I fish for 6 hours a day without getting addicted. It seems that the abyss god has returned with his fishing rod. Doesn't he want to cast a few strokes? Watching Li Yuan climb up the path with the fishing rod in hand. The fishermen in the live broadcast room instantly lost their composure. Fuck, even Master Yuan couldn't resist throwing it like this? I'm having OCD even through the screen. I went out fishing. I've given the child to my neighbor, old Wang, to take care of temporarily. Brother, you are so generous. Many people don't like children nowadays, and they are not afraid of causing trouble to the neighbors and being bad to your children. No, my son is more fond of Lao Wang than me. Not only do they get along well, they also look alike. That's terrible. Goodbye, brother. I hope you will never go bankrupt again. Li Yuan returned to the outside of the crowd. The atmosphere at this time was already very subtle. The family members were so angry that their faces turned red. The crematorium leader was talking on the phone with a grandson-like look on his face. He was almost kneeling down to the family members. Boss, retrieving bodies pays more than driving a tractor, right? Li Yuan walked to the crematorium leader holding his fishing rod. Little brother, you can't fish during work hours. Zhang Yukai twitched his eyes as he looked at the fishing rod in Li Yuan's hand. 800 for every time you fish. The crematorium leader didn't even look at Li Yuan and replied weakly. Li Yuan nodded and felt it was quite a good deal. How about letting me try? Li Yuan's words instantly made everyone around him look at him in surprise again. Even if you can dive, we don't have the equipment right now. The crematorium leader barely raised his head and then shook his head. I don't need any equipment. I'll just fish it out and you just pay me. No equipment required? The crematorium leader was stunned. He looked carefully at Li Yuan's whole body. His eyes finally fell on the fishing rod. What does Yuan Shen mean? Are you going to use this fishing rod to retrieve the corpse? The news did let off the fisherman who caught the body. But that was an accident. How could a fishing rod possibly retrieve a body? Little brother, stop making trouble, let's talk about business. Zhang Yukai pulled Li Yuan's hand. Remember to pay if you fish it out. Li Yuan waved to several people. Walked directly down to the fish pond. Good fellow, is the abyss god really fishing for corpses? Young man, I can tell you haven't graduated from college yet, and you haven't started working yet, right? Yeah, how did you know? Could it be that my clear eyes can see through the screen? I sense your stupidity. You think Yuanshan is as foolish as you, using a fishing rod to retrieve a corpse? If my predictions are correct, Yuanshan is fishing openly. This tactic is called a feint to the east and attack in the west, sneaking through Chinsong in the workplace. So, when others thought Yuanshan was going fishing, Yuanshan immediately used the excuse of retrieving corpses. When others thought Yuanshan was retrieving corpses, his real purpose was actually fishing. It's amazing, it's so real and fake, even the leaders can't figure it out. Watching Li Yuan find a good position and cast the rod seriously. The people above all had their eyes twitching when they saw this. A few minutes later, Li Yuan had already cast more than 10 empty rods. It made both those who knew how to fish and those who didn't were a little confused. But a few minutes later, the surface of the lake in front of Li Yuan suddenly began to churn and bubble. I saw a black shadow slowly emerging from the water. It made people stunned for a moment. Abyss God is awesome. This fish looks pretty big. Is this possible? I've never seen anyone fishing like this. What kind of magical technique is this? The audience in the live broadcast room widened their eyes instantly. But the next moment. Wait until the black shadow gradually becomes bigger and bigger. Everyone began to realize that something was wrong. This doesn't look like a fish, does it? It looks like a human-shaped plastic bag. Plastic bag, humanoid? Chapter 45. I want to introduce my daughter to you. Are you targeting me? Could it be that? At this time, Li Yuan's situation was also discovered on the fish pond. When the bag containing the corpse was slowly pulled over by Li Yuan, gradually revealing his true face, someone shouted immediately. The body has been fished out. Then everyone's eyes turned to Li Yuan. The body bag was slowly approaching the shore. Li Yuan controlled the fishing rod, while using a scoop net to slowly row the body to the shore. Are you crazy? The Abyss God really caught a corpse. Holy, what the hell is this? God Yuan, please stop showing off. He really did it. My scalp is tingling. In an instant, those who were fishing and those who were not fishing fell silent again. The silence was deafening. Go help! The crematorium leader shouted after recovering from his shock. Zhang Yukai immediately ran down in a panic. Are you sure that this Li Yuan was not sent by God to save him? Just this day gave him so many surprises. At this time, most people are still confused. After all, this kind of operation is a bit too exaggerated. Brother, you really fished it out? Zhang Yukai took the scoop net from Li Yuan. The body was slowly salvaged to the shore. When the two men carried the body ashore, several family members excitedly shook Li Yuan's hands. Boss, I'm so sorry for what happened just now. I wrongly blamed you. Your crematorium really is full of hidden talents. The crematorium leader's face showed embarrassment but also a hint of relief. It's okay. Just remember to take good care of the business in the future. Of course. A crisis was resolved in a strange way. Li Yuan also earned an extra 1,300 yuan as he wished. That's one day's life. The group returned to the crematorium with a relaxed mood. The crematorium leader directly offered a high price to Li Yuan to stay. However, Li Yuan rejected it harshly. Brother, this is amazing. Didn't you see that when you actually hooked that corpse, there was silence on the shore for a full 10 seconds? Everyone was stunned. How did you do that? Zhang Yukai gave Li Yuan a thumbs up. Nothing special. Just practice makes perfect. Li Yuan chuckled. Oh, then you must not have a girlfriend? Women only affect your hand speed. The sister who was doing the embalming beside her had her eyes lit up. But when night falls, the lively crowd around disperses. Li Yuan's hand unconsciously touched the peachwood sword at his waist again. Hey, Xiao, I'm not going home tonight. I'm at the crematorium. Li Yuan called Han Xiao. No, I'm not upset, and I'm not feeling unwell. After explaining for a long time, Han Xiao finally gave up the urge to rush over immediately. But a few hours later, Chen Momo's white beetle drove crookedly into the crematorium. Can you do this? You're so scared but you're still trying to be brave. You almost fell into the fish pond just now. After getting off the car, Han Xiao rolled her eyes at Chen Momo. I shouldn't have told you and made you wait downstairs all night. Who knew this place was so scary? As a detective, of course you're not afraid. I've never seen a dead person in my life, and I don't dare get off the bus and let you drive. Chen muttered silently. At this time, Li Yuan and Zhang Yukai were patrolling. Are you scared? Zhang Yukai glanced at Li Yuan beside him. No, I was just shivering from the cold. Li Yuan held a peachwood sword in his left hand and black dog blood in his right hand. I can keep some distance from Zhang Yukai. God Yuan, it's time to poke him with the peachwood sword. The employee code of conduct says that at night, you must check from time to time to see if your colleagues are still human. Li Yuan glanced at the barrage on his phone. He looked at Zhang Yukai beside him again. I felt a moment of hesitation. You, why are you poking my butt? Zhang Yukai, who was walking in front, suddenly shrank his hips. He covered his butt and grimaced. Li Yuan looked a little embarrassed holding the peachwood sword. Brother, you are not having a relationship with Long Yang, right? Zhang Yukai looked back at Li Yuan and took a step back. Cover your butt tighter. I wanted to introduce my daughter to you, and you're planning to take advantage of me? Li Yuan was about to explain. But the phone rang. It was Han Xiaoxiao calling. What? You're outside the crematorium? Didn't I tell you not to come? I said I wouldn't come right away, but I didn't say I wouldn't come for a while. Brother Zhang, I'm sorry, 2 of my friends are coming. I'll go pick them up. Come outside. Li Yuan saw Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo who came with her from afar. Chen Momo folded his hands, looking around. Obviously more afraid than Li Yuan. Li Yuan turned the micro camera on his body. After the 2 people were no longer in the picture. Come forward immediately. He stuffed the black dog blood in his hand into Chen Momo's hand. This thing can protect you. Chen Momo's favorability +1. Why are you here to broadcast live? Han Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at the 2 of them. Looking at the peachwood sword in Li Yuan's hand and the black dog blood that Chen Momo regarded as a treasure. Even though he was scared to death, he still came. It's a long story. Li Yuan led the 2 to the lounge. Zhang Yukai, who was drinking water, suddenly saw Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo come in. I was so shocked that my jaw almost dropped. After wiping his eyes hatefully, Zhang Yukai pointed at Chen Momo, still in disbelief. You are Chen Momo? Chen nodded silently. Li Yuan smacked his lips in amazement. Chen Momo was quite famous. My eldest son is 3 years older than you. He likes you very much. Zhang Yukai stared at Chen Momo without blinking. It's almost like writing the words I like you too on your face. Li Yuan coughed lightly. Zhang Yukai finally came to his senses. A relative has passed away, and you are here to offer condolences? Zhang Yukai moved 2 stools for the 2 of them. No, we're here to meet friends. Chen Momo pointed at Li Yuan who was standing beside him. This once again made Zhang Yukai open his mouth wide. His eyes looked back and forth between the 2 beauties, Chen Momo and Han Xiaoxiao. Finally, he looked at Li Yuan again and silently gave him a thumbs up. Brother, I wrongly blamed you. With a beautiful woman like this by your side, even a 360-degree twist of steel would be bent straight. As soon as Zhang Yukai finished speaking, he turned around to pour water for Chen Momo and the other person. Suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my butt again. Damn employee rules. Just a reminder to check from time to time. You don't even mention how often you should confirm it. Looking at Zhang Youcai's grinning face, Li Yuan was very relieved. After all, dirty things shouldn't be afraid of pain. Chen Momo saw Li Yuan suddenly poke Zhang Yukai with a peachwood sword. No matter what. He immediately raised the black dog blood in his hand and attacked Zhang Yukai. Han Xiaoxiao shook her head helplessly upon seeing this. Xia Qingning frowned slightly when she heard the sounds of several people playing in the live broadcast room. I picked up my phone and called my assistant. Have you finalized the live variety show? President, they have no reason to refuse the sponsorship price you offer. Chapter 46 I heard that wilderness survival shows are very dangerous. I don't know why you came here if you're so scared. Can't you just be quiet and stop messing around for the past 3 months? Han Xiaoxiao looked at the talisman paper on Li Yuan's body and suddenly felt a little distressed. 3 months? What 3 months? Chen Momo hugged the black dog blood. He secretly pulled a yellow talisman from Li Yuan and stuck it on himself. Nothing, just be a star and don't ask other people's questions. Han Xiaoxiao glared at Chen Momo. Chen Momo, who wanted to continue grabbing the talisman paper, immediately retracted his hand. You didn't sleep together, so when did Li Yuan become your family? Chen Momo couldn't help but mutter. What did you say? Han Xiaoxiao frowned. He raised his hand and pulled a yellow talisman from Chen Momo's forehead. By the way, the silver bracelet around her waist was revealed. Zhang Yukai saw the bracelet. The pupils suddenly shrank. I almost dropped the cup of water in my hand. Little brother, let's go on patrol. If the boss finds you slacking off, your salary will be docked. Zhang Yukai pulled Li Yuan outside. Seeing this, Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo hurriedly followed him out. With Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo here, Li Yuan's fear was instantly relieved a lot. Until the next morning. Nothing strange or horrible happened. Li Yuan woke up Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo, who were sleeping soundly. The three of them returned the same way. Zhang Yukai breathed a sigh of relief. Because it's the weekend. After returning to the city, seeing that Li Yuan was still in high spirits, Han Xiaoxiao couldn't help but wonder. Does he look like he has a terminal illness? My physical quality is better than anyone else's. Is it a last gasp? After Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo went to work, Li Yuan received a call from Hu Lingyu. It's about the next episode of a large-scale variety reality show. The theme for the next issue has almost been decided. It's about survival in the wild. This time, Hu Lingyu called to carefully ask Li Yuan whether he wanted to participate. After all, reality shows in the wild are different from those in the city. There are dangers at all times in the wild. Moreover, there have been many accidents in previous survival shows. There were even some that almost resulted in fatalities. Precisely because the risk factor is high and uncontrollable. Therefore, the production crews of wilderness survival programs are very cautious and they are rare. But it has to be said that this type of program definitely has the best ratings. It is the best choice for some small stars and out-of-date stars who want to become famous. Of course, there is also a very high chance of the building collapsing directly. After all, this kind of program can easily expose the darkest side of human nature. Teacher Li, we just explained to you how dangerous wilderness survival programs are. If you withdraw, we will give you an additional subsidy. Hu Lingyu explained to Li Yuan in detail how dangerous the program was. How much is the subsidy? Since you were the top scorer in the last episode, plus your appearance fee, I can give you a total of 100,000. 100,000 is a considerable sum for Li Yuan, who is now penniless. Moreover, he only played rotten for one day, and he was able to get so much money. No wonder everyone is scrambling to become an artist. I'm afraid those celebrities get several times more than he does. How much money can I get if I participate in the show? Li Yuan thought about it and gave up. It is hard to say whether these 100,000 can be used to exchange for merit points. If I were to participate in the show, master the wilderness survival skills you gain from the start. Wouldn't that be easy to just give up? The only difference is that the place where the trouble happens has changed from the city to the wilderness. And the money obtained can definitely be exchanged for merit points. That depends on the final popularity and points. Because of the riskiness of the show, the invited guests like you, who are not signed to a company and are not artists, can get at least 300,000 yuan for their appearance fee. Hu Lingyu explained patiently. It seems that every time I talk to Li Yuan, the word money cannot be avoided. So this time she made the call after careful inquiry. In fact, the guests who can participate in this show don't care about how much money they get. The most important thing is to become popular again through the show. The subsequent gains far outweighed what the program gave me. Teacher Li, I actually suggest you don't participate. I heard that the arrangements for this program are more dangerous than the previous wilderness survival programs. Last time, a guest was bitten and refused to leave, and he almost lost his life. This time, I'm afraid it will be even more dangerous. Hu Lingyu's tone was a little worried. After all, in her opinion, Li Yuan is neither a contracted artist nor a contracted artist. Not some outdated star. There's really no need to participate in such a dangerous show just for that little appearance fee. It's not worth it for him. However, Li Yuan didn't take the danger seriously at all. He didn't listen at all to what Hu Lingyu had just told him about the dangers such as bears, hungry wolves, poisonous fruits, etc. Wilderness survival skills given by the system. At the very least, he has to be comparable to Bear Grylls, right? That's how dangerous it is. All I can say is, let the storm come even harder. I'll go. Li Yuan replied firmly across the phone. Anyone who doesn't go is a fool. That has hundreds of thousands. How many days of life can it buy? Mr. Li, did I not explain to you clearly how dangerous this program is? It's not just the wild animals that eat people. Without special training, setting up a shelter on the first day is impossible for ordinary people. Without a shelter in the wild, the danger level increases exponentially. Before the show officially begins live, all guests must sign a life and death agreement, assuming all accidents and dangers during the live broadcast are the responsibility of the guests themselves. Hu Lingyu still wanted to persuade Li Yuan. But when Li Yuan heard it, he only heard, ABA ABA ABA. I don't care at all whether it is dangerous or not. In the end, I couldn't persuade him anymore. Hu Lingyu had no choice but to give up. Then wait a few days. Once the program team has confirmed the participating guests, they will conduct 2 weeks of wilderness survival training for everyone. I'll let you know then. If you don't want to participate midway, feel free to contact me. After hanging up the phone, Li Yuan received a call from Chen Momo. I just received news that the anti-theft variety show we participated in last time will have a theme of wilderness survival for the next episode. Has the production team contacted you yet? Chen Momo's tone was even more anxious than Hu Lingyu's. Yeah, I just finished talking to the production team on the phone. Did you refuse? No, I agreed to participate. What? You agreed? Didn't they tell you how dangerous it is to survive in the wild? Chen Momo's voice instantly rose several octaves. I'm going to go find the director of their production. How could they not explain such a dangerous program to you? That's so irresponsible. Chapter 47. I'm familiar with all the shortcuts when delivering food, right? Chen Momo hung up the phone right after he finished speaking. Li Yuan quickly called back. It's a good thing that you can get a lot of money by playing badly. If I let her ruin it, I won't be able to survive. What are you doing? I was just about to call their general director. When the call was connected, Chen Momo's tone was filled with uncontrollable anger. I say, Auntie, could you please calm down and listen to what I have to say? Li Yuan's tone was somewhat helpless. Why shouldn't I be excited? You don't know how dangerous wilderness survival programming is. I do. They don't explain the danger to you clearly. They're throwing their reputation away for traffic. Chen Momo became more and more excited as he spoke. The artists who dare to participate have all received months of training from survival experts beforehand, and even then, the danger level is still very high. How is your participation any different from sending someone away? Hey, what's wrong with me? Why did I go and send it? Do you really have to say that I am so bad? Li Yuan looked at the time and it was already noon. I turned on the hands-free mode and talked while cooking. They've explained to me how dangerous the show is, and they've only exaggerated it. Li Yuan thought of the harsh conditions that Hu Lingyu had described to him. Then why are you going? Are you crazy? You're so scared of even being on duty at the crematorium. Auntie, there was a reason for what happened last night. If I took you to look at their employee code of conduct, I guarantee you would be so scared that you would pee your pants on the spot. Bah, you peed your pants. Okay, I'm getting ready for bed. I've already agreed to the show, so don't mess with me. After Li Yuan finished cooking, he finally felt a little sleepy. You must come? Kindness. Then I'll go too. I've participated in similar programs before. Just listen to me when the time comes. Chen Momo was silent for a while and then suddenly spoke. Okay, you'll protect me when the time comes. After Li Yuan casually dealt with Chen Momo and finished his meal, he fell into a deep sleep. Wait until you wake up. It was getting dark. The voices of Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo were heard outside. After getting up, Li Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and went to the living room. I ran into Han Xiaoxiao, who was wearing yoga clothes. The light-colored tight yoga suit fully displayed her curvy figure in front of Li Yuan. She has a slim waist, long legs, and round, firm breasts. Li Yuan suddenly felt a heat in his nose. Aren't you still on your period? Why are you exercising? Li Yuan covered his nose and hurried into the bathroom. I've already left for the day. What happened to your nose? Did you bump into the door? Han Xiaoxiao followed her into the bathroom with concern and squeezed the toothpaste for her first. It's okay. The weather has been hot lately and I'm very irritable. Oh, I heard from Momo that you're going to participate in a wilderness survival program? Han Xiaoxiao handed the squeezed toothpaste and water to Li Yuan. He wet the towel slightly and waited aside. Well, I've already promised the show. Li Yuan nodded. It's time to eat. At this time, Chen Momo shouted from the kitchen. Han Xiaoxiao turned around and responded, then went to help clear the table. Wait until Li Yuan finishes washing up. Chen Momo immediately handed him a bowl of rice. Thanks to you, I can eat food cooked by a famous star. Han Xiaoxiao looked at the table full of delicious food. I secretly vowed to myself that I must learn how to cook well. Li Yuan could clearly feel that the atmosphere at the dinner table today was no longer as tense as it was in the past 2 days. Just breathed a sigh of relief. When I turned around, I found that my bowl was full of vegetables. I told you not to give him leeks. No, where did you get the leeks? I clearly didn't do that. Chen Momo stared at the leeks in Li Yuan's bowl in a daze. You refused to do what I asked you to do, so I went downstairs to buy it myself. So what? I'm going to piss you off to death. Han Xiaoxiao gave Chen Momo a big smile. He picked up another piece of leek for Li Yuan with his chopsticks. Li Yuan ate the food in his bowl, which never got smaller. Dare not speak. Li Yuan, my stomach hurts. Carry me to sleep. Han Xiaoxiao, wearing cool pajamas, was lying on the sofa, holding her stomach. He turned his head and looked at Li Yuan, who was sweeping the floor. Could this be any more fake? You said yourself that your aunt is gone. I don't care. My stomach hurts. You hold me. I can't go by myself. Han Xiaoxiao's eyes are as clear as autumn water. She exudes a seductive aura. Li Yuan sneered. You think you can fool me with such poor acting skills? I'll punch you and make you cry. Han Xiaoxiao slammed the door and went into the bedroom. See, the trick is seen through at a glance. The next day, after Li Yuan sent Han Xiaoxiao to the municipal bureau, he opened a certain audio live broadcast. Hundreds of die-hard fans flocked in instantly. Is Yuanchen going to tell fortunes or perform cremation today? God Yuan, please do something in the mortal realm. I was so scared last night that I didn't dare turn off the lights to sleep. Is the abyssal god going to give us another surprise today? Li Yuan looked at the system panel. Previous professional skills are still on cooldown. The money earned cannot be exchanged for success points. This gave him ample reason to act badly during the recording of the variety show. But the next second, the system's voice rang again. The system has enabled the host to exchange merit points for professional skills. Begging boy, you are deliberately not wanting to let yourself down. Li Yuan opened the system panel. After a quick look, I saw that some of the exchangeable professional skills had already appeared. The minimum dishwashing proficiency and mopping proficiency requires 0.5 merit points. Most of the other prices are around 1 merit point. 1 merit point is equivalent to $1,000. What part-time job can earn $1,000 a day? Isn't this a big complaint? Live broadcast room, Summer Lemon gave gifts to 2 carnivals. Li Yuan immediately looked up and looked at the special effects of the carnival. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Sorry, he took it back. Li Yuan quickly opened the part-time job website. I wrote for a long time but still couldn't find a suitable one. Or the price is too low. Or require working for a full week or more. How about I take you guys to deliver takeout today? Li Yuan looked at the advertisement for urgently recruiting food delivery writers. And writer mastery, which can be redeemed for just 0.5 merit points. Delivery food? The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Is delivering food considered a talent? Has Master Yuan run out of ideas and can only perform as a delivery boy? After successfully exchanging for writer mastery, Li Yuan called Tang Jiaming. Hey, little bro, can you lend me your broken electric donkey? I'll return it to you after get off work. That's my beloved little motorcycle. You can say I'm poor, but you can't say my e-scooter is broken. Tang Jiaming said as he handed the key down. Li Yuan rode Tang Jiaming's beloved scooter and headed straight to the takeaway station. The source god is really delivering food. After taking over the underworld, the abyss god has started to connect with the ground again. Don't underestimate food delivery. It's a technical job that requires a very familiar understanding of the surroundings. Navigating many residential areas and alleyways is difficult. If you do a good job, you can earn over 10,000 yuan a month, but if you don't, you'll even lose money. I second that. I delivered food for 2 days before and didn't make a cent. I even lost $50. It was really bad luck. After receiving the yellow robe work clothes, I received a quarter of an hour of temporary training. Li Yuan immediately received his first order in life. the moment the system automatically places the order. The skilled writer immediately planned out the shortest and fastest route in Li Yuan's mind. Looking at Li Yuan full of confidence. The audience who were waiting to see Li Yuan make a fool of himself were surprised to find out. Li Yuan not only did not use navigation. The electric scooter can turn left and right and even knows which community's back door is the best shortcut. There was even a hole in the iron fire gate of a community. You know you can get out with only 5 minutes left. Chapter 48, Online Romance Goes Wrong. I hope he didn't get cheated on. Looking at Li Yuan calmly. Taking an unexpected shortcut. 5 orders have been delivered in just over 10 minutes. Even the customers found it incredible. It usually takes 20 minutes for the order to be delivered. As a result, Li Yuan took less than 10 minutes. The audience in the live broadcast room was numb. Fuck, this is the chosen delivery writer. He never overtimes. If I were as familiar with the roads as Yuanshan, why would I bother with screws? I could make 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month delivering food. Fuck, the house numbers in this crappy neighborhood are all disconnected, and he didn't even need to look for them. When Li Yuan delivered the takeaway to a self-built community, everyone who had delivered takeout in the live broadcast room was stunned. The house numbers here are all messed up. I've delivered them dozens of times and every time I have to ask several people before I can find them. Twice I walked around for over 10 minutes and was about to run out of time but still couldn't find the house number. The audience's tone was full of unfriendly. I guess it will cast a big shadow on this community. Li Yuan delivered 5 orders in one go. When he received the 6th order, he glanced at the notes and frowned. Could you please buy me 2 10-kilogram bags of rice and send them up together? Thank you, I will give you a bad review if you don't buy them. I looked at the address carefully again, it was on the 6th floor of the staircase. Looks quite polite. She must be a weak girl. Li Yuan didn't think twice and just clicked to reject the order. Don't think you can make rude requests just because you're polite. It's your first time delivering food, so why should I spoil you? Next order. It's still a note. I'm in a long-distance relationship with my girlfriend. I just heard another man's voice on the phone. Could you please help me check if there's another man at her home? I'll add you on WeChat as a thank you. Thank you. Li Yuan accepted the order silently. Then I called and added my brother as WeChat. The brother called 50 without saying anything. We've been living apart for 2 years, and I've been completely obedient to him. But recently, I've noticed something's been going on with her. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Looking at the chat box, the guy was talking about the hardships of a long-distance relationship. The audience in the live broadcast room were heartbroken and cried. Don't worry, brother. I will keep an eye on it for you. Li Yuan got the meal as quickly as possible. I took the shortest road and ran to room 203, building 6, Lianhua community. Arrived at the destination. This is an old residential area. There are many old men and women coming in and out. Li Yuan rode all the way to the bottom of building 6. With a beautiful drift, he parked the car and headed straight for number 203. Li Yuan silently took out his cell phone and made a voice call to his brother. After knocking on the door several times, the dark red security door with many lock-opening advertisements posted on it was opened. Li Yuan took a look and saw that the person who opened the door was a bearded man wearing a vest and slippers. My heart sank instantly. I didn't order takeout. The man looked at Li Yuan in surprise. Li Yuan could already hear his brother's heartbroken voice through the Bluetooth headset. I can only pray silently in my heart that he doesn't get too upset. Li Yuan handed over the takeaway. Just getting ready to leave. I saw a discussion in the live broadcast room. I think Yuan Shin should help people to the end. Why don't we ask him? What if he is his father? It's impossible for Dad. He looks only in his early 30s. It's more likely that he's my brother. Whether it's father or brother, my brother is so affectionate. If he makes a mistake, it will separate the couple. Why don't you confirm it, Yuan Shin? Li Yuan thought it made sense. So he turned around and looked at the confused man. That, probably, was ordered by the lady in the house. Madam? There's no woman in my room. Did you send it to the wrong person? The man was even more confused after hearing this. The people in the live broadcast room were also confused. This big brother doesn't seem to be lying. Did Yuanshan send it to the wrong place, or did he write the wrong address? It's Building 6, Room 203, Lianhua Community, right? Li Yuan glanced at the house number. Yes. A positive voice came from the man opposite and the headset at the same time. I always ordered takeout for her from this address before, and I never missed it. The guy who ordered the takeout added. Li Yuan instantly thought of a possibility. He turned his back and spoke quietly into the headset. Brother, have you two met in the past 2 years? No. Have you ever made a video call? No, she said she wanted to keep her girl's mystery. Then how did you determine his gender? Brother, what do you mean? We text each other every day, how could I not know whether she is a girl or not? The tone of the guy who ordered the takeout suddenly became murderous. What if it's a voice changer? You can call her now and see if this man answers the phone. Then, when the VX voice message on the man's phone rang in his pocket, he took it out and took a look at it without picking it up in front of Li Yuan. Li Yuan already knew what was going on. I know who ordered the takeaway, I took it in. The man closed the door after he finished speaking. Then Li Yuan vaguely heard a woman's voice coming from inside the door. I got goosebumps instantly. Be careful in long-distance relationships. There was also silence in the live broadcast room. But fortunately, my brother was not cheated on. Sent a message to the guy who ordered takeout. Li Yuan went downstairs. I just rode out of the community and received a new order. It was delivered to a star-rated hotel. Just as he finished picking up his meal, he came to the hotel front desk humming a little tune. When we finished the meal and were ready to leave, suddenly I caught a glimpse of a sign on the grand piano next to me saying, "We're looking for 2,000 tuners." Li Yuan suddenly became interested. Open the system interface. It takes 1 merit point to redeem piano mastery. Repairing the piano earns 2 merit points. Even primary school students can make money by calculating. Cindy, what are you looking at? A seating area in one corner. A beautiful girl in a blue dress, with an elegant and cool temperament, was suddenly stunned when she looked at Li Yuan's profile. The man next to her had never seen her with such an expression. Following her gaze, he also noticed Li Yuan. But I saw Li Yuan wearing a delivery uniform. While breathing a sigh of relief, there was a flash of disdain in his eyes. Chapter 49. If the goddess wasn't so cold, how could I lick her? No, nothing, maybe I saw the wrong person. Xia Sini replied perfunctorily. But his eyes never left Li Yuan's back for a moment. He appears calm on the surface. There are already turbulent waves in my heart. Is it really just a resemblance? Li Yuan looked at the girl at the front desk at this time. Little sister, does this piano need tuning? Li Yuan spoke with an inexplicable confidence in his voice. The girl at the front desk looked at Zhong Yuan in surprise and nodded. Yes. After getting a positive answer, Li Yuan was immediately surprised to exchange piano mastery from the system. This is another life that comes to your doorstep. It was just a moment when a stream of heat passed through my head. All kinds of knowledge about the piano were directly imprinted in my mind. From knowing nothing about piano, directly became a top expert. Just when the front desk clerk was wondering why Li Yuan hadn't left after delivering the takeaway. But unexpectedly, she met his deep eyes. I can tune this piano. Can you please have your person in charge come over? Ah. The girl at the front desk was stunned when she heard this. He looked at the yellow robe writer's uniform on Li Yuan. Then he looked at Li Yuan's charming smile. The girl at the front desk blushed immediately. You, wait a moment. He took out the walkie-talkie and whispered a few words. If you don't look at this face. She would like to call Li Yuan's mysterious self-confidence Puxin. 2 minutes later, the lobby manager, wearing a white shirt and with a beer belly, came over. Who can tune it? The lobby manager came to the front desk and looked around. His gaze did not linger on Li Yuan. The girl at the front desk pointed at Li Yuan. The lobby manager then looked at Li Yuan twice more. Put the takeaway away and hurry up and go. Not the manager, he's the one who said he could tune it. The girl at the front desk said a little aggrievedly. She already regretted calling the manager. How could a delivery man possibly repair a piano? Damn it, I was fooled by his looks just now. As expected. After hearing this, the lobby manager glared at her fiercely. I'm very busy, and you're just messing with me. The girl at the front desk stuck out her tongue in fear. Okay, the food has arrived, so hurry up and go. Young man, focus on delivering food and making money, and stop daydreaming. The lobby manager held the intercom in one hand. He patted Li Yuan's shoulder with one hand, looking serious and sincere. This person looks so pretentious. As a manager of a big hotel, of course you have to be a bit more sophisticated. I have a feeling this manager is going to be taught a lesson by Li Yuan soon. If it was the first day I watched Yuanshan's live broadcast, I wouldn't believe he could repair the piano. Stop talking about it. We old fans are already numb. I really know how to repair the piano. Let me give it a try. Li Yuan shrugged helplessly. Okay, it's good to have dreams, but you also have to see the reality and yourself clearly. It's not good to be wishful thinking. The lobby manager waved to Li Yuan, signaling him to leave. Joke. This is a three-legged piano. But it is not an ordinary electronic keyboard that can be played with casually. How do you know if your dreams will come true if you don't try? Li Yuan spread his hands. He just spent a day's life in exchange for this skill. What's the difference between me repairing the piano and killing me? That piano is worth over 300,000. Can you afford the compensation if it breaks? Is your dream worth that much money? The lobby manager was starting to get a little impatient. He signaled with his eyes to the security guard outside the door. Two security guards immediately walked towards Li Yuan. A delivery man wants to be a pianist and still talks about his dreams. How ridiculous. The man next to Xiaoseni looked at Li Yuan with even stronger disdain in his eyes. Shin Song, what are you talking about? What's wrong with him delivering food? Xiaoseni suddenly turned around and glared at Shin Song. Seeing Xiaoseni's eyes that were not only fierce but also filled with disgust, Shin Song was stunned for a moment. He has liked Xiaoseni since high school. But at that time, Xiaoseni was the shining school beauty. He comes from an average family, has an average appearance, and is an average academic student. As for Xiaoseni, he could only hide in the corner and look up to her silently. Until senior year of high school and college. Suddenly, the family started a business, and it was getting better and better. It's the last class reunion. He felt that he was now worthy of Xiaoseni. Do you know the delivery guy? Shin Song did not show any dissatisfaction with Xiaoseni's unfriendly look towards him just now. There was even a hint of flattery in the tone. Although he felt that he was now worthy of Xiaoseni. But the dog-licking temperament of many years cannot be changed in a short time. Just a look from Xiaoseni. It would make him panic. Don't you think he looks like Li Yuan? Xiaoseni didn't look back, her eyes still fixed on Li Yuan's back. His voice was trembling. She couldn't determine that the person was Li Yuan just by looking at his profile and the voice. It has been 10 years since they last saw each other. 10 years have passed, which is too long. It is enough to bring about earth-shaking changes in a person from the inside out. Li Yuan? Shin Song carefully recalled this somewhat unfamiliar name for a while. Only then did I barely recall from the corner of my memory a classmate who was quiet and unknown during the 3 years of high school. But I almost forgot about him. How come Xiaoseni remembers this person so clearly? Oh, I remember now. It's Li Yuan, the one who didn't talk much during those 3 years of high school and sometimes even talked to himself. If it's really him, that's quite a coincidence. Shin Song pretended to understand something. At the same time, he looked at the writer's suit on Yuan. A sense of superiority arises in my heart. He now knew why Li Yuan never attended class reunions. But Xiaoseni's eyes were on Li Yuan from beginning to end. I just ignored him. As a veteran bootlicker, he didn't think it was wrong that Xiaoseni ignored him. After all, how can you be called a goddess if you are not cool and aloof? How can he lick the goddess if she is not aloof? I've long been accustomed to the goddess's coldness. The passionate goddess will make him feel at a loss. Sini, why don't we go over and take a look? Seeing Xiaoseni care so much about her former classmates in trouble, Shin Song felt a little touched. As expected, the goddess has a kind heart. He has never fallen in love with the wrong person in all these years. Do you also think he is Li Yuan? I could feel the deep fear and uneasiness in Xiaoseni's tone. Even his lips were trembling slightly. Shin Song suddenly felt something was wrong. Damn, what's going on? The goddess spoke in a humble and uncertain tone. Why does he seem so strangely familiar? I'm not sure either. How about I go and ask? Shin Song saw that Xia Sini was so concerned about whether that person was Li Yuan. It came out almost instinctively. Xia Sini looked at Li Yuan's profile again. Then he nodded at Shin Song. The 10 fingers of both hands were tightly twisted together nervously. Shin Song felt dizzy when he saw this. Xia Sini looked both scared and wanting. Isn't it just like myself as a bootlicker in high school? Chapter 50. You play the piano, so you must be able to play the Dalmatia March, right? Sini, what is your relationship with Li Yuan? Shin Song looked at Xia Sini's beautiful and flawless face with a look of nervousness. This is abnormal. Even he himself became nervous unconsciously. Could it be that they had an unknown past? Shin Song was suddenly shocked. But I immediately rejected this idea. Impossible, absolutely impossible. One is the perfect white moonlight school beauty in everyone's heart. One is a poor student who is good looking but has no other qualities. How could these two people possibly have any intersection? Why do they have any intersection? Xia Sini took a deep breath. My mind slowly recalled an evening that summer. After school, she was kissed against the wall in the classroom until she was almost suffocated. And the short but happiest 15 days that followed. Why is your face red? Shin Song watched the expression on Xia Sini's face constantly changing. Just like the anxious mood he was in at the moment. Fine. Xia Sini picked up the water cup and took a sip to ease the throbbing in her heart. You should go now while I'm in a good mood. The hotel lobby manager glanced at the 2 security guards beside Li Yuan. The 2 security guards simultaneously made a gesture of treat to Li Yuan. Li Yuan shook his head helplessly. Are you really not going to give yourselves another chance? Let's go, let's go. The lobby manager waved his hands impatiently. What's wrong? Haven't you found a piano repairman yet? When Xia Sini stood up and prepared to go forward, a woman wearing a Chinese cheongsam appeared. A middle-aged woman wearing a gold necklace, gold bracelet, and gold earrings walked over. There was also a girl in her early 20s wearing a white dress following him. They looked like a mother and daughter. Both of them looked expensively dressed. Ms. Lin, several groups have come today, and after looking at it, they all said there is nothing they can do. The lobby manager gave a wry smile when he saw the visitor. The woman surnamed Lin's face suddenly fell. He pointed at the lobby manager in an aggressive tone. So what should we do? Tomorrow is my daughter's birthday party, and the piano is a special program she's been preparing for a long time, so it can't be without. You promised us before we made the reservation, so if you mess it up, you'll be on your own. Mom, I've already told you this birthday party is very important to me. Almost all of my classmates will be attending. If I mess it up, I'll run away from home and cut off all ties with you. The girl next to the middle-aged woman was holding a music sheet. He yelled at her with a puffed-up look on his face. Li Yuan, who had not left yet, heard this. He immediately turned around to look at the mother and daughter and tried his best to look sincere. I can repair pianos. Why don't you let me try? I won't charge you if I can't fix it. He never suffered any loss, so he couldn't let this day of his life go to waste. You? A delivery man? The middle-aged woman looked Li Yuan up and down. The yellow robe on his body was too conspicuous. Why do these people look down on delivery people so much? Yeah, they earn money through their own labor, and now delivery jobs pay more than many other jobs. Why do they do that? It's normal. When I was struggling to make the transition as a food delivery driver, I was often deliberately harassed by security guards, doormen, and customers. Those working in the service industry are just grandsons. Someone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but complain. In fact, some people look down on food delivery because it's essentially about Party A controlling Party B. They spend a dozen yuan to dictate to the writers, and a simple complaint or bad review can result in the writers being deducted money and having a day of misery. Naturally, some people think they are superior. God Yuan, please teach them a lesson and educate them properly so that they will not look down on others in the future. Yes, Yuan Shin let them see that the profession of writer is much more mysterious than they imagined. God Yuan, let them see that writers are not easy to bully. I will give you a carnival. Live broadcast room, Summer Lemon brings a carnival. Li Yuan glanced at the barrage. Carnival or something is not important. Meet the requirements of the audience. Isn't that is basic quality as an anchor? What's wrong with you, the delivery guy? Do you believe I can make sure you can't enter any hotel nearby from now on? The lobby manager became furious again when he saw Li Yuan. The two security guards immediately stepped forward to take action. He's my friend, don't touch him. When Xia Xini saw that several people were about to attack, she immediately ran over regardless of everything. He opened his arms and protected Li Yuan tightly behind him. Seeing this, Shin Song hurriedly ran to catch up. Protect Xia Xini behind him. The picture suddenly became funny. Shin Song turned around and glanced at Xia Xini, who had a determined look in her eyes. I can't describe the feeling in my heart. Anyway, it doesn't feel good. The two security guards saw that Shin Song and Xia Xini were also dressed in expensive clothes. I didn't dare to do it again. Seeing that the few people had no intention of taking action, Li Yuan thanked Xia Xini. Then he smiled slightly. He looked at the girl next to the woman with a hint of provocation and disdain in his eyes. Is there a rule that delivery people can't know piano? What do you mean by that look? The girl was already in a bad mood, and after noticing the look in Li Yuan's eyes, as expected, he lost his patience and immediately became like a powder keg that was lit. You're just a stinking delivery boy, why are you looking at me like that? A nouveau riche is a nouveau riche. He has a bad temper, is self-righteous and has no manners. Li Yuan sneered. His words stunned the mother and daughter instantly. The girl glanced at her mother beside her. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. The middle-aged woman's face looked a little embarrassed at this time. Li Yuan was right. They are the nouveau riche. And it's the kind of thing that makes countless people envy you, the kind that makes you rich overnight. But every family has its own problems. Even nouveau riche like them have troubles. The nouveau riche have always been the object of ridicule and mockery in their circle of wealth. So they have been doing this for the last year. Whether in the circle or in front of school classmates, teachers, and others. I have tried my best to get rid of the label of nouveau riche from myself. For those who are now trying their best to get rid of these three words. These three words are their lifeblood. When used as an attack, it is like a dimensionality reduction attack. They were easily disarmed. We are not nouveau riche. The girl immediately panicked and tried her best to cover up her previous gaffe. Then he raised the music score in his hand with a guilty conscience. I've been learning piano since I was a kid. Li Yuan glanced at the neatly arranged music score in her hand. It looks a bit standard, but not much. Not to mention learning it from a young age. Li Yuan suddenly felt like teasing her. Are you sure you've been playing the piano since you were a kid, so you must know all the famous piano pieces in the world? Yes, I've been learning this since I was a kid. The girl immediately held her head high and chest out. In order to get rid of the label of nouveau riche among classmates, she put a lot of effort into playing the piano. She didn't believe that she couldn't even beat a delivery man. Have you heard of League of Legends? The girl shook her head. What is that? Li Yuan was relieved. Oh, you must be able to play the famous Noxian Rhapsody, right? Li Yuan said slowly. Ah. The girl was immediately confused. Ahem, haven't you been learning piano since you were little? You haven't even heard of it, have you? Li Yuan coughed dryly. You've heard Bandel's Lullaby, right? Demasha March? Zwan Ensemble Symphony? Landry's Suffering? Li Yuan said the titles of these songs calmly. It directly burned her CPU. Chapter 51, the former White Moonlight School beauty has also lost her youthful liveliness. The girl looked at Li Yuan with confusion. I looked at the music score in my hand again and felt something was wrong. But I can't tell what is wrong. These names all fit the characteristics of piano music titles. But she had never heard of any of these names. Could it be that a delivery writer really knows piano better than her? At this moment, there was a subtle change in the girl's gaze towards Li Yuan. Pfft, aren't those the names Yuan Shin mentioned all from the League of Legends game? When did they become piano pieces? Of course I'm trying to trick that hot-tempered little girl. How could Yuan Shin, who is so smart, have a fan as stupid as you? Call me you're a fake fan. The way Yuan Shin said that seriously, if I hadn't played for a year less than 10 years, I would have been fooled by him. Haha, Yuan Shen's ability to make up stories on the spot is truly amazing. Among these people, apart from Li Yuan, only Shin Tsong has played League of Legends. Of course, Xia Seni had also heard of it. Shin Tsong was just about to step forward and expose Li Yuan's trick. But he was immediately stopped by Xia Seni. Meeting Xia Seni's gaze, she said she would end our friendship if you dared to say a single word. Shin Tsong immediately swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. No way, you don't know any of these famous songs I mentioned, or you haven't even heard any of them, right? Li Yuan looked at the girl in feigned surprise. Not only that. Li Yuan continued to fabricate many masters and repertoires, and his style emerged. What about the domineering CEO style of Shurima, the cold goddess style of Lysandra, and the passionate and unrestrained style of Bilgewater? These are all completely unfamiliar to girls. But it sounds like a very high-sounding song title. The whole place was stunned in an instant. Until the girl's gaze changed from disdain at the beginning. From feeling guilty to ashamed, he finally lowered his head. He didn't dare to look directly into Li Yuan's eyes. Even her mother's eyes gradually showed a hint of admiration when she looked at Li Yuan. That is their yearning for fine art. At this moment, the mother and daughter were already impressed by Li Yuan's knowledge in the field of piano. Who understands? Just need a delivery writer. His knowledge of piano is actually more extensive than what she has learned in a year. The confidence and pride she had only recently built up. At this moment, he was directly and precisely blasted at a given point by a food delivery writer. I only know the music on the piano sheet. I've only heard music from the Middle Ages. Facing Li Yuan, who could easily see through their lies about being a nouveau riche in his piano practice time, the girl said weakly and folded her proud wings. Just surrender and confess. The live broadcast room is no longer full of laughter. Haha, this little girl just gave in. It has to be the Abyss God. With just a few words and a few random fabrications, he completely controlled this rebellious girl. We all have 9 years of compulsory education, so why can Yuan Shen always be so impressive? Even I had to hide from the spotlight during my prime. Let's be honest, this little girl and her mother aren't completely unreasonable people. Nonsense. This is a hotel with lots of people coming and going. Nouveau riche like them want to act like upper-class people, so of course they can't lose their composure in front of others. Can you let me repair the piano now? If it's not reparable, it's free. If it's broken, I'll pay for it myself. Seeing that they had almost finished pretending, Li Yuan looked at the mother and daughter with righteous words. The important thing is to make up for the exchanged lifespan. The girl glanced at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman looked at her daughter eagerly. And was impressed by Li Yuan's profound knowledge. He gritted his teeth and looked at the lobby manager. Let him fix it. If it breaks, I'll pay for it. Well, then I'll ask the leader for instructions. The lobby manager glanced at Li Yuan obscurely. He quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. 10 seconds later. The leader agreed. The lobby manager's momentum was also much weaker at this time. His eyes occasionally glanced at Li Yuan. This was the first time he had seen a delivery writer who knew how to play the piano. But he is not as easy to fool as those two women. He still didn't think Li Yuan could repair the piano. Several batches arrived yesterday and today, but none of them could be repaired. If he really has such great abilities, does he still need to deliver food? In Shanghai, a large proportion of households have pianos. Tuner is definitely a high-paying job. Being a tuner is both easy and respectable, and is no better than delivering food. Maybe he just happened to learn some. But since the superiors agreed. So will Li Yuan repair it? Will it damage the piano? That has nothing to do with him anymore. Anyway, it was the leader who gave the first word. Wait here for a moment. I'll get you the tools. After saying that, the lobby manager walked inside. In between, Xia Sini's crystal-clear gaze never left Li Yuan. Are you really Li Yuan? A tear fell from Xia Sini's eyes unknowingly. Li Yuan looked back. From the beginning, he felt that the beautiful woman in front of him looked very familiar. But the feeling he had was different from that of his ex-girlfriend. What a beautiful young lady. The audience in the live broadcast room was immediately attracted by Xia Sini's appearance. I'm Xia Sini. Seeing Li Yuan's somewhat confused look, he suppressed his inner excitement. 10 years ago, you suddenly dropped out of school. I asked around for your news. Every day after school, I would go to your house first, but at that time, even your parents didn't know where you were. By the end of her speech, her whole body was trembling slightly. However, Shin Song, who was standing by, reacted even more dramatically. I smell something unusual between the abyss god and this beauty. I smell adultery, too. There's another dog outside Yuanshan. I have to leave a message under Chen Momo's account. Don't go yet. Let's observe. Look at the man next to the beautiful lady. He seems very excited. From what I can see, things may not be that simple. That makes sense. Things that seem complicated are often not simple. Xia Sini. After this reminder, Li Yuan finally remembered. Xia Sini was his classmate with whom he had been in contact for 3 years. My impression of her is much better than that of my other ex-girlfriends. In Li Yuan's impression, Xia Sini is a girl wearing a clean school uniform and a ponytail, and her every move is full of youth and liveliness. There is a big difference between this girl in front of her, who is wearing a white off-shoulder dress, has airbangs, and looks a bit cold. Although Xia Sini looks more mature and beautiful now with light makeup on. But she was completely different from the pure and innocent school beauty by Yue Guang in Li Yuan's impression. Who is this? Li Yuan pointed beside Xia Sini. Shin Song, who was clenching his fists and looked a little excited. He is Shin Song, and he is also our high school classmate. Xia Sini glanced at Shin Song beside her and then returned her gaze to Li Yuan's face. Li Yuan nodded. Looking at Shin Song in front of him, who was dressed in high-end clothes and had an inexplicable confidence in his every move. I have to sigh that 10 years can really change a person completely. In my impression, Shin Song is a coward and a bully at home. When they were in the dormitory, he often bullied those who were more timid than him. When facing Xia Sini, he was timid and didn't even dare to look her in the eye. He only dared to sneak snacks into Xia Sini's desk when he couldn't help it. When Xia Sini asked who put it there, she refused to admit it. I could only watch her throw the snacks into the trash can. At this moment, Xia Sini suddenly realized something. The body immediately moved to the side quietly. Keep yourself away from Shin Song. Shin Song and I haven't been in touch for a long time. We ran into each other on the road today. We came here to eat something and sit for a while to catch up with old classmates. Chapter 52. I never thought that my goddess would be someone else's licking dog. At this time, Shin Song could not hear what Li Yuan said at all. All his attention was on Xia Sini. Listening to her explanation as she tried to distance herself from me. And the little actions that secretly distanced themselves from me. His uneasy heart trembled instantly. Are you serious about taking a half step back? Such a small action can cause such great damage. The distance between us narrowed as I frowned, and then quickly returned to the state of strangers. I can only play the role of a clown, a gentleman. But Xia Sini's next sentence. But it was like a knife stabbing my heart. Have you been in Shanghai for the past 10 years? I still visit your hometown occasionally, but your uncle and aunt have moved away a long time ago and I can't contact them anymore. I've been chasing her for so many years. He knew exactly what brand of cat litter her cat liked. But she didn't say she would visit my house. She doesn't even know my home address, how many people are in my family, or whether my parents are still alive. Chill out. Looking at Xia Sini's misty but sparkling eyes staring at Li Yuan. And the distance between her and himself, and Li Yuan. He suddenly remembered a sentence. You can't hide the look in your eyes when you like someone. Shin Song looked at Li Yuan with anger in his eyes. But when I saw his dazzling yellow delivery rider uniform, I immediately thought of my student days. I often privately mocked Li Yuan, who was good for nothing except his handsome appearance. Now it seems that my vision back then was so vicious. 10 years have passed and everyone has their own family and career. And what he said about Li Yuan was right. It turns out that he is really good for nothing. It's a waste to have such a pretty face. He didn't even want to eat free food and became a food delivery driver. Shin Song slowly loosened his clenched fists. He confidently and calmly sorted out his Armani shirt worth thousands of dollars. The gloom just now was swept away in an instant. The sky cleared up and the rain stopped, and I felt like I was doing fine again. He's just a stinky delivery guy. He would spend thousands of dollars on Chanel and tens of thousands of dollars on Bulgari. Why would he compete with me for the position of a bootlicker? But something unexpected happened and I left the magic city for 2 years. Perhaps it was because they were both still young when they fell in love with Xia Sini and broke up without saying goodbye. The damage to her wasn't that great. Or maybe time has healed the scars. Li Yuan looked at Xia Sini's favorability level, which was as high as 80. I felt relieved. This was the only ex-girlfriend encounter that wasn't so tense and awkward. Oh, then you should stay in the magic city and not leave, right? Xia Sini kept rubbing her hands, with an expression of anticipation and fear on her face. I shouldn't leave. Li Yuan nodded. Xia Sini immediately breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. But the two are ex-lovers after all. After a simple greeting, the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Well, can you add me in touch? If anything happens in the future, we can look out for each other as classmates. Xia Sini took out her cell phone from her khaki bag. Looking at Xia Sini, who had completely lost her goddess-like reserve in front of Li Yuan, Shin Song could only comfort himself by saying that it was just a courtesy between classmates who hadn't seen each other for many years. Yes, it must be. Good. Li Yuan knew that he had wronged others in the past. When I meet every ex-girlfriend, she will talk to me first. And meet all the other parties' requirements that you can do to make up for it. Try not to say anything too much. It is a blessing from God that you are not punished in such circumstances. The more you say, the more mistakes you will make. Xia Sini's face showed some obvious loss and gloom due to the current distance between the two of them. The two added each other's contact information. Xia Sini stared at Li Yuan's profile picture and remembered something. Her expression turned guilty instead. Seeing Xia Sini's expression, Li Yuan was a little confused. What's going on? What does her expression mean, as if she owes me money? Shouldn't I be the one who should feel guilty and reflect on myself? Could this be some new form of execution? It's all my fault, actually. I didn't know enough about you back then. I really didn't know you didn't eat cilantro, and it really wasn't something I added on purpose. Xia Sini suddenly looked at Li Yuan with regret on her face. I asked a lot of people before I realized how harmful that mouthful of cilantro is to someone who doesn't eat it. I wanted to apologize to you later, but I couldn't find you anywhere. I'm so sorry. Xia Sini felt more and more guilty as she spoke. Li Yuan's thoughts instantly flashed back to that noon in his senior year of high school. The two of them were in the pavilion in the woods. Xia Sini fed herself the lunch she brought from home to school with a happy look on her face. But at that time, Li Yuan had little time left before he had to start his next term. All he could think about was how to break up. When Xia Sini fed a mouthful of food with a lot of coriander into her mouth, the intense feeling of discomfort gave him an idea instantly. Thus, the first breakup caused by not eating coriander was born. But he never expected it. Xia Sini had actually been brooding over this matter for 10 years? And 10 years later, he even apologized for this incident. Thinking of her surprised look when we broke up, and her guilty expression now, Li Yuan suddenly felt like he was not a human being. I really deserve to die. But I've given up eating cilantro since then, and my parents don't put cilantro in their cooking either. From now on, you can eat the food I feed you without worry. Looking at Xia Sini's sincere face, Li Yuan was heartbroken. Is there any execution more hurtful than this? This is worse than being cut into pieces. It would be painful to kill him. It's not that I won't report it, it's just that the time has not come yet. Bogaizi, we are both troublemakers. Activate the self-destruct function. I can't stand seeing this ex-girlfriend anymore. The other side. This is more painful than killing me. At this moment, Shin Sung stared at Xia Sini blankly. His heart was also broken. My heart hurts as if it's being cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. That was the cold goddess he had been licking for 10 years. Why? Why would she say that? Bring him food, feed him, obey him in everything, change his taste for him, and even apologize after being pooed. Why do these outrageous behaviors seem so familiar? He thought of the time when he discovered in high school that Xia Sini liked to eat coriander. He never ate coriander before, but now he has to eat a bowl of it for every meal at home. But isn't this the self-cultivation of a dog? Why on earth would the dog-licking attribute appear on his aloof goddess? So those are probably all true. The goddess you have been licking for 10 years but still can't lick her may also be someone else's licker. I am your lapdog, and you are your lapdog to others. He is also a food delivery writer. In this case, it is better to cut out the middleman. I went straight to lick the writer? No, no. Senny. In an instant. Shin Song just felt his heart go cold. It was as if the world was suddenly snowing heavily. Snow flutters, the north wind blows. But why do I think of the tidal sea spirit when I am so sad? Li Yuan, where do you live now? Seeing that Li Yuan didn't speak for a long time, Xia Seni asked. Li Yuan shuddered instantly. Where do you live? This seems like a general question. But for Li Yuan, it was a soul-stirring question that was as difficult to answer as hell. Han Xiaoxiao, Chen Momo, could it be possible that Xia Seni is also going to be added to the list? 3-player landlord or 4-player mahjong? Chapter 53. Take out your teaching stick and teach them a lesson. Well, actually, I'm staying with someone else right now. Housing prices in Shanghai are so high, you know. Li Yuan responded somewhat guiltily and ambiguously. He really hadn't figured out how to get Xia Seni to join, no. Face Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo. 3 women make a drama, 5 women will kill you. It was hard enough to deal with 2 women. Eating every day is like a battle. You can never see the white rice at the bottom of the bowl. Even when Tam came, he kept saying that he couldn't finish the food, he simply couldn't finish it. If they were to see Xia Seni, it's hard to say whether they would go back to watch a play or to fight. Thinking of Han Xiaoxiao's silver bracelet, Li Yuan's heart suddenly shuddered. Looking at Li Yuan's embarrassed look, Shin Song didn't care about his sadness and instantly became energetic again. Speaking of houses, that's right up my alley. 3 properties and 4 cars in Shanghai, who else? Xia Seni's question seems like an ordinary one. In fact, there is a mystery hidden. Determine whether he has a house by asking where he lives. The financial situation can be judged by whether the house is eccentric or not. Who would have thought that this idiot Li Yuan would actually confess that he was staying in someone else's house? In this round, I, Shin Song, win. This world doesn't care about goddesses or crazy women. As expected, people still care most about material conditions. He is a food delivery driver. What can he do to make the goddess happy? What can I do to give the goddess a stable home? I only paid 1 salary less than his for a shirt. What can he use to fight me? Good for nothing is good for nothing. I don't even have a place to live and have to stay at a friend's house. Ha, your friend is also unlucky. I'm afraid he has been disliking you in private for a long time and wants to kick you out. Do you still want to live under the bridge with your goddess? At this moment, Shin Song's mouth corners unconsciously curled up, which was harder to suppress than the fully automatic 14 Malawian kwaches. Xia Seni seemed to feel that it was a bit presumptuous of her to ask this question. Don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant. Seeing Li Yuan's embarrassment, Xia Seni hurriedly waved her hands to explain. I just want to know where you live. If it's close to my house, I want to say that my cat can do backflips. Do you believe it? Looking at Xia Seni, she was so nervous that she was a little incoherent. Li Yuan and Shin Song were both a little confused. It was me who was being executed, so why did she look more nervous than me? Why didn't I find out such important information as the goddess cat can do backflips? Cats can do backflips? Can anyone with a cat tell me if this is true? I have a cat. I don't know if cats can do backflips. I just know that when a girl tells you her cat can do backflips, you'd better be smart and offer to go see her. And remember to bring your tot. Ha? Then what did I miss? Last time a girl said her cat could do push-ups, and I took it as a mockery of her. Why is it that such a beautiful woman is so attracted to the abyss god? My back teeth are broken. As a loyal fan of Chen Momo, I must go to Chen Momo's account to accuse Yuan Shen of his behavior. But I think this Miss Xia Seni is pretty good too. Please don't say bad things about her. If you accidentally let her get cyberbullied, I'll come to your house and kill you. But Chen Momo is gentle and lovely, kind and virtuous, and can do housework and cook. Then how do you know Miss Seni won't? Then your cat is truly amazing, a 1 in a million martial arts prodigy, ha. Li Yuan didn't know what to say. He began to plan the layout of a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. Fortunately, the atmosphere was just tense. The hotel lobby manager showed up promptly. Here are the tools. Hurry up. If you can't fix it, I'll have to contact another tuner to come to your house. If you break it, I'll call the police. The lobby manager said this with a somewhat bad attitude and threw a black tool bag into Li Yuan's hand. Li Yuan immediately looked at him with gratitude for this savior. Meeting that sincere and grateful look, the lobby manager was immediately stunned. I treated him so well, but he still feels grateful to me? A feeling of guilt suddenly arose from the bottom of my heart. Did I just go too far with him? He is just a young man who works hard with his own hands. If my son also delivers food in the future and is also harassed like this. Humph, you're such a pretentious person. I'm afraid you've never even touched a piano, yet you're trying to repair it. I wonder if you can afford to pay for it if you break it. Shin Song put his hands in his pockets and muttered softly. But after meeting Xia Sini's murderous gaze, the momentum instantly dropped. Too weak to speak anymore. Little brother, take your time and fix it. Don't worry. If you break it, it's okay. Someone will compensate you. The lobby manager who just had a bad attitude. After being struck by Li Yuan's sincere eyes, his attitude changed 180 degrees. I also glanced at the middle-aged woman next to me. You are noble, you are great, you use my money to be generous with your own money. Li Yuan nodded and walked towards the piano. The moment his fingers touched the glossy black piano shell, the entire structure of the piano, including the distribution of every screw, is clearly presented in my mind. Open the piano key cover. After pressing a few buttons and listening carefully, Li Yuan immediately knew where the problem with the inaccurate tone lay. Here he comes, Master Yuan is coming with his teaching stick. God Yuan, I can't wait any longer. Teach them a lesson quickly. I'm waiting for your teaching stick. I didn't even pay attention to the beautiful young lady just now. You really didn't see it? Yeah, I just took a look, about 5 minutes. After listening to the sound, Li Yuan took out a screwdriver, hammer, etc. from the toolkit. It's time to start disassembling the piano. This immediately frightened the people behind him. Are you going to dismantle it just by pressing these few buttons? Are you sure you want to confirm again? The moment Li Yuan started to dismantle the piano, the middle-aged woman behind him and the lobby manager spoke at the same time. At this moment, their faces were full of fear. Xia Sini also looked nervous. At this time, she was already calculating how much money was left in her card. Is it enough to compensate him? Money is just external things. What's important is what if the other party calls the police and says he deliberately destroyed property? That will lead to jail time. It's okay, look at my technique, it's professional. Li Yuan turned around and smiled slightly. That inexplicable confidence instantly gives people a sense of peace of mind. Pretend to be cool, and see how you die in a while. Shin Song couldn't help but mutter. But when Li Yuan disassembled the parts of the piano one by one quickly and smoothly, he was very confident. Then they were neatly arranged on the ground. Watch his graceful movements. It seems like he knows the structure of the piano very well. 2 words popped up in everyone's mind, so fucking professional. Is he really just a food delivery driver? Mom, he seems to be really good at repairing it. No wonder he knows so many piano pieces that I've never heard of. He's really amazing. The girl holding the music sheet looked at Li Yuan with admiration, her eyes shining. Xia Sini immediately looked at her unfriendly and glanced at her warily. Chapter 54, How can you repair the piano when you are asked to deliver food? The middle-aged woman also breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how you look at the current situation, the piano shouldn't be damaged. As Li Yuan slowly immersed himself in it, the movements of his hands became faster and faster. When he found the problem and started auditioning, before I knew it, a circle of people had gathered around me. Listen to the beautiful sound of the piano. Watching Li Yuan adjusting the piano keys in an orderly manner like an artist. Many people call it pleasing to the eye. A quarter of an hour later, the first round of tone tuning is over. Li Yuan slowly placed his hands on the piano keys. With both hands gently pressed down, the fingertips kept jumping and moving on the keys. A beautiful piano piece that is sometimes melodious and graceful, sometimes passionate and high-pitched, unfolds under Li Yuan's hands. After making sure that there are no problems with all the keys, Li Yuan gently covered the vibrating piano keys with his hands. The beautiful music suddenly stopped. The onlookers were instantly awakened by the melodious music. He showed an unsatisfied look. Okay, it's done. Li Yuan turned around and glanced at the lobby manager. Only then did I realize that there were already more than 20 people gathered around watching. Reassemble the piano case. Li Yuan took out his cell phone without saying a word. He retrieved the payment code and presented it to the lobby manager. 2,000, thank you. The lobby manager looked at Li Yuan as if he had seen a ghost. Are you trying to default on your debt? Li Yuan frowned. 2,000 is 2 days of his life. If you dare to deny me even a penny, I will fight you to the death no matter how high or low. No, it's not. The lobby manager waved his hands hurriedly. Please wait a moment. According to the rules, I have to call a professional to test it. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan put away his ferocious expression and nodded. Quickly switched to a gentle look. I have to go early and come back early. I still have to deliver food. The lobby manager's mouth twitched suddenly. Are you here to experience life? You have this hidden talent and you're still delivering food? Mom, I can tell that he plays the piano much better than my teacher. The girl holding the music sheet was already mesmerized by the music. After coming to his senses, he couldn't wait to hold his mother's hand to calm down. Wait until the lobby manager brings people to check and make sure there is no problem. He readily gave Li Yuan 2 days of his life. Little brother, I wonder if you are interested in staying here. We are still short of. After paying the money, the lobby manager was about to offer Li Yuan a high salary to stay in accordance with the leader's instructions. Li Yuan's cell phone rang at this moment. Hello, is this Li Yuan? What's wrong with you? I'm the webmaster. Why did you turn off the order-taking function? When Li Yuan heard that it was the takeaway station manager, he immediately put away his smiling expression. The platform is short of talent these past 2 days and asked you to fill in for a day. It's also peak season now. What are you doing now if you're not taking orders? I'm so sorry, webmaster. I just repaired a piano and I'll start taking orders right away. Li Yuan hurried to explain. Delivering food is also earning life. Alas, workers have to bow their heads. I was asked to deliver food, but you went to fix the piano? Do you even know what a piano looks like? Even through the phone, Li Yuan could feel the station master's furious look. You'd better start taking orders right now, immediately, or give the clothes back and quit your job. If my performance is docked, you'll be in big trouble. Finish the last sentence. The call was hung up immediately. The only one left was Li Yuan, who anxiously opened the software and clicked the button to start accepting orders. And a group of people around them who have been completely petrified. What's going on? No, aren't you a piano master? The confused crowd who had just gathered around thought that this was some piano master performing an art show in delivery clothes. But the roaring phone call just now told them that things were not as they thought. So, you really are a food delivery driver? They were completely shocked. I was even more shocked than when I first heard the song. The piece of music that I just played halfway through is clearly at the master level. Now you tell me you're a fucking writer? Let's take a step back and say that you are indeed a writer. In other words, is this takeaway really necessary? Little brother, our leader is willing to pay this amount every time. Please be our exclusive tuner. The hotel lobby manager's eyes lit up. He held up 5 fingers. He. Since he has such a bad-tempered webmaster. It's easy to dig it out. The task assigned by the leader was completed easily. 5,000? Li Yuan frowned and looked at him. If you think it's too little, I can talk to the leader and ask for more, he. The lobby manager quickly took out his cell phone and prepared to call his boss. No, then why did you only give me 2,000? Did you take my kickbacks? The lobby manager was confused. No, the prices are set by the leaders. You'd better be, otherwise. Li Yuan looked unfriendly. Before he could finish his words, his cell phone suddenly rang. A certain takeaway group, you have a new order, please check it in time. This crisp sound made the corners of the people around twitch again. I'm going to deliver food. Thank you for your 2-day birthday, 2,000 yuan. Li Yuan quickly glanced at his phone and was about to walk out of the hotel. Master, the head tuner said he can give you 6,000 per session. Master, our daughter needs a piano tutor. We'd like to offer you 20,000 per lesson. Could you please condescend to me? I'm not interested. Right now I just want to focus on being a writer. As you can see, my boss is super fierce. Li Yuan waved his hand and walked out of the hotel against the light. Looking at his tall and majestic back illuminated by the light, it shocked the hearts of everyone present. The word writer was deeply engraved in the hearts of everyone present. Give up the easy and high-paying jobs as a tuner and piano tutor. You also have to do work that is exposed to wind and rain and get scolded by your boss. Writer, what is the fatal attraction? Writer, what kind of mysterious profession is this? Mom, I saw on a certain audio platform that food delivery writers are a very mysterious organization, and each of them has special skills. A little girl of 7 or 8 years old suddenly pulled her mother's sleeve and shouted in a clear voice. In the past, such words might have been met with ridicule. Isn't he just a stinky delivery man? Even though you have special skills, can you still deliver food? But I could only watch Li Yuan's back as he walked further and further away. They couldn't refute it. Everyone was silent. Isn't that a delivery writer with special skills? Mom, please don't laugh at or embarrass the delivery man anymore. What if? The girl holding the music sheet turned and looked at her mother. The middle-aged woman nodded in agreement after hearing this. The hotel lobby manager also nodded at the same time. These days, you can't mess with writers. Cindy, let's go. My Mercedes-Benz G is parked in the garage. I'll take you home. Shin Song glanced hatefully at the back of Li Yuan, who was in the spotlight. But fortunately, the goddess is still by my side. Just took the opportunity to send the goddess home, hee hee. Li Yuan, wait for me. I have something to tell you. Is there room for someone else in the back seat of your electric bike? I'd like to deliver the food with you. At this moment, Xia Xini suddenly ran out in a panic after Li Yuan. Shen Song was confused. What does this mean? Chapter 55, what is going on? Delivering food with the school beauty goddess? I was caught off guard and could only stand there in shock. Xini, where are you going? I saw Xia Xini holding Li Yuan's electric scooter tightly. Shen Song is almost crying now. He didn't believe it, he didn't believe that the goddess would really deliver food. Auntie, there is room for one more person in the back seat, but how can I deliver food if you sit behind me? Li Yuan looked at Xia Xini, who was stubborn and refused to let go. Li Yuan had no idea what to do. Delivering food with a campus beauty in the back seat? Is there anything more outrageous than this? I don't care. Anyway, I'm relying on you today. When you deliver the takeaway upstairs, I can sit in your car and watch over the takeaway for you to make sure it doesn't get stolen by thieves. Xia Xini pouted slightly, looking like she would never let Li Yuan get away. But I don't have any extra helmets. Li Yuan had no choice but to compromise and pointed at Xia Xini's little head. Xia Xini rolled her eyes after hearing this. Suddenly, I saw Shin Song chasing after me not far away. Shin Song, I remember you said last time that you would take me for a ride on your motorcycle. Shin Song was immediately surprised when he heard this. He came over at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Yeah, do you have time now? Oh, and where is your helmet, at home or in your car? Shin Song was slightly stunned and guessed what Xia Xini meant. He immediately revealed a constipated expression. He did have a helmet in his car. I bought a motorcycle just to show off. But he himself hasn't even asked the goddess out for a motorcycle ride. Let him lend the helmet to Li Yuan now? And let him take his goddess out in the wind and sun to deliver food? What a joke! Impossible, absolutely impossible. He swore to God that such a thing would never happen. I am a bootlicker, not a stupid dog. Shin Song, can you lend me your helmet for a while? I'll buy one tomorrow and return it to you. When Xia Xini saw his expression, she guessed that the helmet must be in the car. She grabbed the corner of Li Yuan's clothes with one hand, fearing that he would run away when she wasn't paying attention. He turned around and looked at Shin Song with a pitiful look. The moment Xia Xini showed that pitiful expression, Shin Song felt his eyes go dark, and a surge of blood surged from his chest. It turns out that my goddess can smile at me. It turns out that the goddess can also speak to me in such a gentle tone. Okay? I'll definitely pay you back tomorrow. Xia Xini saw Shin Song standing there in a daze, neither moving nor speaking. She waved her hand in front of his eyes. Okay, I'll get it right away. Wait for me. Shen Song was suddenly startled. The goddess asked him to go through fire and water. The surge of adrenaline just now made him feel full of strength. After reacting, he quickly launched himself towards the underground garage. Li Yuan was stunned by the speed. This kid, he's a sprinter, a sports student, right? No way, I remember he studied finance in college. Xia Xini was also stunned. After saying this, Xia Xini's expression became panic again. Don't get me wrong, I only have this impression because he always mentioned his university to me. Xia Xini is extremely sensitive at this moment. He was afraid that every word he said would cause Li Yuan to misunderstand him. The tragedy of 10 years ago happened again. He waved his hands hurriedly in panic. After all, they missed 10 years because of a misunderstanding caused by coriander 10 years ago. But the more anxious you are, the more mistakes you make. As soon as she finished explaining, she felt that her explanation seemed to have made it even darker. We didn't meet often because I was also studying finance. He often sent me messages and asked me questions. Xia Xini was so anxious that she didn't know what to do with her hands. I was so nervous that I didn't know how to organize my words. The expression on his face looked like he was about to cry. Seeing this, Li Yuan immediately patted her hand gently to comfort her. This familiar yet unfamiliar feeling immediately made Xia Xini's heart tremble violently. The next moment, she could no longer suppress the surging emotions in her heart. There was an outburst of emotions. From the moment I met Li Yuan in the hotel, the suppressed heart suddenly burst out at this moment. Or perhaps the inner feelings that have been suppressed for 10 years can finally be suppressed no longer. She no longer cared about the modesty of a girl. No matter what in public. She opened her white and tender arms and threw herself into Li Yuan's arms. Her slender hands tightly hugged his waist. Tears as big as beans kept sliding down from her eye sockets like pearls with broken strings. You disappeared so completely back then. When I was completely in love with you, my eyes were full of you, and I couldn't leave you. You know that such a sudden disappearance would drive people crazy. I searched for you everywhere like crazy, but there was no news of you anywhere in the world. Later, I went to your house every day, stared at the wall in your room, and ate the food your mother cooked for you. They kept trying to persuade me, but I really couldn't get over it. Then my uncle and aunt moved away. They didn't leave me any contact information. I thought I would never see you again in this life. 10 years later, Xia Xini seemed to have finally found an outlet to vent. Finally, her cold disguise can be completely torn off. She hugged Li Yuan tightly and cried loudly. While venting his emotions intermittently, Li Yuan smelled the fragrance of her hair, patting her back gently. Every day, it was a time of repeated execution. Tongzi, you trained me, a young and ignorant person, into a complete scumbag who has done great harm to others. I really want to forget my ex-girlfriend, can I? The host can choose to avoid meeting all ex-girlfriends. A friendly reminder from the system: if there is no new ex-girlfriend whose favorability reaches 95 within a period of time, the host will not be able to use money to exchange for merit points. If the host thinks life is too long. Okay, you idiot, are you? Pagaizi, I suspect you are deliberately messing with me, but I have no evidence. The system has already given the host the maximum degree of relaxation of conditions. What's wrong with you? Did I strangle you so hard that you can't breathe? Xia Xini felt that Li Yuan's mood suddenly became a little strange. She quickly let go of him and wiped the tears from her face. Her fair and flawless face was covered with tears. Even Li Yuan, who had experienced countless big scenes, couldn't help but feel shaken. I was just about to instinctively reach out to wipe the tears from her face. Suddenly, an angry voice was heard not far away. Let go of that girl. Shin Song held his helmet in one hand and pointed at Li Yuan angrily with the other. I didn't expect that he was only away for a short while. The goddess whom he cared for so much was made to cry. Seeing Xia Xini's tear-stained face, his heart broke on the spot. She has always been a very strong girl. He fell out with his family and even broke off relations with them without shedding a single tear. That beast must have done something outrageous to make her cry like this. Li Yuan was so angry at the injustice he saw. The hand that had just been raised froze in mid-air. Xia Xini, who originally had a shy look on her face and expectant eyes, saw his hand suddenly stop. There was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. He immediately turned around and looked at Shin Song with murderous eyes, who had ruined his plan. The shy face that was full of tears just now turned completely dark in an instant. Chapter 56. The school beauty returned to the image of the white moonlight in my heart. Senny, did he bully you? Shin Song stepped forward quickly, ready to save the beauty. But suddenly he realized that Xia Senny looked at him with such a strange expression. Why does it feel like there's a vague murderous aura? Is this an illusion? Senny, don't be afraid. I've known for a long time that he's not a good person. Now that he's been caught red-handed, it's a good opportunity to bring him to justice. Call the police and send him to work on a sewing machine. Shin Song sharpened his knife and spoke righteously. But what was going on with the way Xia Senny looked at him? The murderous aura seemed to emanate from her eyes. He had never seen Xia Senny with such a fierce look. And what's with that murderous look on his face looking at me? You should be facing the culprit Li Yuan. Senny, were you threatened by Li Yuan with a knife? If you feel threatened, just blink. Shin Song winked wildly at Xia Senny in a hint. Li Yuan looked so bad that he thought he had dry eyes. Give me the helmet, his takeout is going to be overdue. Xia Senny took a deep breath and relieved her murderous urge. She stretched out an arm as white and tender as a jade lotus root toward Shin Song. Shin Song was slightly stunned. He instinctively handed the helmet to Xia Senny. Thanks. Xia Senny took the helmet and thanked him. Help me put it on. This button is so hard to button. I can't do it. Looking at Xia Senny acting like a spoiled child and asking Li Yuan to put the helmet on him, Shin Song's Dao heart gradually began to collapse. Senny, didn't he bully you just now? Who said he bullied me? Xia Senny looked at Shin Song strangely. Shin Song was speechless for a moment. After putting on the helmet, Xia Senny slowly adjusted her position. She lifted her skirt and sat on the back seat of the electric scooter. It was her first time riding an electric scooter. The look of being so cautious as to be afraid of falling. Shin Song felt distressed again when he saw this. Senny, do you really want to accompany him to deliver food? It's very unsafe for you. Thank you for the helmet. Xia Senny adjusted her position and put her arms around Li Yuan's waist. Happy like a little child. Are you ready? Are you sitting tight? Li Yuan turned around and glanced at Xia Senny. All right. Xia Senny responded happily. She hugged Li Yuan tighter. Shin Song looked at the electric scooter slowly starting up and moving away in despair. Is this what they call I'd rather laugh in an electric scooter than cry in a Mercedes-Benz? But I am so cautious even when talking to her. How could I bear to see her cry? Shin Song couldn't figure out why he lost. Apart from his looks, he is obviously better than Li Yuan in every way. If it's because of his face, he can get plastic surgery. Since women can marry into wealthy families through plastic surgery, men can also have plastic surgery to marry a goddess. He is willing to sacrifice himself for the goddess. But looking at Xia Senny walking away, I suddenly felt worried. Senny, without my protection, you must be careful about your safety. You must, Senny. Woo woo. Wait a minute, stop the car. Li Yuan's electric scooter dared to drive out of Shin Song's sight. Xia Senny suddenly stopped him. This helmet is too heavy. Let's change it. As Xia Senny spoke, she took off the expensive helmet that had excellent protective effects on her head. Li Yuan was about to refuse. Xia Senny directly covered his mouth with her hands. If you don't change, I won't let you deliver food today. I remember you weren't this stubborn before. Li Yuan could only take off his helmet, which was so simple that it only covered his crown, and hand it to Xia Senny. But fortunately, I have good driving skills. Even for a small electric scooter, the probability of overturning is almost zero. After exchanging helmets, the two continued their journey. Delivering food with a beautiful campus girl like you, I feel like the people around me have killed me countless times with their eyes. Li Yuan's electric scooter went through the streets and alleys. Regardless of gender, the rate of returning attention is as high as 100%. That girl who was as beautiful as a TV star. She sat happily on the back of the delivery boy's electric bike and hugged his waist. Has the crew of Lu Cixin's The Three Body Problem started filming? No, compared to the sci-fi scene in front of me. Lu Cixin's The Three Body Problem is too conservative. The delivery riders are really a mysterious organization. Seeing them, my long dead heart seems to believe in love again. This is what love is really like. I'm so envious. What envy? That guy is such a jerk. He wears such a nice motorcycle helmet himself, but gives that little girl such a shabby helmet. Alas, love brain girls are so miserable. They are so happy even after being cheated by a scumbag. Ah, that's right. Such a beautiful girl, but you can't even bear to buy her a helmet. What a pity. Anyway, it's you who's being killed, not me. Xia Xini hugged Li Yuan's arm tightly. With a comfortable look on her face, she tilted her head to rest on his back. There is this moment. Li Yuan suddenly felt like he was back in his senior year of high school. I suspect you deliberately swapped helmets, saying I abused you by giving you a broken helmet, and made me the target of public criticism. When the electric scooter stops in front of the store where the food is being picked up. Li Yuan only went in for a short while. There were already more than a dozen people standing around Xia Xini. Everyone stared with curious eyes at the beautiful woman sitting on the electric scooter delivering food. And when I saw Li Yuan coming out and riding an electric donkey. In an instant, there was another loud discussion to condemn the scumbag. More than a dozen people were standing by and almost slapped Li Yuan in the face, calling him a scumbag. Li Yuan did not dare to stop for a moment. I was afraid that the gang would get angrier and start beating him up. With Xia Xini's sweet laughter, he picked up his electric scooter and ran away. You still have the nerve to laugh? Change your helmet back. Li Yuan listened helplessly to Xia Xini, who was giggling with joy in the back seat. The laughter became more and more unrestrained and cheerful. Li Yuan suddenly had an illusion. After that burst of crying, it seemed like this girl had returned to her lively and cheerful self in high school. The white moonlight in everyone's heart. No, this helmet is comfortable. Xia Xini shook her head vigorously. Your order has been delayed for so long since it was received from the hotel. It must have exceeded the deadline, right? No, there are still 3 minutes left. Oh, that's no different than being overtime. I'm thick-skinned anyway, so I'll help you apologize to the customer when the time comes. Xia Xini waved her hand. 3 minutes might be the car's limit, but it's far from mine. Sit tight. After saying this, Li Yuan heard Xia Xini exclaim. Suddenly he turned the electric scooter directly into a small forest. Walk through the woods and directly into an old residential area. In Xia Xini's extremely surprised expression, Li Yuan was like a human navigator, twisting and turning in it. How long have you been delivering food? How come you know the route so well? Li Yuan's driving skills and familiarity with the road are so skillful that it makes people feel distressed. Xia Xini slowly put away her smile. He must have had a hard time over the years, right? He must have suffered a lot, right? The electric donkey was in Xia Xini's endless heartache for Li Yuan. It stopped at the wall behind the community. The two of them stared blankly at the dog hole under the wall that was less than half a person's height. The neighborhood we passed through is our destination. Chapter 57, The school beauty broke up 10 years ago, and she is ready to be a stepmother. Ha ha ha, do you usually deliver food through dog holes? Xia Xini laughed so hard that she leaned back and forth, staring at Li Yuan with a strange expression. That's what we call a mission accomplished, never exceeding the deadline. What, are you afraid of crawling through a dog hole? Li Yuan took out the takeaway from the thermal box. At this time, the cell phone rang. I glanced at the caller ID. Li Yuan's hand trembled instantly. It's Han Xiaoxiao calling. Damn, is she watching the live broadcast today? Li Yuan only felt an inexplicable chill on his wrist. I couldn't help but recall the night when I was handcuffed all night. He didn't know whether Xia Xini was afraid or not. He is very scared now. Li Yuan hesitated for half a second before picking up the phone. Hello. Li Yuan's voice trembled a little. Where are you? Momo and I are planning to go shopping this afternoon. Do you want to come? Han Xiaoxiao's voice sounded over the phone with some domineering tone. But Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief instantly. My entire tense body immediately softened. Fortunately, it seems that this girl has forgotten that she can watch the live broadcast. Well, I won't go. I'm busy trying to make a living and earn money. Li Yuan glanced at Xia Xini and suddenly felt guilty. Well, remember to come back early. Momo and I will cook you a big meal today. You? Cooking a feast? Li Yuan instantly thought of the last time she cooked. That pitch-black mass is made and I don't know what it is. Han Xiaoxiao on the other side probably thought of her own complete lack of talent in cooking and her face turned red. Can't I just help Mo? Li Yuan could feel Han Xiaoxiao's fierce expression even through the phone. Anyway, come back early. After saying that, Han Xiaoxiao hung up. Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt a little puzzled. Didn't Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo start fighting as soon as they met? How come the relationship suddenly became so harmonious? Hang up the phone at the same time. Li Yuan immediately turned off the live broadcast. It's good to delay the execution for even a second. If you don't go now, you'll be out of time. Xia Xinyi's low voice sounded beside her. At this moment, her expression had become very unnatural. My hands were so awkward that I didn't know where to put them. Obviously, she vaguely heard that there was a girl on the other end of the phone. And it seemed that the girl opposite had a close relationship with Li Yuan. Han Xiaoxiao's call was like a bucket of cold water pouring over her from head to toe. Then she suddenly realized. Before, she was just venting her emotions. But I forgot to ask him if he had been married in the past 10 years. Or if it is possible. His children are already old enough to help with cooking? So his children must be very cute, right? The thought of having a delicate and beautiful piece of jade. A scene where a child as beautiful as a porcelain doll calls her aunt. Xia Xinyi's face suddenly turned pale. I felt dizzy and an endless sense of guilt came over me. I feel like a third party who interferes with other people's marriages and destroys their families. Li Yuan noticed that something was wrong with her. I guess that she was feeling upset again because of Han Xiaoxiao's call. After a pause of half a second, Li Yuan stepped forward and gently lifted up her little hand which had nowhere to put. Don't just stand there, there's nothing to be afraid of when crawling through a dog hole. He had no choice before. Now he just wants to give all goddesses a home, a pair of warm big hands. At least don't let them feel so sad in front of me. Xia Xinyi just let herself be dragged into the dog hole by Li Yuan. Holding his warm hand. It's like holding the whole world in your hands. At this moment she suddenly felt fearless. So what if the mistress is despised by everyone? She has no regrets. Not to mention his current situation. And the nervous and scared look on his face when he answered the phone just now. His past and present marriages must have been unhappy. Thinking that Li Yuan might have married a tigress who abused him all day long. Xia Xinyi couldn't help but feel extremely heartbroken again. She is definitely going to be the mistress. Even if the queen comes, I can't stop it. Since you don't cherish Li Yuan, then you can't stop him from running towards someone better. After Li Yuan gets divorced, she will definitely not let him deliver food in the wind and sun anymore. We must give him the best in the world. He will definitely treat his own children as if they were his own. Xia Xinyi has firm beliefs. Li Yuan. How old is your son this year? Is he in school? I heard that it's easier to get close to children before they go to school. I started to rebel after I went to school. Being a stepmother is not that easy. What? My son? Li Yuan was confused. Xia Xinyi's voice was very soft. The two of them came out of the wall one after the other. Li Yuan only heard, "Do you know how old your son is?" When I turned around, I saw Xia Xinyi's determined and serious expression. This serious expression is. It instantly made him think of a possibility. He was usually quite calm, but suddenly his brain felt congested. My heart suddenly felt like 1,000 horses galloping. No way? Could it be her? She secretly gave birth to a son for me 10 years ago? Then it surprised me 10 years later. I'm a fucking dad? But he remembered that he had taken precautions every time. Damn TT manufacturer, can I complain? I just feel sorry for my son who has been lost for many years. 9 years old? Li Yuan suppressed his excitement. He replied with trembling lips. 9? Xia Xinyi was stunned for a moment. 9 years plus 10 months of pregnancy. Wasn't he that 10 years ago? It turns out that he had been with someone else 10 years ago. Her nose suddenly felt sore and she felt like crying. It turns out that he suddenly disappeared 10 years ago. She actually got pregnant and gave birth to a baby. So, the coriander and stuff are all just excuses. Li Yuan, were you cheating on me? Seeing that Xia Xinyi looked aggrieved and about to cry again, Upon seeing this, Li Yuan immediately swore to heaven that he had never played two-timing. He really didn't do such a thing. Seeing that he looked sincere and didn't seem to be lying, Xia Sini believed him for the time being. So, where's the kid's mother? Xia Sini asked in panic. What if she knew him, or even was in the same class as him? The child's mother? Isn't it you? Li Yuan answered without hesitation. Xia Sini's face turned red instantly. You, give me some time, I'm not ready yet. Xia Sini didn't expect him to be so direct. But then he sighed silently. The child is already 9 years old. At an age when even my own mother can't take care of me. How can she manage it as a stepmother? It seems I have to buy a set of parenting manuals when I get home today. Alas, poor her, she waited for 10 years. I thought the result was finally here. Suddenly, I became a stepmother and had a 9-year-old son. These 10 seconds. Xia Sini has already imagined dozens of scenes in her mind of being a stepmother, being angered to death, and being called a vicious stepmother by others. Alas, I hope little Li Yuan can be a better boy. And these 10 years of being alone in an empty house. I must ask for double the money back. I understand. I will give you and your son some time. Li Yuan on the other side also nodded seriously. A 9-year-old child who had been missing fatherly love for 9 years suddenly had a father. It does take time for him to prepare mentally. At this moment, both of them swore secretly in their hearts. Be a responsible mother and father. Hurry up and deliver the food, the takeaway has exceeded the time limit. Xia Sini took a deep breath and readjusted her mood. Li Yuan nodded. The two of them walked into the community building hand in hand, each with their own thoughts. By the way, what's my son's name? Chapter 58, 10 years ago I did it 7 times, now I add a 0. You asked me what your son's name is? Xia Sini stared at Li Yuan's profile with wide eyes, a little confused. Yeah, when the father and son recognize each other and hug each other and cry bitterly, I can't be unable to call out his name, right? Li Yuan looked innocent. What about father and son recognizing each other? There was a big question mark in Xia Sini's little head. Isn't at a meeting between mother and son? Didn't you say you gave me a son? Li Yuan was also a little confused. I don't have any. Xia Sini subconsciously glanced at her flat belly. Then the two of them stared at each other in a daze. The two of them realized it. Something seemed a little wrong. Are you married? Xia Sini suddenly understood. Is it possible that I was a little nervous and overthinking it? Li Yuan shook his head. No sons or daughters either? Li Yuan continued to shake his head. So the previous conversation between the two was like talking to a deaf person. Not on the same channel at all. However, Xia Sini's eyes brightened visibly at this moment. So she may not be a mistress. Not to mention being called a vicious stepmother by others? Who was that tigress on the phone just now? Is she your girlfriend? Or is she related to someone else? Xia Sini frowned her beautiful eyebrows. There was a murderous tone in his voice. She is not someone's wife, why does she make Li Yuan so scared? Not even if she is my girlfriend. When I was with Li Yuan, I obeyed him in everything. We listened to him on all matters, big or small. Be careful about the decibel level when speaking. Why should I, the one I treasure, be bullied by others? Tigress? Li Yuan twitched his lips. Well, you seem to be afraid of her. Who is she to you? Xia Sini held Li Yuan's hand a little tighter. She has made up her mind to dig this corner. No matter if she is a girlfriend or married. A tigress like that is not worthy of Li Yuan at all. She is my landlord. Li Yuan really didn't know how to explain it. Landlord? Xia Sini was stunned. Why are all landladies so arrogant nowadays? Do you owe rent? No, she doesn't want rent. Li Yuan shook his head. No rent? Xia Sini suddenly thought of something and covered her mouth with her hands. You're using your body. Looking at Xia Sini's sudden look of disgust. Li Yuan rolled his eyes suddenly. What are you thinking? It's too complicated to explain in a few words. Just like if I lived in your house, would you ask me for rent? Don't want. Xia Sini immediately shook her head. Then he blurted out a question in return. Then if I ask you to compensate me with your body, will you refuse? After Xia asked, Cindy blushed and looked around. Fortunately, no one passed by and heard her lewd words. Are you testing me? I'm telling you, I can't stand the test. Have you forgotten that I had sex 7 times in one night 10 years ago? After hearing this, Xia Xini seemed to recall some scenes that were not suitable for children. My face instantly turned red all the way to my neck. That was 10 years ago. You can't be that powerful now. Li Yuan was about to refute when he heard this. His 2 kidneys are now perpetual motion machines. The reminder on my phone that my takeaway was overdue suddenly rang. Li Yuan didn't care about anything else. He pulled Xia Xini and ran upstairs. So, did you actually pay the rent with your body? Stubborn Xia Xini is very stubborn. Even when being dragged away, he still didn't forget to ask questions. No. Li Yuan still shook his head. I don't believe it. When you finish delivering food today, I'll go back with you. You can take me to see her, that tigress. Xia Xini's face was full of suspicion. He emphasized the word tigress on purpose. She could feel it. The relationship between the girl on the phone just now and Li Yuan is definitely not ordinary. Li Yuan got a headache the moment he heard this. If we take her back, wouldn't that be another large-scale execution scene? And it is the ultimate execution ground, the Shura field of hell. The relationship between Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo seems to have just eased. At this time, Xia Xini suddenly appeared. 3 women, 1 drama. What are 3 ex-girlfriends? Wouldn't that just overturn the stage? The thought of Xia Xini meeting Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo when she walked in. Li Yuan shuddered instantly. How about waiting for 2 days? Wait until I replace all the stainless steel knives in the kitchen with cooked ones. Li Yuan muttered softly. I feel like my kitchen will become a crime scene sooner or later. What did you say? No, nothing. Her name is Han Xiaoxiao. If you see her, remember not to call her a tigress. Li Yuan smiled bitterly. Oh. Xia Xini nodded. I'll listen to you. The 2 came to the door of 302 on the 3rd floor. After knocking on the door, the man inside was full of anger and was about to speak the quintessence of Chinese culture. But the moment he saw Xia Xini, who was staring outside with big eyes, an innocent face, and was extremely beautiful, the curse words that were about to come out of his mouth were instantly knocked unconscious and swallowed back. It's okay, it's okay. It only took an hour. It's nothing. Actually, I just finished breakfast and I'm not hungry at all. It won't be a big deal if I'm late for another hour. Thank you for your hard work, hee hee. Li Yuan hadn't even uttered a word of apology. The man in a vest and shorts waved his hand. My rumbling stomach means the takeaway was delivered too early. He was not hungry yet and it was delivered. Then the next thing I know is a 5-star review. He said that today's meal was so beautiful and nice looking. I watched Xia Xini go downstairs reluctantly. Merchant, I will order takeout from you every day from now on. Merchant? I see. It seems you like eating noodles that have turned into batter. Next time, I'll let them sit for an hour before sending them to you. Thank you for your support. Look, it's good to have me with you. Without me, you'll definitely get scolded. On the way back, Xia Xini held Li Yuan's hand and smiled like a 90-pound child. Yes, that pitiful and innocent look you had just now could instantly kill 99% of men, and the remaining 1% is gay. He then took Xia Xini with him to deliver a few more orders under the murderous gazes of the crowd. Xia Xini, who was sitting in the back, was always thinking about how to deal with the tigress behind Li Yuan. Are you hungry? Let's go eat? After Li Yuan finished delivering the orders during the peak period, he looked at the time and it was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The 2 found a pretty good restaurant. Anyway, some of the money cannot be exchanged for merit points. I don't feel bad even if I spend money. The 2 of them had just sat down by the window and were about to order. A pair of extremely surprised eyes had been staring at them since the 2 of them entered the door. P.S. Collecting the name of the ex-girlfriend. 59 people come to seek comfort after breaking up, but you 2 just put your faces together to show your love? Ever since Li Yuan and the other man entered the door, countless eyes fell on them. A star-level beauty and a delivery boy. The shock to the eyes is more lethal than the combination of the beast and the beauty. What's more, a beauty like Xia Xini completely disregards the girl's modesty at this moment. She almost wanted to stick every inch of her body to Li Yuan. Xia Xini pulled Li Yuan to sit side by the window. The whole person was still tightly pressed against his body. Why do I feel like the eyes of those people inside are looking at us more fiercely than those outside? Those people outside just want to stab me, and now it seems like they want to stab you too. Li Yuan looked at the murderous gazes. I couldn't help but feel a little scared. Has their hatred value risen to the point where they will attack anyone indiscriminately? Xia Xini couldn't help but glance around. The expressions of the people inside seemed different from those outside. The decoration and furnishings in the store were also a bit strange. Most of the tables were single booths and long tables for 7 or 8 people. And the name of this dish is even stranger: sad heartbreak rice, heartbroken heartbreak rice. Xia Xini opened the menu and took a look at it with a look of surprise on her face. Are you two doing this on purpose? This is a restaurant themed around breakups. This place is full of people who've just broken up and are looking for empathy and comfort for each other's broken hearts. You two bastards just walked in and showed off your affection to us? Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind them. Beast! Brute! Scum! Xia Xini, whose eyes were full of Li Yuan, naturally didn't notice the movement behind her. Li Yuan, who was used to being scolded, could not break his defense with this level of normal attack. What's going on today? Why do I see Chang Wei and Lai Fu showing off their affection as soon as I come in? A customer who just came in glanced at the waiter with dissatisfaction. The tone was a little sarcastic. The 2 waiters also looked embarrassed. The restaurant does not accept couples dining in. It's just that Xia Xini is too pretty. The proprietress was already the most beautiful girl they had ever seen. The girl who came in now was just as good as their boss lady. So much so that they forgot to stop Li Yuan and Xia Xini when they entered the room. But now that they are seated, are we going to kick them out? Why don't you go? This person has already come in, and I really can't bring myself to kick him out. You should go, that table is still waiting for me to pay the bill. The 2 waiters were pushing and shoving each other. Give full play to the traditional virtue of mutual humility. I think this looks delicious. This one is also good. Do you want to try it? This one has cilantro, so it's not good. But why are most of the dishes on the menu single person? Xia Xini was flipping through the menu, glancing at Li Yuan from time to time and muttering to herself. At this moment, her eyes were filled with Li Yuan. Unconsciously make some intimate movements. No regard for the feelings of those around him. Damn it, waiter, check out. I can't stay in this shop for even half a second. Can I get a refund for my meal? I heard from a friend that there's a breakup-themed restaurant here with a pretty good vibe. I just broke up a couple of days ago and wanted to check it out, but now that I'm here, you're showing me this? This isn't just tricking the dog in to be killed. I just broke up, and I got hit by a 10 million critical hit. Manager, what should we do now? The 2 waitresses turned to look at the store manager at the bar. I noticed that the store manager was also looking at the 2 people with a strange expression. I'll take that table. You guys go appease the other customers. Those who have already ordered will have their meals waived, and those who haven't ordered yet will get a 30% discount. The female store manager, who was in her early 30s and wearing a black jacket, came out from the bar with a menu. Walked slowly towards Li Yuan and Xia Xini. There was a creepy glint in his eyes. I sensed a familiar aura of danger from the store manager. The 2 waiters were shocked. The last time I saw the store manager with an expression like this was when her scumbag ex-boyfriend came to cause trouble. The store manager kicked him so hard in the lower body that he had to stay in bed for 3 days. That's it, it's all your fault. Why didn't you stop those 2 just now? The manager is in such a bad mood after being hurt by that scumbag. What if something happens again? I don't know either. Didn't you stop me? So should we stop the store manager now? She's wearing high heels, and one kick will knock her down. The 2 waiters were shaking with fear. Would you like to order, both of you? The female store manager with light smoky makeup walked up to Li Yuan and leaned down gently. It's just that Li Yuan relied on his many years of escape. He keenly felt that there was something wrong with the smile on her face. With a hint of danger. But he was sure that the person in front of him was definitely not any of his ex-girlfriends. Although she is quite pretty. But her appearance and figure obviously do not meet the girlfriend standards set by the system. Each of his girlfriends has undergone systematic and rigorous screening. Only passing is judged as above 85 points. That's why the system arranges various fateful encounters for them. What airports took each other's luggage by mistake? The girl was walking in front and suddenly sprained her ankle. When they came out of the coffee shop, it suddenly rained heavily. There happened to be a beautiful woman next to Li Yuan, and he happened to have an umbrella in his bag. Wait for all kinds of dog blood encounters. Later, he just glanced at it casually when he walked on the street. I just know which beautiful lady will be unlucky enough to be chosen by the system. All you need to do is wait for the beauty where you are. This damn fate. Well, let's order. Xia Xini calmly pulled Li Yuan towards her. It put him further away from the store manager. The female store manager saw her little trick to protect the food. There was a barely perceptible sneer at the corner of his mouth. Our shop's policy is not to accommodate couples, but this gentleman does look a lot like an old friend of mine. The female store manager stared at Li Yuan with a half smile on her face. Facing that playful yet dangerous smile, Li Yuan felt his hair stand on end instantly. Xia Xini felt that something was wrong with Li Yuan. He also noticed that the female manager looked at Li Yuan with a strange look in her eyes. He instantly frowned his beautiful eyebrows. The hand holding Li Yuan's arm pulled him towards itself. Li Yuan almost fell into Xia Xini's arms. He was in no mood to feel the soft and warm fragrance coming from her body. That doesn't make sense. Did I remember it wrong? Or did she have plastic surgery and make herself ugly? Li Yuan looked at the face full of danger and oppression. I didn't dare to speak for a moment. If it's really her ex-girlfriend, are we ever going to be able to live a peaceful life every day? Chapter 60. I have a friend whose ex-boyfriend looks very similar to your boyfriend. The female store manager saw that Xia Xini almost protected Li Yuan under her body. The expression became more playful. How loving you two are now. How ferocious the quarrel will be in a moment. I think you might have made a mistake. He doesn't know you, let alone be your old friend. Xia Xini stared at the female store manager with a bad look on her face. Even though this is on someone else's territory. But as long as it comes to Li Yuan, her tone will not be polite at all. She doesn't care whether they are old friends or not. Even if the woman in front of him had dated Li Yuan before. The current Li Yuan was also the first person Xia Xini met. No one can snatch the person from her. What's more, he has a tigress to deal with at home. No matter how we queue up, it's never her turn. Girl, you're the most beautiful person I've ever seen, except for one of my friends. I have a piece of advice for you. There are a lot of scumbags out there these days, and quite a few of them specifically target pretty, innocent girls. Don't be easily fooled by them. The female store manager looked at Xia Xini and gave her a kind reminder. But when Xia Xini heard her words, which were implicitly about Li Yuan, his face immediately darkened. Their eyes met in the air. This familiar smell made Li Yuan feel his scalp tingling. I haven't even returned home to face Han Xiaoxiao and Shen Momo yet. How about some appetizer first? This life is unbearable. It's not your turn to tell me whether he's a scumbag or not. Even if he is a scumbag, I don't care if he wants to marry 100 women at the same time. Xia Xini's eyes began to reveal murderous intent again, and it seemed that she was really angry. Li Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Are you telling the truth? You don't need 100. I just hope that when I see Han Xiaoxiao and Shen Momo, you guys won't use knives. As for whether it's 100 or not, that would cost him his life. I'm just kindly reminding you that you don't need to be so hostile to me. You and my friend are very similar. Not only are you equally beautiful, but you also have similar stubborn personalities. Speaking of friends, the female store manager suddenly changed her attitude and looked at Xia Xini with gentle eyes. It's just that she met the wrong person, just like you now. She recklessly threw herself into a suicidal relationship, and ended up losing miserably. As the female store manager spoke, she retracted her gentle gaze. He looked at Li Yuan with an extremely unfriendly look. I think I saw a picture of your boyfriend a year ago. Looking at the female manager's eyes, she seemed to want to stab herself more and more. Li Yuan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He glared at her fiercely. Now he finally understood what was going on. Damn, this old man. You've been doing this for so long that I'm about to pee my pants. You just told me you're not my fucking ex-girlfriend? You just looked at my photo and you're trying to scam me? If she is not my ex-girlfriend, then what is there to be afraid of? Should I say it or not, he only cowardly ex-girlfriend? Don't even mention your knife-like look or your nuclear bomb-blowing look. Unless you're an ex-girlfriend, it won't work here. All he feels sorry for in this life is his ex-girlfriends and his parents. He would only admit his weakness in front of his ex-girlfriends and parents. Although the number of ex-girlfriends seems to be quite large. But this did not prevent him from being sincere and guilty to everyone. Li Yuan patted Xia Sini's hand. He immediately stood up from her arms. A real man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live inferior to others? Let me pause for a moment. Li Yuan picked up the water cup in front of him and drank it calmly. This Lao Lu was so scared that his mouth was dry. I'll admit defeat when your ex-girlfriend's friend comes. The female store manager's attitude suddenly changed when she saw Li Yuan. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Thank you for your concern. Your friend's eyesight is poor, but it doesn't mean I have to have poor eyesight too. In my heart, my boyfriend is the best man in the world. If you don't want to receive us, we'll leave immediately. Xia Seni took Li Yuan's arm with a cold face and was about to walk out. Girl, I really can't bear to see you fall into the fire pit. The female store manager immediately reached out to stop the two men. To tell you the truth, your current boyfriend is that scumbag. I've seen his photo at my friend's house. Your boyfriend's name is Nick Chung, right? The female store manager pointed at Li Yuan and sneered. The expression showed anger, injustice, and disdain. It was more about the fact that she was about to expose the scumbag's crimes to his face. The heartfelt pleasure of avenging a good friend. She expected the beautiful girl in front of her to show an expression of shock, anger, and disappointment after hearing this. Finally, he walked away, leaving the scumbag standing there at a loss. Or what would be even more satisfying is that the girl would just go crazy and tear the scumbag apart with her bare hands. She would also kick him a few times without hesitation. Let this scumbag taste the feeling of her infertile foot. Puff. Nick Chung. Li Yuan almost swallowed his mouthful of water. As expected, the scumbag was so scared that he choked while drinking water. However, it seems that the opposite is true. What does that girl mean by that expression of looking at me like a fool? Did I say something wrong? But he is a scumbag. The first time I saw him, I even said his name directly. How can you not believe this? How can it be wrong? This girl is really hopeless in love. You're crazy, you're the one called Zhang Jiawei, your whole family is called Zhang Jiawei. Xia Seni looked at the female store manager as if she were an idiot. It's your right not to host couples, but there's no need to separate them, right? Let's go to another restaurant. We can still meet some psychopaths while having a meal. Li Yuan was pulled outside by Xia Seni. The female store manager stared blankly at Xia Seni, whose face was full of anger. I'm kind of doubting life. Could it be that I'm seeing things? That's not right, they look so similar. Or am I remembering it wrong? The photos I saw a year ago are a bit vague. The female store manager muttered to herself and took out her cell phone. He took out the phone number and called Lu Zai. Li Yuan walked out, while wiping the sweat from his forehead. That was a close call. It turns out that you need to have more aliases to travel around the world. It can save lives at critical moments. You seem nervous? Xia Seni glanced suspiciously at Li Yuan, who was wiping his sweat. Hot. Oh, am I hugging you too tight? Xia Seni said as she hugged him tighter. Li Yuan turned his head slightly. I saw the female store manager talking on the phone while looking at me. I was shocked in an instant. Let's go, we can't stay here for long. Li Yuan whispered something and quickened his pace to walk out the door. Wait until you get out of the store. Xia Seni turned around. Then I noticed a small blackboard next to the door with the words Broken Hearts Theme Restaurant written on it. Refuse to accept couples dining. I think I just misunderstood her. Xia Seni suddenly felt a little guilty for rushing in without seeing the prompt. But she said you were a scumbag and I hate her. Well, what if I really am? Li Yuan coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. I'm the only one who can say you're a scumbag. No one else can say it to my face. Xia Seni paused as she spoke. His eyes were fixed on Li Yuan. So you're a scumbag?